I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
King's Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba. Panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halang Yara. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa Apiku yang takkan padam, tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli. Saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja. Dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata. Seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won. Nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, Kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this single sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my lady, you can touch me. You ready, oh jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Yeah.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
right
down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We ain't got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence.
the sound of the rain. No matter how
we'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow. You guys hear it?
Yeah. That is gamelan song. You know?
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color two wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Galengka. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang terbaik.
Nggak kayak tim sebelah tuh.
We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller brush, but we also did it already. Our hair and our face, apparently all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Four minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Just color everything what just she said. Speeding up. Okay, 10 minutes is up. Let's compare with the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut
1
Dalang
sampai
gimana?
10.
8.
8. We got 8.
Now, let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three Nation and Might together, we try to do something creative. But Nongshim, Blacklist, and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you, Dalang. Now, Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest. Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
We were coloring 3 nations, 1 table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga kan. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan kiri.
It's good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia.
Indonesia wayang kulit, I love it much.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. others admire.
Nggak di-invade tapi yang lain dapet. Reject sini bukan juga sama orang diculik. Pushcat Mirage langsung saja tapi Konglingnya UNB masih bisa ngelatih saja box nomor 2 dan masih ada satu orang Real Blue.
Beautiful things so often sting those who approach them.
Flash dan Sage main namun itu di depan tower dan Soule masih bisa bertahan. Menerima damage Soule begitu sakit di mana seorang YG.
Do you really think you can hide?
Kena splash gradation dan Soule.
Power gradation! You were a worthy opponent.
Let fate make the first move. You may surrender now.
Wisdom guides me. Pentakill! Ignorance is the root of all evil.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih.
karena ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
New layer to the day's design. The missions become clear as teams transition to become the architect of their fates. As Boom and Kagendra fight to avoid facing the final boss.
포기하지 않고 열심히 잘 준비해서 한번 이겨보겠습니다.
운동농심 준비해.
A fact reinforced as a red giant faced a supernova. Though Nongshim found a flicker in the light, the supernova was too much to handle.
Down Nongshim for now.
No challenge because we are very good.
Team Hawk left the group stage without a single win.
That's a 4-1 trade for now as they look to approach more. Quadra kill for the side of TNT 4CC.
As the new bloods got dominated.
I think all Team Hawk need more experience. Once they do, they can be great challengers.
In the last match of the day, the home ground defenders were hungry for payback after their last season knockout.
When I go sit on stage, I give 100%.
Ultimate landed down here for the side of Kagendra as well, but I mean, is it going to be enough there to get the lock?
And with a standout performance from Saolei and Fei Shi.
Proper fight at this point. Kagendra can drag this.
Not a proper fight. Oh my goodness. Draw is so low. He gets taken down by Zue as well. We have Boom on the run.
El Manuk returned the favor.
Standing man here. He's able to wipe out the minion wave. The answer is no. Kagendra take this.
With a convincing 3-0 sweep against the Beast. And with the group seed finalized.
Does Nova Esports want to face first in the knockout stage?
Team Hawk.
I pick Nongshim Red Force.
The bracket is decided. The knockout stage begins.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 4 Invitational, Jakarta, Indonesia. This is obviously going to be kicking off the knockout stage. The group stage has been done, the bracket has been confirmed, and we have some little bonuses come through today as well as the Women's Series today, and the Tri-National Clash. I'm your caster today, Blam, and with me is none other than Hola. Hola, how excited are you for the knockout stage?
I'm actually excited for all of these series, right? The Tri-Nations Clash is something kind of brand new, throwing that in. It's a really fun mode to watch, and I want to see exactly how energetic everyone gets because you know it's going to be very serious when everybody's representing their countries. But of course, we have the Honor of Kings Queen series, the Women's International ahead of us. This is going to be a fun one to watch as well. There are some really good teams here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you got some big brand names as well, right? Obviously, AG Global make a return here within the Women's Series, so we're always interested to see those. And they've always been some of the champions of the previous series, Women's Series as well, so I expect they're going to try and maintain their defending champion status within this one as well. But like you said, the Tri-National Clash is going to be a fun one. I do like the victory conditions of this mode as well, but we'll get a little bit into that later. But here is the prize pool for the Women's Series.
Yeah, it's 110,000 Indonesian rupiah, and of course, the champion will be coming with 8,300,000. Second place is going to be 4,150,000 IDR, as well as third place for 2,500,000. I don't have my calculator on me, but I think the total prize pool was about 10,000 USD. That is some serious money as we're going into this one, and we're trying to build it. You were already talking about the fact that AG Global was one of the top teams already. You can see that they're undefeated in this bracket thus far, as well as the groups, but now they have CU Xara going up against them.
Exactly, yes. Code Unknown Xara will be their next opponent within this one, the semi-finals. Obviously, it's going to be a best-of-3 format here as well. So, once again, it's going to be interesting to see if the meta is very similar within this competition as well. I can imagine so, because, I mean, what we've been seeing so far within the Season 4 Invitational is that the meta is tried, tested, and it's here to stay.
Yeah. I think that it's going to be a little like standard. I think that there's going to be a little bit of borrowing, so to speak. But a lot of the teams kind of borrow off one of each other, right? Especially when they're scrimming, especially when they're watching these other games. It's because the high-level teams are good for a reason. They have very good picks, and the meta is kind of evolving even in the KIS4 here.
Yeah, I mean, I've just realized with this thing behind us, we look quite angelical, you know, right? Like, it feels like I'm about to bring some amazing message to you people. And hopefully, for some of the teams and supporters later, that the amazing message is that their favorite teams win within the Season 4 Invitational. But yes, obviously, first, Honor of Kings Women's Series. This is the Series 3 as well, right? So we are actually rapidly going through the ecosystem of Honor of Kings esports right now as well. So this is only something that was literally introduced last year, and it always seems to be picking up quite a bit of momentum so far. So I can imagine that these teams as well have their own fans online. So we want to be hearing the cheers for not only the Honor of Kings Women's Series, but also the Season 4 Invitational.
Yeah, how do I disagree with you? It looks like you've got a halo behind you. It seems like you have come, you are way holier than thou. It looks like you are ready to go. And I mean, we're going to be going into this game, and I think that there's going to be a lot of these teams that are kind of like eyeing one of them, like AGG. This is going to be one of those big ones, right? We need to see exactly where they stand. Again, they haven't lost a single game, but is, CU Xara able to take at least a game down, maybe even take them to a third game? I still have yet to see that.
I think that's the thing, especially the common recurring thing for Season 4 Invitational at least, is the fact that we haven't had like a series upset other than obviously Kagendra versus Boom, but there's been teams that have been able to take rounds off of Nova Esports. So I can imagine it's going to be very similar within this one potentially, but let's go and head over to the stage and see these teams introduced. So let's go to the stage.
A myth born of fire, loyalty, and power. Today, Anoman awakens once more as our teams embody his spirit in the final phase of our tournament. The summit has taken shape towards the peak, and all are hopeful contenders seeking to be crowned.
Every clash, every moment, every minute now matters as we are one step closer to claiming the throne. Who will be the destined kings at the start of the year?
I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Rookie Cass, and this is
the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 Knockout Stage. It's our game! Now today, we'll start off with the Honor of Kings Women's Series to determine the first queens of the world.
Let us now welcome the first two teams.
Introducing from Malaysia, AG Global.
Let us welcome our second team from Indonesia, Code Unknown Xara!
So the first team to the stage is going to be none other than obviously AG Global, as you can see here. I mean, I'm loving the color coordination on stage, especially with all the purple. I feel quite, I don't know, tranquil, but I feel like this is going to be none other than tranquil, right? This is going to be two teams that are proving themselves to be the top of the Honor of Kings Women's Series number 3, and the first team of none other than AG Global.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be Code Unknown Xara here. It's going to be It's Me, Miyuni, I, Turtle, and Feya. They're going to be representing Indonesia. This is a squad that's kind of on the ups and ups, right? This is a team that's AG Global has to put some respect on. We've seen this team kind of step up a bit, but are they at the same level of the AG Global Titans?
I mean, only time will tell, and this best of 3 is definitely going to be the telling tale, right? But I mean, if you are Code Unknown Xara, you're looking back at that bracket and seeing that AG Global are currently 2-0 in every one of their opponents, it's definitely going to put a bit of fear in your heart, or at least a little bit of fire under your seat to try and prove this team wrong. Because I mean, they do seem like a little bit all-studded here. I mean, you can see, I believe it is Siang on the stage there doing a bit of coaching as well for the team. I mean, that's another friendly, familiar face that we used to see it in the chair.
Yeah, he's getting some, he's kind of going really deep in terms of this job scope with the AG's global squad right here as he's going with the coach. But I think that he's going to bring quite a bit. I mean, all jokes aside, we know Siang is one of the top players. He's going to be bringing that high-level play as well as that meta into these drafts that are coming up in this game here.
Exactly. I mean, he's definitely going to have the intel, going to have the know-how, and going to even, like, to the level of, like, behavior on the Gorge as well, and obviously how to take those defeats. Not like AG have taken any defeats so far within the Women's Series 3, right? So definitely not having to do a few tips on that one, but maybe after this series it might be needed. But yes, as you can see, obviously all 10 players are on the stage here within the semifinals of the Series 3, looking to further themselves into that grand finals where they either meet one of the other two teams, which is obviously either HVYE or Bigatron by Vitality's women's team as well, which have they seem to be getting quite a bit of a popularity online as well.
Yeah, and I like how you brought up Bigatron by Vitality, because that's another squad that's out there in the lower bracket, or sorry, in the bottom side of the semi-final brackets, and they too are undefeated, right? So AG Global undefeated. Yes. I mean, it's looking like these two Titans are going to be crashing into one another, but of course we have this game. Of course, Code Unknown Xara, they are a bit of an unknown, right? I like the fact that they're dressed in black right now, because it seems like there's a bit of a black hole, and maybe they're able to slow down this AG Global team.
Potential to slow down AG Global's team here, because they need slowing down. They definitely need slowing down here, because like we've already been stated, within the bracket they're currently undefeated, and prior competitions as well. I mean, even this team was at the KIC 2025 as well, and they seemed very dominant there. Once again, talking about popularity, they had a lot of fans at the actual stadium as well. I mean, to me, I don't know if this is just a common point here, but these players are definitely a little bit more friendly with a camera, right? Like some of the players we've been seeing within the group stages, they don't want to be seen on that camera, but hey, AG are just throwing up all kinds of emotes and all kinds of signaling here.
Yeah, that's actually very, very different, right? We've seen it, you know, even with the other guys. I mean, the Honor of Kings Esports, the men's league. Basically, it seems like they're trying to hide from the camera, or some of them will fall asleep on camera, but they don't really show a lot of emotions. I mean, to the camera, right? Once the game is over, obviously there's, you know, victory or despair. I mean, obviously they show those, but it looks like, or like here, I mean, the women's series, they're all about their teams and representing. And I think that this is a great thing that we kind of probably should be adding into the other leagues as well.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. It's definitely enriches not only the Honor of Kings esports ecosystem, but obviously it's also kind of just amassing a little bit more support for players at home, especially like the same kind of support for those teams that are in the open series, right? Especially when you see an open series team go onto the main stage of an international competition, it makes you believe in yourself a little bit more, to be like, hey, that sometimes can be me, and representation is generally a very good thing here. So hopefully we get to see more future players get on the stage within the future Honor of Kings Women's Series as well.
Yeah, and that's actually the best part, right? This game is for all of us, right? It's for everyone, and you know, everyone should be able to play on whatever. It's our game, right? We're good to go. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're going to do, as long as you're able to play, you have access to the game. I mean, it's a free game, and it's a very friendly game, because even in the ranking systems, you're going to be kind of paired in with people that are like your skill level, right? So you're going to have that ability to grow and to kind of learn the game. And I think the game does a really good job of being able to just kind of be newbie friendly, especially with some of those casual modes as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's like if you don't quite like the idea of playing ranked or get a little bit too stressed playing ranked. I mean, personally, I get stressed playing ranked, and I mean, to be honest, I'm probably not the best example to be on here, to be honest, because stress is a thing that is a very common friend to me. But anyway, back to the point is the casual modes here generally are a good wind down, right? Especially that tri-national clash that's going on at the moment right now, especially when it's a 5v5v5 format. So you're used to just another 5 players trying to go for your neck. But in the terms of that one, you've got another additional team trying to come for your morale, trying to come for the victory. And that is a very surprising twist within that mode. So definitely, if you are struggling in ranked and not having as much fun in ranked, go and try out the casual modes. But more importantly, come and join the viewers at the stadium, at online, to watch the Women's Series number 3 here unfold. This is the semifinals. This is the draft of game number 1 here, AG Global, going up against Code Unknown Xara.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one. I mean, I think going into this, there was going to be a lot of questions. We were talking about just going in, is it going to be very meta or not? And you see Seong on this one, he's as serious as it can be, right? You know that they're going to be loaded for bear. They're not going to be messing around, especially in a best of 3. And so it's going to be like the first pick, first draft is going to be ever so important for AG Global here.
Very important, very familiar bands here. Other than the shirt, obviously being a prior band onto the side of Code Unknown Xara, maybe a bit of a pocket pick here for OWL on the side of AG Global. But the Dharma here, once again, is definitely one of those picks that doesn't always seem a bit of a priority in the first part of the banning stage, but more so just kind of like, hey, let's take some of those kind of like comfort picks, some of those great performance players, performance heroes from the enemy team. But here is a familiar pick nonetheless. It's Chicha, it's a Ford Magen, and it's obviously a great first pick onto the blue side because you can flex it into jungle, clash, or even into the farm lane.
Yeah, you have so many different options with that hero. Plus, it's just like the latest hero or the second earliest in terms of release. Yeah. So this is a hero that some teams might not be 100% prepared for, and just being able to kind of, you know, counter draft it. But it looks like Code Unknowns are going to go a little bit more stock standard. They're going to go with the Bond Weaver, the Diadea, and Soul Guide, which is of course the Augurin here, really shoring up the jungle and giving themselves a fighting chance against Kitty, who you know is going to be wanting to be aggressive from that jungle role.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got locked in here the potential of the Agudo, which is obviously a great pairing up against the Augurin here in terms of obviously early game potential, early game pacing here, and generally one of my favorite picks. So, but again, I mean, you could, if you want to be so fragrant with this pick as well, you could flex into the farm lane also, which is something I've been playing quite frequently. Pairing that with the Zhongfei here, they're going to have a solid front line already, especially once they hit that level 4 point with the Beast himself. But then over to the side of Code Unknown Xara, you've got the lore accurate combo, the Diadea, as well as the Augurin. And if there's one word that really pairs those two heroes together, it's sustain.
Yeah, a lot of sustain, and that's going to definitely help them out. But AG Global on their end, they're going to go with the Beast Zhongfei. This is a hero that I know it's a completely different league if we're talking about the KIS4, but it has been very popular there, and there's been a lot of success with that Zhongfei. It's the 5th most picked. It has a 10 win, 5 loss ratio, 66% win rates. It's a very good hero and super annoying to deal with, and you know that Jia Jia is going to just set the perfect Umbrella Outburst come those team fights.
Oh, absolutely. Just on point. I mean, we've been seeing some fantastic Unbridled Outbursts throughout the Season 4 Invitational as well, right? Like, some of them have been quite a bit whiff-worthy, maybe sort of like put on a bit of a comedy reel, but then some of them have been so mighty, it's kind of just turned the tide of an entire team fight. So yes, Jaja on the side of AG Global, definitely going to be looking for that runway of pain when it comes to that Unbridled Outburst. But the next few bands coming through here, mid lane orientated onto the side of AG Global, you've got the Majestic Guardian as well as Celestial here, and then over to the side of Code Unknown Xara, you've got the Board Master as well as the Pack Leader, which Chano has been one of those definitely more dominant heroes into the farm lane. But with this pickup of the Byron and the Xiao Xiao, so Breeze Heart as well as the Spark Mace, it looks like that Forge Maiden is going to be looking to go into the farm role.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if you're looking at how this draft kind of just rounded out AG Global right now, this is completely a lineup that is loaded for bear. They have so much damage. You're getting it from the Chicha, but then the rest of them have control. You have slow siege. This is a problem if you're Code Unknown Xara. This is a lineup that if they lose a single person and they can actually fight into this death ball that is AG Global, they're going to slow siege you and just literally roll it down mid. This is going to be a tough matchup for Code Unknown Xara.
True, very true. But I think onto the opposite side as well is that obviously AG Global, they go for obviously the Forge Maiden into the farm lane, and you're going up against Steady Will, the Flowborn marksman, who necessarily has a bit more of a better range, especially once you get to level 4 with that ultimate, right? The Arrow Storm. That's going to be a little bit oppressive here for the side of AG Global. So I feel like Jaja as well as Fire, they have to be paired together constantly to make sure that that 1v1 matchup down to the bot side of the map is going to go into the favor of AG Global.
Yeah, I definitely see that as well. I do agree with that. But going into this, I think it's all about that execution, right? I mean, they have a decent number of ways to kind of protect the Ogryn. All eyes are going to be on the Ogryn and ensuring that she gets as much farm as possible, because this is that win condition. If Miumi is able to kind of be left unchecked and is able to constantly farm and put that pressure on, it's going to be tough, right? But at the same time, you're looking at the AG Global lineup. The counter picks are there. This could be, it's basically like, have they one-upped the draft of Code Unknown Xara here?
I mean, a beautiful draft regardless, right? I mean, the Lubang game number 1 here over to the side of Code Unknown Xara. I mean, sometimes we see the Lubang come through when we have the likes of the Lamb or the Masashi come through. Never really when the Ogryn comes through, but I feel like if you look at to the side of Xara, if the Diadea falls early, the sustain starts to drop there as well. So obviously having that sort of like secondary tank, having that global ultimate to be able to drop onto your teammate, give over shield, is going to be quite oppressive here for the side of Code Unknown's Xara, especially taking the teleport as well. So not only do you have the teleport from the ultimate, you have the teleport from the common skill as well.
I mean, you could be literally anywhere on the map and you can have a lot of fun doing it, because that hero, just the Battlefield Command, I mean, the teleport, you have so many different options, right? But at the same time, you need to ensure that you're constantly farming. I think the biggest piece is like, who's going to get that prioritization, right? Obviously, the Ogryn, the Flowborn Marksman, these are top 2 that you're looking to get. But Liu Bang, he needs to get his own as well. He wants to be also that secondary tanky guy that is able to just jump in and ensure that they make the proper saves.
Yeah, I feel like 1v1 matchup into the top side of the map there. It doesn't really favor Lubang that much. Okay, bit of a knock-up here into the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of damage there. But, I mean, it's just a little tick for tat in that sense. But I like the fact that AG right now are being aggressive. You want to contest. I mean, you might not get it all the time, but it's one of those things where you're now in the heads of the enemy team, and CU are not going to like their jungle being invaded here.
Oh, absolutely not. They don't want to see any of that resources being taken up at the gorge too early for them. It looked like CU Turtle was able to actually get the Fire Phoenix into the early part of that one as well. So that definitely gives over a bit of an advantage to Xara at this moment in time here. But down to the bot side of the map here, you just saw from the Cheech and the Forge Maiden is that they have that huge kind of like cone poke skill at a certain level within their itemization, just like that. So it's a good piece of wave clear, but also can be quite impactful in the early game in terms of damage onto the enemy heroes.
And I think that, I mean, they're going to be happy with that one-on-one matchup. I mean, Jaja is waiting in the wings for a potential jump in, but once Fire gets going, I think that she's going to be really tough to deal with. Flowborn on the other side, the marksman that is with Turtle piloting her, needs to ensure that she does have that range. She's able to get that farm and to be able to kind of fight in that mid to late game where she can kind of really turn it up with those arrow storms.
What you try and tell me, for lack of better words, once Fire gets going, she will be on fire.
I see what's going on right there, but I do agree. Yeah, I mean, let her get going in terms of that farm. That's the biggest thing, right? I think all of these players are phenomenal in that sense, where they're able to, understand their assignments and able to play things to that T, right? As the Chicha, this is one where you want to be aggressive, but you got to get some sort of farm so that you're able to do enough damage. Because again, if you're not getting any sort of farm, you're really kind of like a range creep, and it's kind of lackluster at that point.
Yeah, I mean, interesting as well. Thing I just noticed here for Jaja is the fact that gone for the common skill for the stun here. So obviously the two or even the three main heroes on the side of Xara that you'd be looking at trying to, if they go in for an engage to get that like 1-2 second stun off, you're looking at kind of the Lu Bang, either the Orgren or even maybe even the Diadea, right? Where it's committing a little bit too much with that basic attack, but into the bot side of the map here, there is a lot of health bars being fallen down here. So already we can sort of see that it doesn't matter that Fire lacks that range or is going to be a victim to the Arrow Storm. They're still putting on a lot of pressure down to the bot side.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't get any kills. Obviously, you want first blood, but this really sets the tone, right? Now they put pressure in, and you look at Faya. She's looking to just recall on back, and now you're leaving Turtle all alone, and this is a really tough situation. You have the lane that's going to be crashing in, plus they're now able to jump on top of you. The flash on 4, they're going to deciding to go, but Turtle flashes on his own. Here's the battlefield command in return, and they counter it. They get first blood, and they take down Fire as well. That's a double going the way of Turtle.
Absolutely beautiful. Obviously, you do see the Breeze Heart using the ultimate as well as the Gorge mobilization just to keep away Me. And me, oh my. That double kill down to the bot side, almost turning into a triple kill here. Really put Xara back into the Gorge here. I mean, they were behind by about 1k gold at that point, but soon turned that around.
I feel like every time it's me just like makes those types of saves, she needs to just like declare it's a me as she shows up, because that was such an amazing play to set it up, and you know that they're never gonna forget it, but they take the Tyrant as well. And CU Xara right now are really striking back, and they're hitting hard, especially taking that big neutral.
Yeah, I feel like maybe she should adapt more of the, I don't know, it's like, here's Johnny, but in turns take away the in-game name to reflect that, because that's definitely a lot more deadlier than the it's a me, right? That seems friendly, but what happened down there was none other than friendly. But to be honest, they were able to get that Tyrant as well, which is a great effect here for Xara. I mean, they were already kind of surmising a little bit of a lead in terms of the kills, in terms of the actual domination onto the Gorge here, but AG, regardless and through it all, is still maintaining a slight gold lead here.
Slight one, and that's just the power of AG, right? Oh, now Turtle's in a bad spot. Fire's looking to do some damage, just running it down, and here comes the friend, and it looks like they do enough. Turtle just trying to stay alive. The Heartlink is not enough, and Jiajia finally stomps him down.
Yeah, that's where you kind of see the effective of that stun there. I mean, Fire might be the next victim.
Yeah, no real way to go. They're just too many members of AG right now. They got revenge. They send in the party. They take them all down, as well as taking down that bottom T1. That is a huge swing for AG.
Oh, massive swing. I mean, it felt like there was kind of just like the main character of a movie, right? Like there was just waiting for the person to just land all the blows, and then the person around like, oh, okay, is that it? But now we're going to need for more, like that knockup from the Gorge mobilization, but also the attack from the purple there, really impressive. This is why I love the Gudo pick. The Wild Rider gets to put the pressure onto the back line, and Lady Chen does fall as well.
A down as well. I mean, this is just the problem, right? Once you're down a member, AG will literally just 5-man it, roll it down mid, because they have this power that is the Agudo, and then you have all of these guys in the back that is able to get those stuns off, so it's not even safe. Your positioning needs to be flawless, but you're down a member as well. That's going to be a rough situation, and also why this AG draft is brilliant.
Yeah, very rough itemization here as well. In terms of obviously the mid lane, going for the Venomous Staff, I feel like is a really good call here for the side of AGOL, because they were able to obviously counter any of that early game sustain from the Orgren, right? So good itemization there. Obviously, we do see into the jungle that we have the Spark Forge Dagger going onto the Agudo, right? Obviously, the on-hit effect of the attack speed, completely disregarding the equipment that we normally see into the jungle, which is that Giant Axe. They're going to go for the Rapturous Bite, so they're going full aggression here on the Agudo.
Oh, they find it. It looks like they've got enough. It's me looking to go down on this one, and they just run it down. They had that stun lock. They had all of that control, and now that Crimson Golem looks like that's been stolen away as well. And now CU Xara there on the back foot.
Yep, Xara they won the backcourt here, especially in terms of what, even after that early game aggression there. But oh, Spark Mace.
He decides to go right in. He's not even scared. He goes in the flash away, just trying to stay alive. They're diving the T2. They don't really care. They understand the assignment and how to be aggressive and looking to just take them down. That space given, they're going to look to take it away with this bottom T3 as they're looking to go. Nice Storm Strike is going to be on to 2. Sirium looking to take that one down, but they take the bottom T3 and Kitty continuing to put that pressure on.
Yeah, massive aggression. I mean, it just feels like moments ago we were talking about the AG, even though they were behind in the kills and the neutral objectives, they were like only having a slight goal lead. But if you look at top side of that screen now, you're looking around about 5K, 7K, 6K gold lead here for AG Global, which is going to be monstrous before the 10-minute mark.
It's not always about those kills or that early game tyrant. I mean, things are looking good. And you're thinking, CU, they're really fighting it back. And it was close. But the lanes, it's all about sticking it in. I mean, It's Me had to just drop to the bottom lane. That creates a little bit of space for Sirium to get going. And you're seeing this net worth lead. It's a 1.2K advantage for Sirium right here as she's just kind of dominated that top lane because, again, It's Me had to help out in the other lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, Miyumi as well having to kind of like help out in the other lanes also. You can kind of see this reflect into her goal differential against Kitty on the side of AG, right? Kitty's currently around about 6.7K, whereas Miyumi is around about 4.6K, and now leading away that red buff.
Doing enough, and they're just gonna look to run it down. Oh, well, they don't really care. They take the down, the double kill. Miyumi is down for the count. They're diving the tower. Here comes the Umbrella Outburst, and they're looking to dive the T3. Ooh. They get 3 more as they add on, and now It's Me is all by herself as she limps away into the fountain in AG Global. I mean, yes, they lost Kitty, but they've taken away everything else.
They literally have this one remaining member alive. I mean, A gets back online in about 3 seconds, and it doesn't look like AG can actually finish it here just yet, right? Obviously, trying to get that pressure into the mid lane, maybe try and get that T3. I mean, what's the rush, right? Like, it's free 10 minutes. In terms of scaling in their comp, it only gets even harder for SCU Xara if they do decide to take this a little bit further on the side of AG Global.
This is going to be a really tough one for Xara to come back from. I mean, it looks like Miyumi is just really far behind. Doesn't really have the space, and now they're losing towers in that top lane all the way from the T1 there. And now Sirium just walking away and threatening, and nobody wants any of that action.
No, none of it. I mean, especially not when you're, the Spark Mace, right? Obviously, this is the main initiator here for the side of AG in terms of Spark Mace, or even the Agudo, the Wild Rider here. Actually, he's dropping the Gordon mobilization, but he is definitely going to be the spearhead here for the side of AG Global as well as Jar Jar. But right now, we just saw moments ago that top side of the map had all 3 turrets still alive, Hola. It's now down to the high ground turrets in both the top lane and into the mid lane here as well. And now that all-important 10-minute mark, this is where we start to see things start to come to a bit of a conclusion.
Oh, nice 3 minutes. Oh, they've got them locked in. They were all together. They were grouped up and they're falling like flies. Feya's the last one. The Stampede, the control is on point. Kitty's going to get that one. And it looks like It's Me's the last man. How is she going to be able to hold on this one as they have all 5 members looking to just continue on, but they're going to just turn their attention on the T3s. They want to take those down first.
The turrets do fall down here as well. It looks like the Crystal is going to be the next thing that goes down here. Hola, the knock up onto It's Me. It's no longer It's Me. It's a game number 1 for AG Global.
I think that was a very clean game, and why AG Global are one of the best teams here in this women's series. They are so good, so clean with how they move around the map, taking all of those resources away and making it just look like very, very easy in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't want to kind of like undershadow what Code Unknown Xara did in that early game, right? Obviously, we saw that double kill. It seemed pretty monstrable. It seemed pretty sizable as well, right? Because they almost got that 3 kill going over to the side of Xara, but also while that was happening, AG still cemented themselves within the gold lead and the gold resources, and ultimately Honor of Kings is a game of gold, right? If you don't have the cash, if you don't have the moolah, you don't have the automation, and that's where things start to get a little bit harder for you to come back, and that's exactly what happened there for Code Xara.
Yeah, and you rightly pointed out, right when Ol got that venomous staff, you knew that things were going to be rough for Xara, right? I mean, the amount of heals and the sustain, they want that. But the venomous staff just limits all of that, and it made it really tough for them to take any sort of team fight. And once you're kind of falling behind, once they're taking those pickoffs, it was pretty much just crumbling in front of them, right? They had no answers to deal with the death ball that was AGG here.
Yeah, I mean, Death Ball, a Fur Ball, whatever you want to call it, right? Obviously, the Wild Rider into the jungle really played a really good, great key part of the pacing in the early game, right? And I feel like that was the main reason that was able to kind of maintain that gold lead, is because obviously the farm pacing of the Agudo. If you don't try and contest the Agudo at level 1 whilst trying to get that release, right? Because obviously once you knock the release off, which obviously just kind of enables Agudo just to kind of get one of those first camps a little bit faster, if you interrupt that, it goes onto cooldown, and then obviously that really kind of like blunders the pace potential there of the Agudo. So we saw none of that from Code Unknown Xara, so I feel like that may have been probably one of the reasons, or at least the start of the problems for Xara here. But let's look at the breakdown of these post games.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about that early game, or that the early lead that Turtle kind of had. I mean, with those first two, kills, they got the nice little play with the Tyrant. It was setting themselves up, but then the rest of them, they were like, oh wait, after that, we only got one other kill, and it was with It's Me. So this is a rough one, especially if we're looking at just the stats in a vacuum here. It just seemed like AG, it was more about the gold graph and how they were able to kind of compound that wealth with, taking all the net worth away, as well as just growing sizable and making it so difficult for Xara to really take any sort of team fight.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that though. 9k gold to about what, 4.6 there onto the side of Miyu there towards between these two junglers. Like, that's a day and night difference. And this just goes back to the point I was talking about before we got into the nitty gritty here. The meat and potatoes of game number 1, the post game, is that gold is really the important thing here for your team in terms of either comeback potential or just basically a snowball potential here, which is exactly what happened here for AG Global. They just snowballed all the way through that match. And obviously you point out the optimization there, that venomous stab for the side of Owl just really kind of mitigated any of that early game sustain. But he kind of looked towards Kitty as well. Kitty, when we saw the optimization in game, they went for the attack speed boots, which is obviously just going to kind of enable Agudo to have a bit more faster attack speed. It means they can clear the chems a little bit easier. But then when kind of things got a little bit more tough, right, they changed to the magic resistance. They got the Succubus cloak because they knew that Lu Bang's magic damage, the magic damage from Diadea, as well as the Lady Gen, could have been a threat to them, but they changed halfway through. So I feel like that's what kind of like, if you're not doing this in your ranked games at the moment, make sure you change your shoes before you go into the mud, right? Because that could be a difference of surviving a team fight or falling, and then that's where the stabilizers fall off the bike here. And if you're AG, you don't want that to happen, and it's definitely something that didn't happen if you look at that gold graph.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to wear those shoes, or change them before I enter the mud pit, but it looks like the MVP on this one is going to be Jia, the Beast. The amount of sustain, those controls, the setups. She was setting up everything for this one in terms of just getting those team fights going, and really why this Zhang Fei and the Beast and Jia is just so good on this hero.
I don't know. I feel like that's too many kills, man. 3 kills for a support. I mean, that's like kin level support, right? Like, he just wants to be a carry. It gets 3 kills. It should be 0, but the assists are definitely there, right? Obviously, 10 assists really shows you here that Jia is a fantastic support player on the side of AG Global. Regardless of that double kill into the early game, it did not make AG Global tilt one bit. They just came back even harder.
Actually, that was the most impressive thing, because it's like frustrating. You're trying to be aggressive in that bottom lane, and you gave up two kills, and then they go right back at it. They're like, actually, we're still strong. We know. But look at Syrium coming in with that Storm Strike, just the amount of setup, and then the rest of them. You have like this wombo combo, a CC galore team, and you're just able to just run it down, and you have no real way to continue fighting. You have, like, things are getting caught off, and look at Jia, the Umbrella Outburst, perfectly set up for yet another kill for Fire, who was just doing, like, what, 91,000 damage of the teams right there. It just was a serious nuisance for Xara here.
I mean, the one key part of this whole highlight for me is the team fight potential here onto the side of AG Global, right? Like, it's not just only the knockup from the Stampede, it's not only the knockup from the first skill of the Spark Mace, but it's also the knockup of the Gorge Mobilization. Like, that's where Gudo, the Wild Rider, really sort of like benefits into a team fight. If you drop that Gorge Mobilization, if you see the enemy team clump together and you just drop Verbal on top of them, that's a bit of airtime, but then the rest of your team to come through, especially when you got so much burst potential from the Xiao Qiao, the Breeze Heart, as well as Chicha. So I feel like if you look at their draft as a whole, it just had so much synergy that it was just so hard to counter into a team fight there for the side of Code Unknown Xara.
Yeah, the draft, the items, the play. I mean, Sirium right now, you knew that she was getting some tips from Xiang or just like how to be a better Byron in that top lane because her impact was there. She was stock steady, and that's what you kind of want from that Clash laner of just being able to put that pressure on. If you know that the Liu Bang is going to be in other lanes, it's me, then you have a free reign, right? And she was able to farm, she was able to get that control and to get the perfect angles to jump in. Also, Sirium, we do see you in the Clash lane as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic there. Obviously, like you said, learning from the masterclass there from Xiang. He is one of the best Clash leaders within the global esports scene as well. But soon we'll be underway here to the next game. Obviously, could potentially be match point here for AG Global, right? They do take blue side once again, so they are going to get that prior blue. But obviously, Xara once again faltering to the red side. So let's see if their red side can be a little bit more reactive to the draft this time.
Yeah, I think the draft going to the very end, the Liu Bang, I understand it, but like going up against a Byron, that's not the greatest of lane matchups. Plus, you're looking to kind of just pad the stats of just looking for that save. And it was great early, right, when they did make that 2 kills early, but it's a moment where you're kind of thinking, I need a little bit more from that. I need a little bit more control to kind of deal with this. But going up against a Byron who kind of destroys almost every single 1v1 matchup, it's going to be tough, right? So you need to kind of go back to the drawing board on this one. You have secondary pick. You have the potential to counter pick here.
I mean, you put it beautifully there, Hauler, right? Obviously, Byron, Clash Lane, 1v1s. There's not many names that generally go against the Byron very well, right? Obviously, the one off the top of my head is the Lu Bu, but it kind of feels like if you don't get that sort of like lane phase go in your favor, the Lu Bu towards any kind, especially if you're playing from behind, like obviously we saw towards there the Code Unknown Xara did, it kind of falls apart, right? Like, yes, you have the Tremble Mortals to try and get access into the backline, but the backline wasn't the issue there for AG Global in game number 1. It was the front line. It was trying to get that shut down and trying to stop any kind of potential knockup. But we are on to game number 2 draft here, ladies and gentlemen, with AG Global up with 1 point. Both sides staying on their respective sides here, blue and red. But now we can see both coaches here, Xiang and the coach for Xara here. The ban out of the Zhang Fei is going to be the call card here for the side of AG Global.
Smart. It's one of those things where you know the big team fights are going to happen. You got to take that away. Either you pick it yourself, which they did in game 1. They're going to be looking to ban it here to ensure that Code Unknown Xara doesn't get that one. That's super annoying to deal with. And I think that, you know, most teams are going to see like the evolution. This hero is completely back, right, on the map in terms of the meta. It is super annoying. And of course, they're going to ban out the Byron, another just big team fighter that just wants to be in your face. Again, just really 2 good bans by AG Global.
Yeah, fantastic bans here. They've taken them before. They've now taken them off of the Gorge for the side of Code Unknown Xara. But I feel like with the shirt and the higher ban here, it seems to me like OL is probably like one of the most untapped potentials here onto the side of AG Global, right? Because they seem to always go for her on those first 2 ban parts of the base, right? So mid lane being locked down here as well. Obviously, the Breeze Heart now goes over to the side of A on Xara, but they do get the Lung this time, which was obviously one of the first bans for AG Global. But when you're pairing that up against a Parasolar can use the Maple Dance to cancel out the heat from those Flaming Palms.
Yeah, the Lung has been kind of going back to the KIS4, and that's kind of where I look at in terms of just like the meta. It hasn't had the greatest amount of success thus far because most teams right now are really good at countering it. It is the #1 pick in the KIS4, obviously a little bit different than the Women's Series, but it's something to take note of is that teams have kind of solved it in terms of just being able to counter it. Zaxiao was one of them, the Nua is another good target there, but going into this, it looks like they don't care. They're going to go the Yang Jian Dolia, another 2 power picks from AG.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic combo through. Like you say, you're making a reference to KIS4 is the fact that the Yangjian, the Twilight, and the Sea Singer Dolia, this combo is scary, especially when you got such an eccentric backline here, like you do on the side of Code Unknown Xara. You've got the Lung, you've got the Breeze Heart, but most importantly, the good thing about having the Twilight and the Dolia is the fact you can get the refresh on that burst skill. So it's a great means to draw out that infinite vastness there from the Lung, which is probably like the calling card, right, of this hero into the farm lane. Is the fact that he's the only hero that can turn into a dragon and get out of a sticky situation. But when you have such a god mode beast on top of you, how would you get out of that situation when he's just constantly exhausting that resource?
Yeah, taking that away, I mean, it's just the Dolia has just been annoying to deal with. But the Lubu, they're going to be looking to go with that with AG Global on this one. And it looks like some of the fans here, they have some stars in mind in terms of who they really like in terms of players. But yeah, when you're seeing like AG Global just dominate the way that they've been playing, I mean, they're going to be more, they're going to get more stage time. They're going to have a lot more presence. So you're definitely going to be able to see just how strong this team is as well. So again, just I'm becoming a fan of AG Global as well.
Are you going to put one on your home screen? I mean, I'm not too sure if your significant other might be happy about that, Hauler, but we will leave that conversation for another day so we don't get a bloodbath on the camera when you do return back to the caster cams. But let's go back to the draft here. Let's focus zone in. The Dolia synergy has only furthered here by the side of AG Global, right? You have obviously the Lubu and Dolia combo, which we don't seem get a lot of spotlight, but the fact is you have two Tremble Mortals, right? So if you want a more frightful version of Twilight and Dolia combo, having those two Tremble Mortals just to climb onto the backline there and really do some damage, you can use this Unrivaled Warrior, the Lubu, to do that. But then you also have the synergy potentially here with the I Ching, the Boardmaster. What's better than one board? Two.
Yeah, and that could definitely add up, right? And I think that the biggest thing is that they have so many good alts on the side of AG Global, right? And then the fact that this Lubu, sometimes it's kind of lackluster in team fights because you miss the Tremble Mortals, or people just step out of it, and then they don't really fight into it. So it can be a little bit worrying, but now you have the Dolia, you have that Celestial Melody for a secondary Tremble Mortal to get on top or to get out if need be. You have a lot of options, and it makes your lineup way more flexible.
Yeah, to put it in layman's terms, for those that have never played Honor of Kings, Dolia is the Oprah of ultimates. You get an ultimate, you get an ultimate, you get an ultimate. So if you like to give over ultimates, if you're a giving and a selfless person, you want to be maining the Dolia, the Sea Singer. But this is game number 2 here for AG Global, going up against Code Unknown Xara. In terms of the draft here, Hauler, who's got your favor, right? Which horse are you betting on?
I mean, just in a vacuum, if I'm looking at this one, I think the Chicha Clash, we've seen this, you know, at the KIS4 just kind of dominate. It's completely been very aggressive. Then you have Menki and Jia Chao with some control. You have Lung, which is always going to be a stock standard, good farm laner. Lapu Lapu has a control galore, right? But I like that draft. But at the same time, AG, they have that potential with the board. They have the Tremble Mortals, which could be a problem. It's really going to come down to execution. I do like the players. I think mechanically, foundationally, AG Global are definitely, I would say, a little bit stronger. But draft-wise, I do like CU Xara here.
Yeah, I'm going to say the draft on the side of CU Xara is definitely, it's got its potential, right? Obviously, initiation-wise, you have the Dream Roam from the Monkey. You also have the Reef Heart Datu as well. You have to have some fantastic engage potential, but you feel like the Lubu was not just a synergy call here for the side of with the Dolia, right? The fact that the true damage is really going to wipe out Monkey, because I've played this before many times in rank. You think, okay, Lubu, that's fine. I can Dream Roam out of there, but he can just jump right on top of you and he rinses that shield that Monkey is known for.
Yeah. Could be a potential problem and a great pick here. I mean, it was one of the later picks for them, and understanding their assignments. This is why Xiang could be that, that edge. And having that draft edge is going to be key going into this game, because it's like all of the strengths that you're talking about from the CU side, and you rightly pointed out all of them, is that, I mean, the Menki, he wants to be tanky, but if he's getting burst through and you don't really have those shields, you're going to have a tough time here.
Massive tough time, because I mean that's the whole point of the monkey, right? Is just constantly getting that bubble up, getting that shield, your passive stacked up there. So not only do you kind of tank a little bit more, you also do a little bit more damage as well. But like I was saying, with Cirium on this Luke Boo, that true damage is definitely going to be a hard task for them to face here. But the one thing that It's Me does have going up against Cirium here into the top side of the map is the fact they do have a bit of range, right? So up until that level 4, you can kind of get away with escaping here. But now we are seeing Kitty, both all rotated top side of the map.
Yeah, doing a lot. And both flashes were used here, but the rest of AG Global were on their tails. They were going to do some serious damage in that top lane. So again, it looks like Feya is going to be recalling, just kind of slowing it down. You're trying to be aggressive. You want to get It's Me that space. This Chicha could be a problem from the Clash later, and you kind of want to just help accelerate that farm against Cirium. That was the thought process. But again, AG Global were like, okay, let's rotate ourselves and push out this lane.
To the depths you go!
Exactly. I mean, the Parasolar down to the bot side of the map here. Fire against Turtle. She's not going to have the hardest time, right? Obviously, just having that 1v1 potential there. Just as long as you can kind of mitigate those flaming palms with the Maple Dance, that's going to be the key here. Because obviously, you don't want to take too many of those here. But obviously, Feya coming from behind here, trying to get a bit of a gank.
Oh, but Fire just dancing around, understanding, hey, I'm actually fine. I have that mobility to stay alive. It was looking rough. Jiajiao was not really in position to help support, but the way that Fire was able to just maneuver around, and it was like Feng Shui with just everybody.
Yeah, very well synergized there. Obviously, just kind of playing one step ahead of your opponent, right? Knowing that you're kind of being aggressive there, but knowing that the enemy team's support is going to be nearby, right? That's just one of the mistakes that a lot of people make just generally with Honor of Kings. They feel like they get a free golden ticket into the bot side of the map and no one's going to contest them, and then all out of nowhere, you got the mid, the support right on top of you, and you die first blood. But that wasn't the case here for AG Global. They're playing with a steady head on their shoulders.
Yeah. I mean, that could be definitely a problem, right? A potential, because you want to limit that farm laner. Fire and Turtle are going to be targeted, right? If you take those guys away who are going to eventually carry you to that victory, potentially, you want to limit them, right? So you want to take that out. That bottom lane is definitely going to be key for them, but at the same time, now it's going to set things up for the 4-minute tyrant. This is another key factor of just being able to put that pressure in the bottom lane. Maybe you get a kill, open up a little space with a numbers advantage, and take that Tyrant early.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Tyrant early, it's something that obviously AG Global was able to do in game number 1, right? So definitely going to look to make sure that they get that progression, get that marker going for them. And to be honest, if you are code unknown Xara, that's something you don't want to allow happen, because currently right now you see AG with surmountable gold lead compared to that game number 1, and Xara doesn't have that double kill going for them in the favor before that 4-minute mark. So the pressure down to the bot side of the map that existed in game number 1 doesn't exist right now, Hauler.
And this is kind of the problem after losing that first game, right? You think that, you had a fighting chance, but now you've lost. You've tasted defeat, and it's very bitter. Nobody likes that. But at the same time, now you're playing a little bit scared. You're trying to play a little bit more stock standard, stay in your lane, just kind of help support, very reactive Honor of Kings. And if you're looking at what AG Global are doing, they're happily taking all of that space that's given to them. They've created a sizable lead already, and it's not even 5 minutes in. And now it's so tough for CU to kind of come back, because you have to force the issue in some way. But a nice little dream roll on the OL. They're not able to get her yet again, and she slides on out.
Such a slippery hero Parasolar is. I love seeing players that really know how to pilot this hero play. It's just a different kind of masterclass. But like you were saying, the board being committed here as well is really going to be pretty impressive here. It's trying to get the T1 takedown, and Feya has to get out. But can they get a bit of a kill here? The problem is the Tremble Mortal into the backline.
Oh, Kitty tried to hound it forward, not enough, and Feya just barely staying alive. Here's the Infinite Fastness, has to go back to the mid lane, but it looks like they've got a better target. Me, just try to run away.
Oh my goodness.
She's got enough shields, but it looks like Kitty's gonna go down. Turtle with first blood yet again, and looking to just go for more. No, AG Global are gonna run off now.
Yeah, that wasn't the first blood I was predicting there. I mean, you saw so many low health bars. 2 to be exact was Feya, and then Miyumi into the mid lane escape. And the one point I wanted to make as well is the fact before all that even took place, Miyumi's blue buff, the Azure Golem, got taken away there onto the side of AG Global. So when you're playing a monkey without a blue buff, it just makes it a little bit harder to maintain that shield. It keeps spamming that burst skill. But now they're able to try and get that back here. But there's Tremble Mortal in the back line.
Tremble Mortals on the back line. Serial finding it. Turtle not able to take off. And it looks like they're going to get even more as 3 members go down from Xara. AG Global, perfect engage. That's exactly how you want to win those team fights and give your team a sizable lead in the early game.
See, without the Dolia, that wouldn't have been a situation that Xara was be like, oh, okay, like, we've seen the Tremble Mortal enter the bot side of the map, we've got a bit of time to make a bit of a leeway. But now, instead of a leeway, he's got that Dream Arm out of there. The Twilight is not going to be able to take down Monkey once again. Miyumi is getting that out with just a little bit of a health bar, but also losing, once again, that Azure Golem. It was all thanks to that pressure that AG Fire created when that whole transaction was happening into that top to the mid side of the map, is that Fire was still contesting and putting pressure onto the Azure Golem, basically saying, hey, look, I'm going to take this if you don't come in kind of like, if you don't contest me, this is mine. And fortunately, it was enough for here for the side of AG Global to maintain the steal of that Azure Golem.
Taking that away was going to be great for them, but Miyumi surviving just barely a sliver of life twice, right? She is definitely playing with fire. Fire's on the other side. But it's a moment where you're kind of, you got to be super careful because those moments are going to be even far and fewer between. The Hound on 4, they find It's Me. They get the perfect pick. Kitty with a nice ambush there.
If it wasn't almost 6 a.m. in the morning here in the UK, I definitely would have made a howl noise there for the side of Kitty just diving onto the back line. A is the next victim, and then the T3 get takedown. Bot side of the map here.
Oh, the Dream Realm. They're not going to let her go this time, and they get yet another Kitty with a double, and they're just looking to end this game, and as just quickly as this game started, sub 8 minutes, they will take game number 2 in a hurry.
I don't think there's even a team here within Season 4 Invitational that can say they've had many 8-minute games, and AG Global come through and it's like, all right, bet, let's make an easy 8-minute game here for us. But we revisit that draft of game number 2, right? So game number 1 draft looks solid. Game number 2 draft, it's hard to fight against, especially with what you've got onto the side of Code Unknown Xara there. But I have to give effort, props where props due, right? Xara really did try there. They were able to get first blood once again, but it just really starts to translate here and kind of hits back home for those players that you see in your ranked games that seem to think that, oh, if first blood happens, it's not the winner or at least a statement piece for the game to be in your favor unless you have that gold lead and other resource leads going for you.
Yeah, just completely with that lead, that's like the biggest piece, right? It seems like, CU Xara really didn't have any answers for this Titan, this steamrolling death ball that was the AG Global lineup, and they were able to just control that out. But again, congratulations, they made a quick series of this one. It's 2-0, they will move on, and it looks like, we have some other teams. There's only 2 other teams that are still standing, but AG Global looking to be very, very formidable in terms of their opponent.
Oh, absolutely. Very formidable. I mean, I don't want to butcher the name, but I think it's Hive and then BTR, obviously by Vitality, will be the match tomorrow that we get to witness there. So that's going to be another interesting matchup that we will see here. But obviously, it is a 2-0 for the side of AG Global. So congratulations for those to becoming the first grand finalist for the Honor of Kings Women's Series number 3. So they are looking to maintain and defend their championships that they have defended so many times already within the Women's Series.
Yeah, very impressive win. Just very clean. And I have to say, I got to give props to also Siang, Coach Siang on this one, because the drafts were pretty good. It didn't seem like there was any sort of weakness or any sort of, misplays, because this is a well-oiled machine. They seem to understand what they need to do to ensure that no team can kind of really compete with them. And in a subpar, a sub 8-minute game, that's an amazing one, right?
I mean, even with Siang there as well, it feels like that the players on the side of AG Global here seem to be a bit of a self-autonomous locomotive, it seems. Like they were just pretty much like it seemed like it was just on autopilot the way they were playing the game. I couldn't really falter any decisions they were making, right? Like they were obviously with the C Singer as well as Kitty onto the Trialite. They were always pretty much rotating together, which is obviously a good point when you are playing the Yangjian and the Dolia combo, and then Parasola having that advantage for herself into the bot side of the map, regardless of the support player on the side of Code Unknown Xara being constantly down that side of the map. She was happily taking that 2v1 scenario, and then obviously into the mid lane. Oh well, if anything got too pressured for the side of Fire onto the side of AG, she would rotate down and give over a little bit of a helping hand, a little bit of a buddy system there for the side of AG Global. But this is going to be the post-game analytics here, and the one that sits out to me here once again is either Kitty or Sirium here with that double kill onto the Lubu.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's got to be Kitty, right? I mean, the 3-1-2, I mean, at the same time, I'm looking at her because it's like, oh, she had the most kills, but she had that one death. That's unacceptable, man. I think Xiong should be doing some yelling. No, I'm just kidding. Kitty had a great game. Her hounds forward with the Yangjian, always in the back line, and just a lot of damage. And CU Xara just were not online to really compete with this Yangjian. They really struggled on this one.
Yeah, really struggled, but what wasn't a struggle here was Fire with that 38k damage dealt. Like we saw, obviously, itemization-wise, going for the typical Spark Forge and the Doomsday here really kind of made the uncontested Parasola even more of a problem for the side of Code Unknown Xara. I mean, the closest persons to that was A and Turtle onto the side of Xara here, but still not really getting anything for or translating that damage into anything successful, right? Other than that first blood that we saw onto Kitty, that's the only time we start to see a bit of a comeback potential there for Xara. But at that moment in time, just like this gold graph is proven, is the fact that the gold was always in the favor of AG Global. And when the gold is in your favor, it's a hard game to lose.
Yeah, very, very aggressive. And the way that they were even able to play from behind or giving up first blood, things are looking bad. But AG Global are like, okay, let's just continue to farm, put our heads down. We're going to continue to be aggressive. Let them react to us. And you're kind of seeing that in the gold graph where, it seemed like Miumi was trying to kind of, get into the lane, but she was getting zoned away. She was being poked and prodded and just like being forced to just recall back. And AG Global just made them pay with all of the space. And you see that this net worth just continuing to grow in their favor.
Yeah, so much monopoly onto the side of AG Global, but it's going to be the MVP OL into the mid lane here onto the Boardmaster and Yixing with that 105 KDA. So the impressive part, obviously, this player was obviously the utility of those boards, really capturing the team fight for AG Global. And obviously you're going to see into the highlights some beautiful boards paired up with that Tremble Mortals from the Unrivaled Warrior here. Obviously first blood almost fell onto the side of AG Global on this brawl, but it actually turns into Code Xara's only real victory here. But there it is, the board, Tremble Mortal into the backline. When you feel you're safe, you are stuck between a rectangle and a square, and that is the sign of death when you are Code Unknown Xara.
Yeah, and actually with that board perfectly locking them in, it makes it so easy to do the Tremble Mortals right on top, right? And here comes when Kitty is online, she gets to the back line with those hounds. There was really no real way to deal with them. Space created, and they just roll it down this bottom lane. And again, CU Xara at this point were reeling. They were just trying to stay alive, gasping for air, not able to find it as AG Global just too strong in the end.
Too strong in the end. I mean, you can see on the top side of the map there as well that Serium was taking that 2v1 against the Repart Datu as well as the Aween Lung there. And it's just like, you know what? I'm happy to take that 2v1 if we take the Crystal. And this is another thing that we've been seeing pretty much of a tale within Season 4 Invitational, is the fact that the teams aren't scared to lose a death if it means they get something greater. And at that point, they didn't even lose the death of the Serium there. She was just there, just constantly just taking the attention away from the side of Code Unknown Xara for them to get the crystal. So that's another well played there from AG Global. And they do make it into the grand finals where they will either meet Hive or BTR by Vitality not tomorrow, but in 3 days' time.
Yeah, it's actually going to be interesting to see how that one plays out as well, because right now, if you're watching the game and you're thinking, hey, AG Global, how do we solve this puzzle? It's like, okay, first blood's not enough, first tyrant's not enough, second kill in the game also not enough. Like, there are so many things like they were trying from the early game standpoint, and they were just so cool, calm, and collected. Like, you saw that even on cams. Like, yeah, they were smiling and giving, to the cameras, but they were really not worried whatsoever, right? And that's the biggest thing going into them. So congratulations to them, but that's going to be it here for the women's series. We're going to be going in with the Tri-Nation class, but after this break.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganten datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Del spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank medley. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai jasana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni yang ku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan
Next stop.
It's our time.
So Showdown.
Malaysia boleh.
Laban Pilipinas. Indonesia bisa.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 4 Invitational Jakarta, Indonesia. We are going to be back with the Tri-National Showdown. So we've just had the Honor of Kings Women's Series semi-finals. AG Global took a 2-0 victory over Code Unknown Xara. But now we're going to get a bit of a pride and fun match here between the Tri-National teams. I am Blam, but now joined with me is your favorite kind of tofu. It's Mr. Kin Dofu.
Hello, hello. It's going to be a fun one. So, Tri-National Clash. This one, I think we haven't had the chance to cast it yet. And now, all three teams super stacked. We have friendly faces, familiar faces as well from all three regions. This is the Malaysia region against the Indonesia region, as well as the Philippines region. So, three big teams, a lot of story behind it. We've played with, I think, almost every talent in each region, so I'm curious to see how they perform in this three-way triangular battle.
Exactly. We're collecting them like Pokemon, aren't we? We're like, hey, let's see how many people we can play with, because we don't get many choices to choices and chances to play with them. Especially me being all the way over in the Great Britannia there. Obviously, lag is not my best friend, so when I am in these offline events, it's always great to play with as many of these influencers and players as possible. But yes, this is going to be one of those pride kind of showdowns, but there's still a little bit of fun as well, right? Like, if you've been keeping your eyes on the Honor of Kings channels, you've been seeing that there has been some not only tri-national showdowns, but some of these crazier casting styles where we've had like 6 people cast in the same game, just absolutely just grilling and cooking each other for the pride of their nation.
Yes, so we're the neutral party. This time they come with a fair judgment of what's coming on. Whether it's truly fair, we don't know, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun for this one. Now, I'm super curious because I believe we all have tried this mode for ourselves, and I think the idea behind it is kind of different. So when I play, it's more of like, can we get a lot more wave clear and then we can start pushing the turrets? But I have been felt to compositions where everyone is like, let's just go damage, let's just go for kills, and then once there's no one on the map, essentially you get the free turrets.
Yeah, I think everything goes out the window in this mode, because it's not 5v5, it's 5v5v5, so no matter what happens, it's kind of just like, do you go for the conventional meta? Does the conventional meta work anymore? Because there's no longer 3 lanes, it's literally just a triangle, and then everybody meets in the corner where everybody is trying to kill each other, everybody's trying to take their enemies' towers, and this is where they get that victory as well, right? So the way that this mode works, if you haven't actually delved into the Tri-National Clash here, or the showdown of the 5v5v5, is that you get morale points, commander tokens, by getting the takedown of the enemy heroes and the enemy turrets. The first team to get 100 morale gets to trigger the final showdown. What happens in the final showdown? The final showdown now becomes a 1v2. So you are having 2 nations go up against 1 nation, and that 1 nation has to keep a hold of their ground for 90 seconds to win this match. So it is a little bit hectic, but it's going to be so much fun.
Yes, it is. And of course, you can collect the points and tokens, or you can destroy the crystal, which I don't think we've seen yet, right? At the same time, how did we decide this 2v1 is based on the points. So if you're the leader after a certain amount of time, you will unfortunately be placed in a situation where it's a 2v1. So this is where all the different strategies, tactics, do you really want to take the lead? Or are you so confident that your 5 are the strongest that they can do a 5v10? Who knows? We will find out later.
Exactly. I mean, it's all the way down to Spa Tanker. I feel like it might be like a 1v10 at one point for the side of Malaysia, maybe. But it's going to be quite fun, obviously, for those that are quite tuned in with not only the Honor of Kings Esports, but also the creators that we have here and also influencers. You're going to be seeing some very familiar names on all these teams, especially, obviously, the likes of Noel being the manager of Team Nova before, but also, obviously, actively streaming on TikTok. Obviously, you have Spa Tanker as well, actively streaming on YouTube. Plenty of influencers, plenty of skill as well within this one. But we're going to go into the player introduction now, ladies and gentlemen, so get you a little bit more familiar with the players.
Victory!
And there, as you can see from that video, is a bit of a juicy rundown of the rules, right? But here is a static. If you get a little bit too distracted about the colors, the characters, the skins, if you destroy the crystal is your first means here, which, like Ken said, it's a lot harder than you think. Or you defeat heroes and destroy towers to get commander tokens to boost your morale for your team. The first team to reach 100 morale triggers the final showdown, where all remaining teams with lower morale unite to form an alliance. Maintain that lead for 90 seconds to claim your victory. And we always talk about this, Kim, right? When we get CC'd in Honor of Kings for 1 to 2 seconds, it feels like a lifetime. So 90 seconds is going to feel like an eternity here for that winning team trying to hold on to their ground.
Yeah, exactly. It's like doing a plank, right? I mean, that 30 seconds feel like 30 days. And at this point,
yes.
This is going to be a long 90 seconds for whoever is trying to maintain the lead. And of course, the three people responsible, Mr. Chano, Mr. Sapai, as well as Mr. Aleph here, the three of them looking to bring victory for their nations. And I think this is going to be really cool. You will take a look at the game and the players in each team itself. My curiosity is what kind of strategies do we go for? Because in my experience of Tri-National Clash, it has always been, let's just go and take the lead and we keep our lead. That's it. That's my game plan.
Yeah, just run to a corner and just hope that you can keep your lead, right? Just run away from the enemy team and just hope they don't take like a heavy CC draft that can lock you into place. But I feel like when I was watching some of the hectic casts with all 6 casters on there, it's like you were seeing comps that were really sort of like diving into the 2 marksman meta as well. So really kind of like maybe not going for a clash lane per se hero, maybe trying to lock in like 2 marksmen so they have a bit of a front line, but then also have all the firepower from the mid as well as these 2 marksmen.
That's right. And I think one of the things that might be kind of a fun part is that you don't get to pick your heroes per se, right? It's given to you, and if you want to change to a new hero, you have to use your in-game currency to reroll, right? Don't worry, it's not the ones where you have to spend actual money, it's the diamonds, but you know, you might not get the hero that you want. So I'm curious to see whether they're gonna make do, or do you really want to keep rolling the dice to the point where, okay, this is the hero that I want, and this is what is going to net us the win.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is all in on red. All in on red. That's all I'm hearing here. It's a bit of a gamble for some of these players. It's like, you know what? Let me just try and lock in. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see some of these players and what they do get handed to them, because obviously not everybody that's on this stage is going to have the same kind of like hero pool vastness as we see from the competitive players per se. So obviously players that come to mind is Spartanka. We know he loves Charlotte. We know he loves the Duan. We know Momo loves the Zhangfei, but will they get those kind of heroes? But we're going to head to the stage first, to the host, to introduce this Tri-National Showdown.
The Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4.
Now tomorrow, we'll have the grand finals for the Honor of Kings Women's Series. But for now, it's time for the exciting part, Rookie. It's going to be the Tri-Nation Showdown.
So let's welcome them one by one, starting from Team Malaysia.
Hello, Team Malaysia! All right, everybody, introduce yourselves.
Hello, my name is, nama saya Alif Irfan. Saya adalah team captain untuk Malaysia.
Hello guys, apa khabar kepada semua? So I'm Noel representing Malaysia. We are here to prove that Malaysia is the stronger region in HOK Global, no matter pro player or KOLs.
Hai, nama saya Nick. Jadi kat sini kita orang belum agak nervous. Jadi nervous tapi Malaysia di sini siap membantai semua.
Assalamualaikum Indonesia. Nama saya adalah Adam dan saya shoutcaster dari Malaysia. Dan saya di sini untuk mengharumkan nama negara Malaysia. Malaysia boleh.
Hello, nama saya Lokman. Saya rasa game ni easy. So, let's go!
Let's go, Malaysia! You guys are so great, you know? You continue to impress us all the time in Honor of Kings. So, Alif Irfan, you know, it's safe to say that the other countries, Indonesia and the Philippines, will target you guys because you guys just have a different level of skill. What are you going to do to prevent that from happening?
Alright, thank you for the question. Soalan yang menarik. Kami telah menjangkakan tim-tim lain akan memburu kita orang, will hunting us. But kita orang the best region in HOK. Malaysia is the best region in HOK. Jadi, kalau you guys cari kita orang akan smash your heads down. Kepecahkan kepala korang semua. Ya, Malaysia boleh.
Okay, so I'm going to translate for Mr. Alif. He said that he knows that every region is going to go for Malaysia, but they're not afraid, and they're going to break down everyone and smash their heads down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
That is so scary.
But Noel, I know you're a former Nova Esports manager and player, so you're dominating in CS4 right now. And what do you think should the Philippines and Malaysia expect from you and your team, since the Nova Esports is a very dominating team right now? And what's your message to your opponents today?
I think Nova Esports will be the champion of Invitational S4, so I'm very confident to it. And I think the Philippine team and the Indonesian team also improved a lot, but Malaysia is still the strongest one.
Wow.
Malaysia continues to prove that. But you know, Noel, I just have something quick to say. You have gained fans from all over the world. Your face has spread throughout. Can you look at the camera and give your best smile, Noel? All right, let's focus on her and just show her cute smile. Because you gained fans from the Philippines and Indonesia. So I wish you guys luck. And you guys may now take your seats. Go ahead. All right. And now, introducing Team Philippines. Hello, Team Philippines. How you guys doing?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Chano, introduce yourselves one by one.
I'm Chano Ventura, leader of the team. I'm super strong and handsome.
Super strong and handsome. Wait, before we move on to the next one, take off your glasses and show them how handsome you are. Take it off. And then give your best look, okay? Okay, okay. That's Chano for you.
Hello, my name is Miko Pobia, and to Team Indonesia and Team Malaysia, I just want to say I wish you all a good luck. You guys need that.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Casey Bay, social media influencer in Philippines, representing Team Chano, and masarap pa rin ang pansit canton ng Pinas.
The
Hello,
noodles in
guys.
the Philippines taste good. That's what she said.
Hello guys, I'm Dilar, and I just want to say, kami nanti, bantay, duwa negara niya.
Wow!
Dilar, what does that mean, Dilar?
Kami siap.
Kami siap.
What does that mean?
Lihat aja nanti.
Translate it for us, Dilar.
He said that they're gonna beat everyone in their other regions. Wow!
Up next.
Hi guys, I'm Shay from Team Chano International, Laban Pilipinas.
Laban Pilipinas. All right, now we're gonna talk to the captain. Chano, you're distracting me with your looks. You know, they say that you are just as strong and handsome, just like the hero in Honor of Kings. Let's take off your glasses so you can see, everyone can see how good looking you are. Oh my gosh, you're distracting me. All right, Chano, this Tri-Nation clash is different from the normal mode. So how did you guys prepare for this? Because it's something new and it's something different. How is the preparation like?
I'm very preparing this game. I'm sleep 24 hours.
You're preparing, but you went to sleep for 24 hours. Okay, that's a good strategy. So you're refreshed. You're refreshed. All right.
So Shay, you're one of the most experienced influencers in battling others. Like, do you have any messages to your opponents considering your rapping background, especially to Malaysia and ID regions?
Roses are red, violets are blue.
Okay.
Philippines #1, Malaysia and Indo #2.
Okay. I'm Indo, bro.
You're #2.
Thank you so much. We're so excited to see you play. You may now take your seat, Team Philippines. That's fun, Rookie. I love seeing the fun side of these players. And here we go. Up next, the last team.
Yep, we're gonna welcome Team Indonesia!
Team Indonesia. Let's pass the mic. All right, Team Indonesia, introduce yourselves.
Halo semua, aku Pai. Aku kapten dari tim Hokkien.
Hello everyone, I'm Pai and I'm from Hokkien. That's the translation.
Halo semua, aku Momo-chan. Tapi mau bilang Pai, kita boleh nggak sih bilang nice try duluan ke Malaysia dan Philippines? Boleh.
She said that she could say nice try to all the other regions because they're gonna dominate them. Wow.
Halo, aku Mika dan aku perwakilan dari Indonesia untuk 3 Nation Clash.
Hello everyone, I'm Mika and I'm from Indonesia and I'm representing Indonesia in Nation Clash.
Halo, aku Wankur. Kita siap bantai-bantai 2 negara ini ya.
Oh, hello, I'm Wankur and I'm ready to beat every nation down today. Wow.
Halo, nama aku Abang Rul. Jangan galak-galak ya karena kita bisa lebih galak.
Oh, hello, my name is Abang Rul and please don't be scared because we're gonna be more scary to you guys. Wow.
Now let's talk to the team captain, Sir Pai. It's nice to see you again. I see you everywhere. Every HOK event, all over the world, you're always there. And now you have a chance to bring pride to Indonesia. How does it feel to be representing Indonesia again?
I'm happy. Actually, it's been an honor to have opportunity represent Indonesia multiple times. Yeah, I'm happy.
And who are you gonna target? Because Sir Pai, I know that you have the guts to tell the truth, to say what's on your mind. So between the 2 nations, which one are you looking forward to crushing the most?
Of course, Philippines.
Philippines.
Yeah,
right?
because we know each other with Blar and Chano. Yeah, be careful, man.
Do you want to say something to Chano right now?
Chano will meet in the same lane, okay?
Chano, he's challenging you.
Don't run.
Don't run.
Oh, but for Momo-chan, you are representing not only Indonesia, but you're representing Indonesia HOK talents. Do you have any choice of words, especially to your co-talent, Adam Spark Tanker, considering you are already best friends for a long time? Are you going to lock him? Are you going to beat him down today?
Okay, not only for Spark Tanker, nggak cuma buat Spark Tanker, but everyone from Philippines and also Malaysia, untuk semua Philippines dan juga Malaysia. If you see me, just run, okay?
Whoa!
You better run when you see Momo-chan. Thank you so much, and we're so excited to get the Tri-Nation Clash started. So here we go. Casters, masuk!
And we are back after seeing all 3 teams. So let's reintroduce them again. Obviously, their team name for Malaysia is going to be Team Gas, and that is from represented by Noel as Spartanker. We have Ifran as well as Lukman as well as Anik as well, representing Malaysia. Malaysia Boleh with this one.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And this is their next challenger from the Philippines, the Chano Squad International, represented by Dela, Mycophobia, Chano himself, Shei, as well as Casey Bay. This will be interesting because we've already seen Chano Squad International play before. I think they're pretty good at the game, but are they good at the Tri-National Clash?
Yes, Laban Pilipinas, and we're going to have the final nation here, and it's Team How Can. I'm not too sure how they got it with that name, but it is going to be represented by Momo-chan, Wanker, Pei, and we have Abang Rul, and then also Mika Liet as well, representing Indonesia, and obviously they're going to be going for it, so Indonesia bisa.
Okay, so you know they obviously have a lot of reasons to want to beat each other. But let's take it from our perspective. Who do you think is the strongest team here?
I don't know, man. I don't know if Malaysia can come through with this one. You know, like this is a completely different kind of format. Like, I mean, we can be like you said in the introduction here, Ken. We can be completely non-biased because we hold no kind of bearing here. Our flags are completely different. Let's just say, obviously, Britain would rule all, but that's me just saying my piece. But honestly, right now, between these teams, I mean, they have some star-studded players, right? I mean, some of these talents do play this game a lot, to maybe not to the level as the pro players. They play Honor of Kings quite a fair bit. So I feel like it's definitely a even Stevens with this matchup.
Actually, I find this setup pretty cool, right? Like it's a Sova setting, and then we have the 3 regions seated right beside each other. Technically, you could, you know, zip in over, take a look at their phones.
yeah. Just peer over the sofa. Like, hang on, what are you picking? Let me see what you're going for here. What's the game giving you? Let's see what the RNG's going for.
Yeah, that would be quite funny. And of course, Sir Pai, I think we have a lot of history between him, Chano, and Dilar as well. The three of them have met on multiple occasions across the world in HOK. And right now, it's a time to really, do their heads in. This is the place to do it because it's going to be messy, it's going to be chaotic, but most of all, it's going to be fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the most violent team there was obviously Malaysia, right? Obviously, those closing words saying they're going to smash people's heads in. I mean, let's hope that there's going to be enough referees on the stage to actually tackle somebody if they do decide to go for the violent act here when they do get taken down. But the sofas should be a little bit of a bit of a relaxing theme here for these teams, just to kick back. I feel like some recliners are in place here, so people can't just jump out the seats and go for one another.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously everyone is commenting about Momo in the comments itself. So let's take her statement out. Would you run if you see Momo in lane? Because I won't.
I mean, it's gonna be hard to see Momo anyway. She's small, right? So it's kind of like it seems like the brushes would cover her. Like naturally, yes, you cannot be seen in the brush, but I feel like Momo would just have an extra tier of just like invisibility there because she is so small. But I'm pretty sure, like they say, with small dogs, they are very angry, very aggressive.
Very fierce, right? And of course, we love you, Momo, as well as Adam's Spa Tanker here. I'm curious because we know what they're like on the casting desk, and we also know what they're like in games, but it's ranked games because we have played ranked with each other, and I think we've done multiple fun modes as well. But this tri-national clash, we haven't seen them play just yet.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be definitely a treat, a bit of a surprise for some of the viewers at home and at the stage in Jakarta, Indonesia. But yeah, I mean, the one point that we obviously like to make out here as well is obviously there's one creator on stage that likes to play this on mouse and keyboard. So how is it going to fare when his two thumbs are the only things he can use? Mr. Spa Tanker, spotlights on you.
Yeah, well, okay, so for our viewers that haven't really interacted with Adam before, when Adam streams, he streams on his PC, so he actually uses his keyboard and mouse to play most of the time. So I feel like Malaysia now, for this portion, has a little bit of a, I don't know whether it's a weakness or a strength, because who knows, maybe he was hiding and pretending all along, and he's gonna show up on the gorge here.
Yeah, it's something that's completely holding him back, not actually like pushing him down. It's a secret untapped potential here for the side of Spartak. I mean, to be fair, if he could play Charlotte to that level with a mouse and keyboard, I mean, two thumbs is going to be a little bit easy, you think, right? Obviously, there's less kind of moving parts. There's no WSAD. You literally are just securing your two thumbs onto that screen, especially with the sponsor phone, the Infinix GT30 Pro. I feel like maybe it could be Malaysia's calling card here. Their secret weapon could be Spartanker.
Okay, secret weapon. I have one member on the Chano Squad International I want to talk about, and that's Casey Bay, right? Also, for me, I know her as Baylut. She was supposed to buy me Balut in Philippines, but it never happened. So I feel she's also the secret weapon. If you haven't gone and watched her streams as well, she's pretty good. So I'm curious to see what she's going to bring to the table for Chano Squad International in this particular mode, because it's a do or die. There's only one game, one round, and then they get to play a second set tomorrow. And that will determine the final scorings and the points, because down here, the points do matter.
Oh, absolutely. Like we were saying in the introduction, for those joining into the stream right now and having never played the tri-national mode here, it's not all about just getting kills and getting crystals. Obviously, crystal takedown is one way you can win this game mode, but the other way you can do it is by getting some kills, getting the tower takedowns, and getting the commander tokens that do drop onto the gorge. And the first team, the first nation to get the 100 morale do trigger the final showdown, which within that moment, the losing two teams, or the lesser two teams that don't have the 100 morale, become an alliance to try and dethrone the team that has to hold their ground for 90 seconds with that 100 morale. So it's going to be interesting to see who actually procs that final showdown first, and if it will be the only final showdown proc in this match.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's quite a few things that will come into play here, because if you take a look at what's happening, one of the explanations of the rules is that actually if you funnel all the kills into one of your teammates, if that guy gets shut down, you throw out extra tokens and that gives you more morale. So ideally, you would want to share, the kill score with your teammates so that the shutdown isn't too big.
Yeah, you don't want a prize pony, right? You don't want to see somebody at the back line holding on to like 50 tokens and then it's like, all right, bet, let's all go for this one person. They are going to wish they didn't collect so much, which for me, to be honest, when I play sort of like other kind of like dungeon crawler kind of games, I am the guy that guns for the loot. So if I was in this game mode, you better bet your sweet penny that I would take all those tokens and just be hiding my best way possible until we get that 100 tokens and trigger the showdown at least.
Yeah, you just take the kills, take the tokens, and then run back to the crystal.
Just run for the tokens. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no recall in this game mode, so you can't recall. You have to go back and manually walk, take a slow trudge back to your crystal, and just hide there, hoping that no one comes to take your life.
Hey, it's okay. I'm from the UK. We walk every place. So you know what? A walk back to the base is not going to be a task for me here. I feel like it might just be part of my day-to-day. But yeah, I guess it's going to be a hard one, right? Because obviously it depends on what the game gives you in terms of the heroes that you get to pick, right? Because obviously it's not like you get to pick from all of the heroes that are available on Honor of Kings right now. You get a roulette, and obviously you can change that roulette and then change up the hero that you are selected here. But it's only going to be a finite amount of heroes here that can be selected, so you may be very unlucky and actually not get a hero that you are well versed in. So that's also going to be one of the mechanics that could be a big variable for some of these players.
You know what? I hope that all three teams, they just send one representative and we have a three-way fight in the middle of the map. Like we get Casey Bay, we get Noel, and then we get Momo-chan. The three of them just fight at one point.
Get the claws out, Let's hear some going on, like a bit of a throwback for Hall making growls on the KIC 2025 desk there. You can have some meows and some angry cat noises from Blam. Very well versed within the cats, but we should be getting onto the Tri-National Clash Showdown very soon. But there you can see, I don't think we've seen that many players on stage before at all. I feel like this is like history in the making here, kid.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And to have Sofas as your, I think Sofas definitely much more comfortable. And although their faces are very serious, I think they're gaming in comfort at this point. Like I would love to game on the sofa. I game on the sofa all the time. So this will be interesting to see. The only thing I would think that's really awkward when you're sitting on the sofa is if you're not at the end. If you're right smack in the middle, like where do you put your elbows, right? Like how do you support your phone?
You've just got to hope that you're sat next in between two very selfless people, right? They're aware that your elbows need a little bit of rest, or you might be just the unfortunate person who sits between people who don't care. There's completely spreading out and like, you know what? It's my space. I took it here. I was here first. It's now my shoulder rest. But I do envy these people, these players sitting on sofas, because recently I've moved and I'm sat on a stool that has no back support. So I'm really jealous here. So whoever loses, you don't get my sympathy here, So there you go. That's my piece.
Oh, I know, Blam. I want to add one rule. If you're taken out of the game, for the duration that you're out of the game, you have to sit on the floor. And then
oh wow!
The other people get to occupy your seat.
That might actually cause some medical conditions, right? People might get piles, so I don't think we should promote that one just yet. We'll have to get that verified with obviously the higher ups, but maybe sit on your hands for 5 seconds or something like that, maybe.
You can't touch your phone for the entire time that you're down.
Yeah.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, you can't give intel, you can't kind of overview, you have to sit on your hands and act like a child that's just been told off here. But as you can see, obviously, all the teams here, they're all mic'd up. It looks like they're starting to get ready onto the screens here as well. Spartanka's like, hey, there's no Dune, there's no Charlotte, I'm pretty much done for.
No, there's no mouse, there's no keyboard.
Yeah. How do I sign this for WSAD?
No, we're just joking, of course. Oh my goodness. This is quite refreshing. And I think, they're at the point where they're kind of selecting their heroes, right? And everyone's kind of spitting and making sure that, hey, I want the hero that I want. But there is, of course, a time limit based on like what heroes you're able to pick. And let's see if they really get their preferred choice, because this is a random pick. You have to spin continually on the dice to get a new hero.
It's like the gotcha of game modes, isn't it? It's like, hey, we've got to play gotcha with the heroes that we get. That's pretty crazy, but here we go. Obviously, we're changing screens here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we have got the picks already up on the board here. So very interestingly, we have the Milady, the Alessio, the Zia for the side of the Philippines up here as well. Also seeing some Ganemo action on here. So a lot of ranged heroes so far entering this one. But this is going to be the tri-national showdown, ladies and gentlemen, between Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So let's get into this one. Let's see who comes in on top and who's going to form an alliance.
Yeah, you know what? Just off the bat, I feel like Malaysia's lineup is just pretty good. Jumping in here from the side of... Oh, okay, Momo-chan is actually quite aggressive here with the Lapu Lapu, with the Ripat Datu as well. So, my eyes are actually on the Mungya here, right? The loose cannon. I'm curious because with the ultimate, I think you can actually get quite a bit of value across the map.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're hitting 10 other players, not just 5, right? Like, that's going to be a lot of missiles being placed there from the Monkey.
That's going to be first blood. Momo is going to be taken down. And you know what? I think, nobody is listening to her. They don't want to run away.
No, they're doing the opposite. It's clearly opposite day here for the HOK Tri-National Clash here. They're like, you know what? Let's actually not take the advice from Momo. Let's just fight her head on. But being head on is taking these couple blades head on going to be a good thing here for the Philippines.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, it looks like they're doing okay, right? Because they have the healing deals here. Now, the healing deal is kind of different, because this healing deal doesn't just heal you, it heals your teammates as well. But it only heals after a set period of time. So you do well.
So you got to kind of rush in. You got to be the bit of a despair for your team. Like, make sure we proc it at the right time. Don't be jealous or selfish with it. But that's going to be another takedown there for Malaysia. That's going to be the takedown of the Liam Po onto the side of the Philippines there.
Yeah, it's funny because they get the takedown, but you know what? It's the Philippine channel squad that actually coming in hot at the bottom side of the map here. Now on the other end, I think it looks pretty clear, right? It's IDPH versus MY at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, like, the fact is that PH have got that Milady. I mean, you just saw there, that turret took so much damage. And I feel like that's probably one of the better heroes into this game mode, is you have such a great siege hero coming through here that if you take the eye off the prize, then the pressure gets put onto your turret. That's it. It's pretty much over there. But, I mean, played a very good here is going to be the Liam Pogue here. So Mycophobia actually being really well played, putting the pressure on, just kind of like burst ramming in, getting the CC, getting back out, and then just waiting for the prime moment of here. But Casey Bay taking too many of those couple blades there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Team Malaysia may have a new phobia after this game. And it looks like it's pretty good, right? Very nice movement coming in from the PH squads here, as the jump in from Mycophobia. Not going to hit too much damage. In fact, he takes quite a lot, but thankfully, they have the Milady here, you know, with the Mecha Boss. She's quite a menace, especially in this mode as well. But right now, I think Team Malaysia are actually doing well, holding their own against two different aggressions coming in.
Oh yeah, they're fighting on two fronts here as well. But I mean, to be honest, the Philippines aren't too far behind. They're only 2 points behind, whereas Indonesia is currently trailing behind by the top prize around about 4 points so far. So not quite doing too well for themselves here. But I do have to say, I like the pickup of the Ambrosa, so coming here for the side of Indonesia. So Pei, we have to kind of just use that. Oh my goodness, invincibility, just get a takedown. But oh my goodness, Alessio goes night-night, but here could be crucial.
Oh my god, Phobia! Yeah, there was a huge jump, and here comes the Ravenous as well, and this is going to be good. Delar actually, you know what, he's pretty strong now. 1v1, he's a big monster to deal with, and they managed to push him away, but don't actually get the life. But in terms of damage, they've done quite a lot, right? Team Malaysia's bottom side turret, T1, actually looking kind of bad at this point. It's pretty low. And right now, in terms of points, somehow our dear ID squad, Team Haokan, they have managed to tie up with Team Garcia. And I think this is great for the side of ID. Momo-chan, okay, I think they have to start respecting her.
maybe they will fear her now, but I feel like it is going to be the Shadow Plume that's able to kind of just drive away and clear out the mini wave pretty quickly here. But to be honest, on the side, like the bottom part of the map here for Malaysia, there's so much range coming through, right? Obviously, not only you got Breeze Heart, you've got the Smith and Blade as well, just constantly just throwing blades at you. It's not a situation you want to be in if you are the Philippines, who are currently trailing behind here by 4 points. And now, like you were saying, kid, Indo and Malaysia, they are pretty much tied neck and neck. So it seems to be a bit of a battle for the top supremacy here.
Yeah, but if they get this turret here, Mycophobia, he's gonna try and jump in on the backlines so they can get that T1 turret. Great strategy, and they're gonna back off. They need to back off now, right? Come on, move away. And with that, look, 1 T1, they're now 19 points. So Team PH sneak from behind and take away the lead from both Malaysia as well as Indonesia.
Yeah, very well played there. They had their eyes on the prize, right? They were playing the slow game. They was like, you know what? We have the Milady. Let's keep pushing here. We do see Noel actually struggling to get away here on the Dream Wanderer, the Dream Weaver. But now it's going to be a takedown onto Malaysia.
Okay, that one is for ID here, and it looks pretty good. It's a 2v4. Oh, nice knockup from the side of Team Malaysia, but it's not going to work out too much here. In fact, they have to give away that T1 at the top side as well, and everyone seems to be bullying Team Malaysia. Team Gas, what's going on, man?
Is it Malaysia Bully or Malaysia Bully? You know, right? Like they are getting bullied right now between the two nations. And Indonesia definitely ahead with around about a good 10 points from the Philippines here. They are definitely putting in the work, and there definitely seems to be an already kind of unconfirmed alliance.
Yeah, I think it's really also because of the takedowns, right? If you take a look at what Team ID has been doing. Oh, now they have to... Ooh, very nice knockup from the side of the mid lane. I think that was Mikalet here doing pretty good job here. And PH, they want to try for something more. At this point, the one taking the lead is going to be Team Indo with 35 points. And this is the chance for Team Gas, right? Team Malaysia, this is the time to take the T1. They have been left really open. The T1 is open for the taking because Team Malaysia, Team ID and Team PH, they're kind of like taking a brawl on the right-hand side of the map.
I mean, to be fair though, I mean, the Philippines, they're definitely holding on to those turrets, right? They are definitely doing the groundworks here, which is a good strategy within this game mode. I mean, yes, they are trailing behind at the moment. They're currently second place, but we've seen them in this position before, and then they were able to take a turret, get back on top. But it looks like Malaysia are pushing ID right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, right? They're defending this T2 for their life. Very nice defense coming from the ID side, but that's only one part of the map. Here comes the right side, Team PH, also putting quite a bit of pressure on the right-hand side here. China Squad International, I feel like they're doing well, but they can't get any room. This is the difficulty of this move, right? You can't really just keep pushing in one direction. You have to try and make sure that both sides are A-okay.
Oh, absolutely. A-OK, H-OK, but obviously we did see the Philippines lose the 1T1 down to the bot side there as well, but there it is. Going to be the initiation from Pei there being invulnerable. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to try and push them back here, but I think this is for ID. Momo-chan, she's going to try and push them ahead here, and with that, the flash coming in, can they get the finishing blow? They can! Oh, it's going to be huge! A quadra kill coming in for Team ID. In the meantime, Team Malaysia, their T3 is falling. Oh no, they can actually end the game here. Team PH, they make use of this advantage that Team ID has given them. And right now, Team Malaysia's crystal is open.
So regardless of that quadra-kill there that you just saw from the ID region, you saw that Philippines was like, right guys, 4 of them are dead, let's go for the crystal, let's go for the crystal. And a little bit of like a backstab there. This is like, let ID do all the work and we will just push from behind.
Yeah, that one was really clear. Oh, hey, they're coming, they got it, and they can't fight, let's go. And at this point, I mean, okay, even though they took advantage of that, Team Philippines, they don't want to kind of end the game here because they're still trailing on points. If they end the crystal here, Team How Can, which is Team ID, will actually take the win because they're leading by 65. They're leading at 65 points. They're almost double of Malaysia's points.
Yeah, Malaysia is really trailing behind here. I feel like they just need to put some their backbone into this if they want to try and get some more of those command tokens, because they currently are trailing behind by those kills. That quadra kill definitely helped out the Indonesian team there, Team How Can. But Chano squad are just ever so slightly behind by around about 10 points as well. So the Philippines definitely second horse into the race here. And like I said, like, hey, Malaysia may be winning all the tournaments in normal Honor of Kings, but in Tri-National Clash, they are getting tag teams to heck here.
Oi! Holy, look at that damage. That was quite a lot. I believe that was Mikalette here. She got a very nice takedown onto the members of Team Malaysia here. This is not the Team Malaysia we were expecting, but this is the Team Malaysia we have. And running out of gas at this point. Now, I've been told gas or is actually to be meaning to go. And right now they need more gas because they need to go on the side of Team Malaysia. Team PH though, Channel Squad International looking for a little bit more advantage here. Actually getting one takedown here. This is great for them. And at this point, this is going to net them 66 points. They need to get the tokens. Godlike coming in for Team ID here with that pick on to the Chicha. But this is so messy because at this point, okay, they have finally tied it up. Team PH, Team Malaysia, they're teaming up on both ends, the T2s on both left and right for the side of Team ID. Not looking too healthy at this point.
No, they are matching points here. Oh, Philippines actually make it to 81 points right now. The tokens are going into their favor. The morale is coming through. And bot side of the map being protected there by the Divine Enforcer as well. Obviously, Sanctification should be going on to one of the members of PH right now. But I can't quite just make heads or tails who has actually gone over to, because we see obviously the Z is at like level 19 at this moment in time. But Alessio was still set at level 15. As well as the Milady last check. So it could be the Miue that might be... Oh, no, is it the Milady? Yes, I believe it is the Milady that might be leveled up there with the Sanctification, which is obviously just going to be another variable here for the side of the Philippines.
Actually, you know what? Team Malaysia and Team Indonesia should stop fighting because China Squad International, 83 points. If they take the crystal now, they win the game. It doesn't even matter. They don't even need to wait for the final countdown. And right now, Malaysia is trying their best to defend. They actually get quite a bit of damage. Bridal Alpha is not going to hit the mark. Miko Phobia trying to set up for the team, and they will get the finish onto the Zhuangzi at this point. A killing spree coming in for the side of Team Philippines as well. They can pretty much end the game here. ID, they need to stop them here. Stop them from taking the crystal. You don't have enough points. But PH, oh, here comes the defense. ID to the rescue of Team Malaysia as Philippines will be pushed back. But at this point, if ID is the one that ends the crystal, I think they have a chance of taking this for themselves as well. 84 points. They need a little bit more. This morale trailing by about 3 from the side of the Philippines squad. Channel Squad International looking for another way back, but Malaysia, I don't think they can hold on at this point. They're trying, but there's no backdoor protection. ID's going in. Mikalette gets shut down here. They have to turn tails. They have to run. Momo-chan, oh no. She's the one that has to be left running. And at this point, it's going to be Abang Rule. He's the last one standing. He was the one with the quadra kill earlier in this game itself. But ID, they will not make that push. And Malaysia survives. But PH, once again, they come in hot.
They are. I mean, they've got a full bot side of the map to themselves, completely uncontested here. I mean, he may get taken down here. This T1 might actually get Malaysia back into the mix right now, but they are playing very well. They are taking the prime opportunities like we've been seeing time and time again. Like ID's putting the legwork. PH is just like, bro, thanks for this. But honestly, these Tremor Smashes have been huge here. Up to 3.
Yeah, Miko Phobia is just extremely strong. I mean, he's definitely developing some phobias for this other Team Malaysia here. The amount of times he has landed that Tremor Smash, all 3 hits, in fact, has been quite phenomenal. At the same time, Abang Rule, how much damage can he do? Can he net another quadra kill, perhaps maybe a penta this time? That remains to be seen.
I think if he does, he needs to definitely pop it onto PH, right? I mean, if he does another quadra kill onto ID, I feel like there's a little like a bit of discrimination going on between these two nations. The fact that you get 2 quadra kills on the same nation is definitely a statement piece here for the side of ID. But they're only trailing behind by around about 6 points right now. And Philippines, they're looking very strong here with 95. Can they proc that final showdown?
Ooh, Chano was doing well there. Actually, he got his hands on some Mikalette. Fortunately, will not have the finishing blow here. Here comes that aggression. ID with the flag and the shutdown coming in. Beautiful work. And Abang Rule, can he do more for the side of ID? Because at this point, Malaysia needs some space. They're pushing away, and this means PH is now centered right in the middle. The Lar are going to be taken down.
ID,
No more Meteor, no
99.
more Ravenous. And
ID.
it is going to be 102. Yup, this is going to be the final showdown here. 102 points, which means ID now is in a 2v1 situation, but a shutdown coming in. And that's going to be great from the side of Team Malaysia. They want to get the catch up here, to get some shutdowns. That's a lot of tokens, a lot more morale going in. Nice attempt by Momo, but she has to be taken down. What about the points? 87 points for morale for the side of Team Malaysia.
Yeah, so still after all that, you've got Pi and two members that left standing here for the side of ID. They still have about 55 seconds to withstand this pain. But can they? Look at Pi, he's just hiding. That would be my strat right now. Just hide for another 45 seconds at least, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, Team Malaysia needs to be very careful about Team PH because they can definitely swing this around. Right now, T3 is under the threat as both PH and Team Malaysia trying to go in. Team ID, can they really make this defense happen? Minion Wave is still available. There is a little bit of backdoor protection at this point, but it's not going to be there for long. Here comes the next set. And with that, Team ID making a defense so far is looking good, but this is a 5v10, and they are not able to stay alive. Pi on the backline, so he's jumping in. Oh, can they do it? They will take the T3. This is a lot of points. Who is now the leader? It's PH. They have turned this around. Oh no, PH, they need to start running. 109 points. Morale, this is great. 3 seconds more, and Team PH, Channel Squad International, will be your winners. Oh wait, not yet. There's still about 90 seconds. They have to hold this. Oh, no.
So we had 90 seconds of ID, and now we have 90 seconds of the PH as well. And currently right now, we do see the IDs ahead by 1 point. So I feel like it's got to be Crystal takedown for any team that wants to win this.
Oh, right as that goes, it is 1 point, and Team ID sneak the win away. What a beautiful game here.
That was very fun mode there. It's quite hectic. So if you love fun, if you love hectic, if you just want a little bit of difference here from the norm of Honor of Kings, this is definitely the mode you want to play, the 5v5v5, the Tri-National Showdown, and it is going to be Indonesia. Momo was correct. If you see her, you should run, but I feel like Pi is definitely the person you should be running from with that quadra kill.
Yeah, Pi is one. The other one was Abang Rule, right? Abang Rule was the one with the Chicha. Holy, the Forge Maiden, crazy work. And Team Malaysia, I think this one, yeah, you know what? They can win the pro scene, but you know, in terms of like KOLs and talents, no way. I think ID and PH has shown that they are the stronger regions. What a turnaround in this game.
Yeah, Malaysia bullied. Malaysia bullied. They got bullied there by the side of the Philippines ID. But I mean, it was definitely a meticulous kind of 2v1, right? Like I said, there was an unconfirmed alliance. You saw ID just crawling for Malaysia, and then PH, as you can see on the minimap right now, just pushing ever so slightly towards the crystal. They were just putting their legwork, man. Like, Team Gas is Team Stop right now, and we're gonna try and put a stop to them while ID just try and like get all the nectar from all those kills. We're gonna try and push the crystal, and they almost won at that one point.
Yeah, almost. Okay, so we talked quite a bit about the ID teams. I think we need to mention Nicophobia. Dude, this guy was on fire for Team Channel Squad International.
Oh, absolutely. He was so sick with those Liampo Tremor Smashes. Like, honestly, I don't feel like he had a Tremor Smash that connects onto anything less than a 3, you know? Like, that was a triple knockup every time that ultimate came through.
And it's okay, Momo, she's so happy with that. But let's go to the Hosen stage at this point.
And here we are with the winners. Congratulations to Team Indonesia. Oh my goodness, earlier you were saying grabe, grabe. How was that? How was that entire match?
Grabe Team Philippines. I don't know the grabe.
Grabe means too much.
Oh,
too much. Too much. And
yeah, honestly, it was a close game.
It was.
It was a close game.
It was a really close game.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder, how do you guys choose who goes to the top and who goes to the bottom?
Actually, it's Momo-chan strat.
Oh!
What is the strat?
We just maintain that our tower actually cannot be destroyed, that's it. So we just need to maintain, we won't lose our towers, then we just defend as much as possible.
So that means you were doing the comms, not Sir Pai.
Yeah, together, all of us.
Okay, together.
But I speak more.
Oh, Sir Pai, she's taking over.
Wankur, everybody expected Malaysia to be one of the strongest regions, especially in the Tri-Nation. Semua expect Malaysia tuh bakal kuat banget. Kira-kira strategi buat ngelawan Malaysia tuh seperti apa? What is your strategy to beat Malaysia?
Sering-sering komunikasi aja sih. Sama apa ya? Chemistry sih. Kasih paham nggak sih?
You need to communicate and get chemistry, and they're gonna show us Indonesia is the strongest in this tournament. Wow.
Once again, congratulations. You guys should celebrate. Thank you so much. And I will ask Sir Pai and the other team captains to come forward. Sir Pai, stay with us. And now we'll ask the other two teams to please come forward. Hello, hello. All right, but first, let's take a look at the rankings of today's match. Third place goes to Malaysia, Team Gas. Second place, Team Philippines, Chano Squad International. And first place goes to Team Hauken from Indonesia. Let's talk to Team Malaysia. How are you guys planning to bounce back tomorrow? Because everybody was expecting you to dominate.
Okay, so ada kesalahan dalam pick hero tadi. Kita tak sempat masa, so that's why tak dapat lakukan yang terbaik. But this is the first game. Baru warm up, ada 3 game lagi, so we will do the best.
Wow, but you did your best. You proved that Malaysia is still strong, but you can bounce back tomorrow. We hope you want to see the strongest Malaysia pride. Chano, you did really well. Only 1 point different against the Indonesians. What is the problem you face, and what will you use for strategy for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I try my best. I want to win PH, then I more sleep.
More sleep. More sleep, that's the key. That's the key to Chano's win. Now, first, for our first place, Indonesia, Sir Pai. So how do you think you're going to maintain the #1 position for the following days? What are you going to do to ensure that?
Actually, it's just like our team name, Team Hauken. Like Hauken, we win.
Yeah, Hauken.
Yeah, I'm not expected as much. We just love to play the game. That's it.
That really is the key,
Yeah,
to enjoy the game.
Yeah, just play the game.
But you know what? Later on, your country, Kagendra, okay, we're going to be going up against Blacklist International. And if they win, it'll be the first time they'll go to the semifinals. With Sir Pai's expertise, what would you like to give them as an advice?
I think just play your own play style, play as usual, and trust each other. That's
Trust
it.
each other, just like what you did in the Tri-Nation Showdown.
Wow, but Mr. Alif, your Malaysian teams are well known to be the strongest region right now. And today we have both Nova against Team Hawk. So the brothers will go face to face, head to head against each other. Can you give both teams a message for them, because they're representing Malaysia right now and they're similar to you, they're representing the Tri-Nation Showdown. Or you can give them a support or anything you want?
Okay, untuk Team Nova and Team Hawk, I wish you guys all the best. Kalah menang ada pertandingan. Apa pun laku yang terbaik, harumkan nama Malaysia di mata dunia. And you guys, good job and good luck.
Okay, he said that you both are representing Malaysia and do your best, make Malaysia proud. Good luck.
Oh, definitely. Their teams are making Malaysia proud. And you know what? We're going to go to Chano because, Chano, when you're on stage, when you're around, you have a different vibe. Your vibe is so positive and it just really lifts everyone's spirit. I don't know if it's your vibe or your face, just something about you. So how would you cheer for Blacklist International?
Yun, ito lang masasabi ko sa Blacklist, galingan nyo. Patunayan nyo ang Pilipinas ang #1 sa lahat ng ng lahat ng larangan. Then, Chami, lahat na tinuro ko sa'yo, alalahanin mo sa utak mo kasi pag natalo ko, yari kayo sa akin.
He's telling Team Philippines, Blacklist International, to do their best and to show the world that no matter where they go, Philippines will always be #1. And he's telling Chami to remember what Chano has taught him. Otherwise, you're in trouble from Chano. What is it? What is it that you taught Chami? Give us an inside scoop. What is it exactly that you taught him?
Yung mga galawan ko, dapat ganun din yung galawan niya. Yun lang.
Your moves should be his moves.
Chami.
If you were to impersonate that in body language, how would that be? Body language. Show the body language. What kind of moves?
Wow!
Okay. Thank you once again so much. And we'll see another action-packed Tri-Nation Showdown tomorrow. And everybody watching online, don't go anywhere because up next, it's going to be Best of 7. So stay tuned only here in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
we get things far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
I'll do this. Senko will do this. Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow. You guys hear it?
Yeah. That is gamelan song, you know?
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color 2 wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Kagendra. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. Senko will do this. Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang terbaik.
Udah kayak tim sebelah tuh. We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller bra, but we also do wrongly. Our hair and our face, finally, all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Don't think, just color everything. Just color everything what just she said. Speeding up. Okay, 10 minutes is up. Let's compare with the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut Dalang gimana?
8. 8. Egg. We got egg.
Now, let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three nations combined together, we try to do something creative. But Nongshim, Blacklist, and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya dulu?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you Dalang. Now Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest. Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
We were coloring 3 nations, 1 table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga kan. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan kiri.
It's good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia.
Indonesia wayang kulit, I love it much.
Yes.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes. He made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes. A man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumanda na kayo sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Del spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kena kendali berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih saatnya kita untuk eksekusi for my party push 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 everybody move 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 ya move move saat datang dengan mode brutal kendalikan setiap titik vital damage magic serang mental fisik 1000 taktik kau kalah cerdik mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa siasatmu sudah saya analisa terdapat selak gerak geriku sulit tu dilabrak wah game over hancurkan semua tawa kombinasi skill dan power teleportasi ala enoku yang LOK kau tahu ku tak bisa redam pula tekadku yang takkan padam tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali
adu mekanik tingkat tinggi siapa paling berani aku paling gigi pedang raja yang ku hulus tebasannya bak angin menghembus long life the king akulah raja dentuman zira ini mental baja akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata seni tempurku susah tu kau baca.
Welcome back into our Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 4. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu. And with me, we have done another swap. It's going to be Holler. How are we doing today?
I'm good. I'm glad to be back. And of course, this one is going to be an exciting one. I know Nova Esports specifically chose Team Hawk. It's going to be a little bit personal in the MKL region to kind of be like, hey, we're actually the biggest dog here.
It is. It's also kind of like, I would guess a learning lesson, right? A kind of like a tuition kind of thing. Like, hey, you know, after this, it's going to be MKL, it's going to be Pro League. So, you know, Big Brother Nova here is going to show you the ropes around how to perform in the Pro Leagues. And of course, there is a fee to be paid, and that's going to be potential first position for the side of Nova if they continue the spectacular run that they have done in thus far in KIC4.
I mean, they've been great here, but let's talk a little bit about the prize pool. Of course, all of these 8 teams at the KIS4 are vying for the 100,000 USD. The champion will be going home with 35,000, second with 17,000, third and fourth with 14,000, and of course, 5th through 8th, you are getting 5,000. So even if you're eliminated today, you're coming home with some sort of cash. Of course, those lessons that you've learned by playing against some of the quote-unquote better teams will probably be worth more than just 5,000 USD, I would think.
For sure. I mean, at this point, it's kind of to get your engines running, right? As we kickstart what I would consider the first lap of 2026 HOK here, because the year is going to be filled with a lot of action. It's going to be filled with a lot of performances as well. So we're starting off with KIS4, and these are your brackets at the current moment. Today, we'll be running through 2 best of 7s, first of which is going to be Team Nova against Team Hawk. After which, we will have Kagendra going up against the Blacklist. This one is for the history books because time and time again, since 2024, it has been the IKL versus PKL. Which region has grown better in this year?
Yeah, and that's actually the funniest part about this. The fact that, I mean, Blacklist International as well as Boom Esports haven't had the greatest of times at the KIS, but these are, of course, going to be the first 2 matches of the day. Nova versus THQ, Team Hawk, that is, both representing Malaysia. The second series will be going up against Kagendra, who has just soared in the KIS4. They will be going up against Blacklist International. And the funniest part about all of this is the fact that Blacklist and Boom Esports were the tops, and they chose all of the other teams in their groups. But in the end, they were not selected even at all. They ended up just kind of being defaulted to the second place ones. Well, Kin, walk me through the star value rankings here.
All right, so we will also have another thing happening during this KIS4, and that's what we're talking about, player star value rankings. Number 1 still stands atop Chemi1 from Blacklist with over 1 billion in terms of net worth, followed closely by our Kagendra boys here, Zan as well as Senko, who are nearing 1 billion as well. How to get this star value rankings is by making certain achievements in the game. So you can see Chemi1 has had a lot of impact, but the results definitely need to be a little bit better for them to get the better rewards. Of course, with that being said, you can also get rewards. All you have to do is to help your team reach the peak and claim amazing prizes. You can earn by making sure you vote for a singular team. Also, make sure you key in the codes that will be shown in during the game later.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to be getting free stuff, right? The codes happen almost, every single game. There's a lot of different opportunities for doing that. But also, I mean, the star value point. Chammy 1 was actually number 1. You talked about the fact that he's over 1 billion. To be honest, I'm not even sure how you kill something that which has no life, right? Because he has so many games, in his repertoire. He's been playing so many. But the second and third place, both of those guys are for Kagendra. So if anything, they can fight fire with fire. They've definitely had their reps in with games as well.
Yes, and the scary thing about this part is the fact that, both teams, they're still kind of in the growth stage for me in this year of 2026, right? This is not their peak performance yet. It's not even their final form, and they're steadily improving, which means I think we get more exciting games, we get more long, drawn-out games, and perhaps we might even get Tempest games. I don't think we've seen a Tempest game just yet, right, in the brackets?
The knockouts is just starting. Obviously, we did see them in the group stage, but not today, if that matters. It seems like most of the games today have been very, very quick. But as we see this, it looks like Nova Esports strolling in. They're going to be very comfortable. Team Hawk are coming in, getting that VIP treatment as they get out of the van to ensure that they're ready for this one. But again, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned. Team Hawk, they're still kind of struggling a bit here at the KIS4. They haven't found their first game win yet, but going up against Nova Esports, it's going to be a tough task ahead of them.
I mean, if you are all the way at the bottom in terms of standings, the only way is up. So now this is a very apt and perfect storyline here. The initiation to the strongest region. Malaysia has long been known in this past 2 years of HOK since its release to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest region. But in order to keep that title, Team Hawk needs to up their game. I think this is one of the reasons why Nova chose them, right? It really is an initiation. We will teach you the gaps you're supposed to fill. And we'll take a look at the stats at this point, right? Team Hawk hasn't really been the most aggressive, just taking 31% in terms of kill participation, right? They're trying to farm more across the map, but Nova definitely much more adept at this game.
Yeah, definitely finding those kills. I mean, that's the biggest piece, right? Kill participation is huge in terms of just like when the teams are looking to fight. Nova Esports are like a well-oiled machine in the sense that they stick together, right? And they actually kind of increase that number quite a bit. They get a lot more kills. Of course, winning definitely helps with that. Nova Esports have only lost 2 games in this entire KIS4 thus far. While Team Hawk on the other end, I talked about it earlier, they haven't found that first game win just yet.
But that's something that we can really take a look at and really put some hope, right, for Team Hawk, because while yes, it is Nongshim, Red Force, and Bigatron that have taken a couple of cuts onto Nova, the same is possible for Team Hawk, and the players that will be able to kind of set this will be in the clash lane. This John versus Xuan matchup to me is really interesting because I think John has been the focal point of Team Hawk. He's been playing well. It's just that the team hasn't been able to find that synergy with him just yet.
Yeah, it just seems like they're a little off. I mean, the little coordination when those team fights are happening, John might just initiate a little bit earlier. The rest of Team Hawk are really not there to help support. But it just seems, it's one of those things that is a bit of a mistake, but it is fixable. That's the good news. And so all of these games, especially playing up against some of the big names that we're seeing, I mean, this is a great opportunity to learn.
Yeah, but let's hear from Mara at this point, and we'll take you to the stage right here, right now.
You're all in for a treat, as today will be the start of our first best of 7. We're going to be seeing more intense plays and probably different strategies.
Before the first match begin, we call on the spirit of the Hanuman to watch over the battlefield.
This is the knockout stage. It's time to introduce our first teams to match up, Nova Esports and Team Hawk. Their light is inevitable, their power uncontainable. Behold, the mighty bird of Nova Esports.
New faces, they bring a new challenge. You are wrong to count them out just yet. Prepare for Team Hawk!
Right, so we take a look at the lineup here. We're going to start off with Nova Esports, represented by Wendy in the mid lane, Muji in the farm, Xuan in the clash, Kongling in the jungle, and of course Weipit in the roam. These 5 members have been steady, they've been consistent. Slight changes, Kongling now taking over the mantle of the jungler, but this change hasn't affected them too much. In fact, I feel like they're even cleaner this time.
Yeah, that definitely upgraded, I would think. I mean, no offense to CY, who Konglin did step in for, but it looks like the team has really kind of found its groove at this point. But they will be going up against Team Hawk, again, representing Malaysia, Lola by John and Nuno Man. These guys also have some experience, right? John has been from Magnet Esports Club, 5th, 6th in the MKL 2025. Bai played previously with RRQ. They were 13th through 16th at the KIC 2025. And of course, Nuno, he was from Todak, 4th place at the MKL Fall. So these guys have a lot of experience, but they haven't really been able to find their footing at the KIS. This is a tough task. Some of these teams have been playing together for quite some time, and to go on stage to play them when a team is just finding their footing, very difficult situation for them.
Okay, so before we get into the thick of the action, Hana, thank you for your love here. Let's go Nova and Team Hawk for Malaysia. Go all out till the end. Show them that we own this game.
All right, I was hoping that you would read the Bahasa on that one, but okay, it looks like that will be for another day. We'll just read the English piece and just kind of move on. But as these players are getting ready, of course, we are now in the knockout stage. This is a best of 7, right? So this could be a lot of learning, but at the same time, they need to figure something out. This is a moment where it's, again, a chess match. The global ban pick, there's not going to be a whole lot of options. When do you put your best foot forward, Kin?
I think for Team Hawk, there is no question. You do it right from the get-go, right? Because this one is, I mean, probably the toughest challenger in the entire KIS4. Nova, of course, having been past champions of MKL, and now having that mantle and throne taken away from them last year. This is going to be a very important task for them. They want to show everyone that they are still the team to be feared. So with that, Nova on the red side, Team Hawk, they're going to be on the blue. You need to get this first flex pick as your blue side prio. There's no way you show off your strategy right at the start.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key, definitely, for the draft. I mean, first pick is great. Secure something that's going to be solid. There's a lot of meta picks that are still available. Obviously, I mean, it's just game 1, right? But at the same time, it's the one thing that we've kind of seen from the KIS4 thus far is that teams have been really good at counter picking. The red side has been advantageous in the sense of being able to just kind of ensure that they have those lane matchups as they go into these games, because it's all about the minor details. Just having a slight edge in lane could be potentially game winning.
Yes, because the trickle-down effect is actually quite explosive, right? It's like compound interest here, where if you win the lanes, naturally you get to rotate faster, of which means you gain a little bit earlier access into your enemy's jungle, of which if you steal away those camps, that's free EXP, free gold that cannot be recovered unless Team Hawk or Nova, you counter invade, which is a risk in itself. So it really comes down to this ban and pick. How much advantage can you wrestle for yourself in this draft for the first part of the game?
Yeah, that would be key for them. I mean, I think Team Hawk, if anything, this is kind of the setting the stone. Nova is not going to go away. If you're going to be joining the MKL Spring as well, Team Hawk also need to ensure that this is a great time to learn from one of the best teams in the world, right? And having that opportunity, taking those licks, if you will, or even being able to pull out some W's, now is the time to really experiment, really take the fight to Nova Esports and make a name for yourself. Because again, when Nova see you later down the road, they don't want to look at you as somebody we just stomped over. We want to be like, oh, this is a team that is super difficult to play against.
Actually, you know what? If I'm Team Hawk, I want people to underestimate me, right? I want you to prepare less. I want you to think that we're not a threat, and then we can get the sucker punch in. And right now, based on the drafts, Team Hawk, they're trying to make this as unorthodox as possible, right? Once you see the Dolia pick, you know there is going to be a Yangqian combination, or maybe even a Nerza combination here. But Team Hawk, they completely take that out. So there's no Dolia, no Diadia. Nova, on the other hand, no Dharma and Chicha. So this is going to be a different start. Team Hawk go with the Zhang Fei, the Beast.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the KIS 4 thus far. It's been so good. It's top 5 most picked thus far. 15 games. It has 10 wins, 67% win rate. It's just so strong, right? And this is a great starter, but it looks like Nova Esports, the Lian Po was the usual counter into the Beast, but it looks like the Lapu Lapu has kind of shifted and geared more towards that counter pick. But going with a Loong here, is that going to be enough, so to speak, for this potential big team fight there?
I think it's great, right? Loong obviously offers you a couple of things. Number one, free burst damage onto turrets, even with backdoor protection with your Flaming Palms. That's number one. Secondly, the ability to get out of sticky situations with your Infinite Vastness, where he takes on the Dragon form, his ultimate. That is one of the key things to be able to use against Team Hawk. But the crazy part about this is the fact that the Reefheart Datu, or also known as Lapu Lapu for our newer players here, in the hands of Waypit, it's actually a straight up counter against the Unbridled Outburst ultimate of the Beast.
Yeah, it definitely counters it. It does a great job here, but it looks like the Chano, this is going to be a known pick for a counter in the sense of like it deals well with Loong. I mean, it's, you know, it has some range, it has some mobility, it adds quite a bit. But the Loong, this has been the hero of the group stage here at the KIS. Number 1 picked. It actually is only, I mean, with 17 games, it's lost 10 times. So it has a 41% win rate. It hasn't done very well, but it seems like teams have really leveled up and figured out just how to counter this Loong hero.
Yeah, because end of the day, Loong is not exactly the biggest AoE wave clear hero, right? He's a single target burst. Auto attacks, yes, you get one more hit onto another target itself. But that's where, you know, this channel matchup is pretty much in favor for Team Hawk, right? Because with the Souls of the Wolves, when you drop those traps, the Lupine traps down, you summon the Wolves in. So it never becomes easy for Loong. You have to kind of aim your auto attacks onto your appropriate targets, which takes away attention as a player.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more of the micro game play, right? Making things a little bit more difficult for the enemy team to really snipe you out. So those wolves can be a problem, like, as you rightly addressed here. But going into this one, look, they have a lot of damage. The pack leader, the Chano, is going to be fine from Team Hawk. They have the Byron as well as the Beast to kind of just have that like initiation, counter initiation, stun lock galore. Great. But Team Hawk, I think that they need a little bit more, just a way to kind of deal with the Ogren here is the Agudo, which has been banned out. What other pick are you looking to go for Team Hawk here?
Actually, I think based on the bans of Team Hawk, they're looking for another tank here, which is not a Luna, but Luna will be the answer here. Because, you know, when you ban the Lupu, the Unrivaled Warrior, you're expecting that, hey, you don't want a true damage to cut down the waves, right? And I think the idea behind this is Luna, as the Moonblade, she's able to get her extra armor when she lands her skills as well. So they're hoping that there is no counter in the form of we ignore the armor values, we just go straight for your HP. So I think it's a good idea to ban out the Lupu here. But execution, this lineup from Team Hawk is pretty mechanically difficult to execute.
I mean, when you're looking at the Luna in particular, the Moonblade, definitely, right? But you have some potential targets. If you're able to get that control on the Lady Jean as well as the Loong, those are going to be very juicy targets. But getting to that one, plus the Ganon Mo, dealing with the potential poking and prodding with that path of passing that the Ogren will be bringing, and kind of just floating in and out of the fight, it's kind of like, can he hit his daggers? Can the Luna jump into the backline? There's a lot of questions going in. But while this lineup is a little bit difficult in terms of like mechanically playing it as a team, but is this draft good enough to take down Novas here?
I think it can. Right, there is always this potential, especially Man in this mid. He needs to do a spectacular job of making sure that those couple blades land. If he does, I mean, it's instant burst. The Long, Muchi does not survive this. You can be a great player, but health bars are health bars. Once it's gone, you're dead.
Yeah. Actually, one thing that we've kind of noticed is that sometimes Nova Esports like to draft without that frontliner. They have a decent number of them in terms of the Ogren. You have the Lapu Lapu as well. And that's been kind of the story of the KIS4. Having that frontliner, somebody who can kind of provide that vision, keeping your squishy guys like the farm laner, like the Looms alive, right? You need a little bit of a buffer, right? And having that is going to be key going into this game. But looking at these drafts, for both sides, I do think that the Team Hawk has some play, but again, a lot of pressure is going to be on, of course, as you addressed the Ganenmo and the Luna here in terms of just getting on top of Nova here.
Yeah, they don't really have the best early game. If you take a look at Team Hop's lineup here, this is a huge risk, and you know Nova knows their weakness, right? So I'm curious whether Nova would test the lineup of Team Hawk here. If Kongling goes for the initial level 1 invade, even if it's for the Tusk Boars, that is the safer invasion route, right? The other way Nova plays this is, let's just go ham. Let's take away the Azure Golem from the Luna, and Bai is not going to have a good game right off the bat because of that.
Yeah, I feel like if the Luna ever loses a blue buff to a steal or whatever it is, or Bai happens to die early in like the first 8 minutes of this game, they might just auto lose. Like that's the kind of pressure and knife's edge that they're going to be on throughout this game, because you know, there's going to be, again, a lot of eyes on Bai and just limiting his farm.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we really start to see this, right? Kongling already doing a very good job. We know that this was a soft guarantee on towards the Tusk Balls, but taking away the Crimson Golem, that is not part of the plan. That is not supposed to happen. Nono needs a little bit more help here, but straight away, 3v2, Muchi comes in and joins. You know, Bai is going to be here, but is it going to be fast enough?
Duo actually has to use the heal, but he's going to give up first blood. The Flaming Palm, Wizreal. Now Bai is showing up, but he's getting damaged as well. He's going to be shut down on this one, and Man just running for his life, and this is a disaster of a start for Team Hawk.
A dream start, though, for the side of Nova. Exactly what they needed to get the huge advantage at this game. We are about a minute in, and this is already a 1,000 goalie going for the side of Nova here. And here's the beautiful part for the side of Kongling. He gets the Crimson buff, he gets the Azure buff, and Bai now has no buffs to work with.
Nothing at all, and this is going to be tough for Bai to get anything going, right? Starting from behind, not where you want to be. I mean, it's a 1.5k net worth lead already in favor of Nova. I kind of feel like Team Hawk, I mean, they spotted it out. If anything, you give up on it, or you send the house to protect your jungle. But Bai getting gone on the flash out for it, but he's not able to get that final shot. Xuan lets Bai live just with a sliver of life.
Yeah, Xuan was definitely making a little bit of a micro mistake. Whether it was on purpose, I'm not sure, but you can be sure Bai needs to thank his lucky stars. He should have been taken down at this point. Nova already have close to 2,000 nice lead.
Huge. I mean, this is a disaster of a start. This is not how you want to do it. Nuno actually has to recall already, and now Lolo's going to be left behind. He's going to get gone on. The Ocean of Tears is actually going to stop the recall from Nuno as he has to do the Walk of Shame on back. But this is pressure on the bottom T1 already, and they're going right for the Crimson because they have this thing on a timer lockdown.
Yes, and this is exactly what you need to do, right? Take a look at what Nova is doing. When you get the timings of the buff, make sure you send your troops down, you send your members down. Not only do you get the potential for the steal, look at the waves, right? In the middle lane, you don't miss out. In fact, you get free damage on the T1 at the bottom as well. I like this rotation by Nova. This is something like, you know, all viewers should be able to take a look at and really learn from this.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake, even in that mid lane there. Man, I feel like he should be just like pushing the waves as much as possible, forcing somebody to show up mid. Konglin actually, because of the fact that he like froze the lane, he was actually able to just go into the mid lane and just free farm what was left. Had it been onto the tower, he might have missed out on some of those creeps, and a little bit of a misplay, I would say, by Team Hawk to start things off already.
Well, we already said, right? This is tuition for the side of Team Hawk. This is a learning lesson. And Nova, you can see, Kongling actually shares the wave with Wendy, as he didn't take the entire wave. He left half of it for Wendy, went back to take his buff, and now share the remainder of the new wave with the different members on the side of Nova Esports. So very good use of maximizing all the gold value that's available on the map.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency, right? I mean, Nova Esports, the way that they're able to manipulate the lanes as well as move across the map, ensuring that Konglin is, I mean, he's already got the level advantage. The net worth, we'll have to see that separately, but there's guarantee that he's on top right now. He's done such a great job of just being across the entire map, absorbing and taking everything across.
Yes, and this is where they actually split the resources. Nova here, trying to go for the double take here. Attempted steal, not going to be working.
Oh, it looks like they find it. The Garter Grave, Mon is just running for his life, but he's going to be seer stated in the sense that he's going to be connected. The Conductor of Souls is going to be on point, but Konglin getting a little bit low. They find by, they turn this around, and now Team Hawk with a 4-man stun, not enough. The Malaysian flags have been planted on both ends, but Nova Esports coming out on top as they got 2 more kills.
Completely steady from the side of Team Nova here. Didn't even have to expend the Muji ultimate for the Dragon Form, which means they get free access into the T1 because after 4 minutes, you don't get that protection and that extra shield anymore. So Nova guarantee T1 in the mid. They extend their lead. This is now close to 3,000 in gold. And take a look at what Muji has on his plate. This is going to be a free wave at the top side, assisted by Xuan as well. Now, this pulls Team Hawk all across the map. They are going to lose 1 more T1 at the bottom side here.
I mean, they're losing it. You have to give up something, right? And it looks like right now they're giving up that bottom lane. It's going to go down easily to minions. And they also have 2 members of Nova, Wendy and Waypit, are just waiting in the wings for that bottom T2. It's great because of the fact that they're providing that vision. Waypit is scouting it out. Wendy knows that he's incredibly safe because he has Waypit up there, right? And so this is a huge moment where they're able to kind of push basically untouched right there and makes it very difficult, again, for Team Hawk to make some sort of ambush.
Exactly. And if you take a look at the gold value on the side of Waypit, why am I, talking about Waypit? Because as a roamer, his farm is close to the rest of the side of Team Hawk, which means they can't take him down.
Actually, I was going to be like, hey, why are you talking about Waypit? Nobody cares about roamers. Roam lines don't matter, but all jokes aside, I'm a role player myself. But Waypit definitely doing his greatest in the sense that he's got a 600 gold lead in terms of the lane matchup against Nuono, and he's just provided so much. The vision score is going to be on point. Plus, he's able to kind of, if anyone were to potentially jump, he's actually got that counter initiation. It's going to be tough here for Team Hawk.
It definitely is, right? Because Waypit's able to stand in the front. This gives him more space to roam around the map and really get information for the team without having to risk giving his life. And this is where Nova truly benefits because you really get the setup perfectly. Wendy already throwing his Destructive Deluge as a deterrent on that defense. And straight away, 6.5 minutes, Team Hawk have to defend against a potential T3 take. Not ideal at all.
Yeah, not ideal. If you're kind of like, okay, Team Hawk, what do we need to do better, right? Be like, okay, you need to be not defending your T3s at the 6-minute and 30-second mark. I think that should be a marker that, Team Hawk, as well as any team that plays Nova Esports, should have. Because the amount of pressure that they provide, Nova Esports, again, look at this map control. There is no farm, no space for Team Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely no space at all. T3 at the bottom here, under pressure. And all they need is a big setup from the side of Waypit or even Xuan.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for this one. It looked like John just barely able to just limp away. No, he's going to be picked off. Lola had already been killed as well. As they dive in deep, they just go ham because they understand they have a huge advantage. Bai has been killed as well. They turn their attention now to the bottom T3.
Yep, there's nothing left to defend at this point. This is going to be Mon taken out. Huge for the side of Nova.
Yeah, absolutely huge. The Infinite Fastness just for good looks at this point, but more importantly, they're going to take the Crystal. Nova Esports just buckle down, and they say, hey, we're going to end this game sub 8 minutes. Let's do this quickly.
All right, this is lesson number 1 for the side of Team Hawk. Nova, once again, still maintaining that level of strength. And we talked about this right before the game started, right? This initial invade by Nova, how much damage is it going to do? And to be honest, that was not the amount of damage I was expecting. I expected, Konglin to just take the tusk boards and get out, but they saw something more, and that's why they're the pros.
Yeah, absolutely pros on this one. I mean, it started even from minute 0, right? Right when they were invading, Nova Esports were able to do exactly what they wanted. I mean, they had the best start that you could potentially think about, especially when you're like, hey, we're looking to invade, but to take, get kills as well as the Crimson, all of that, it was just so tough for Team Hawk to even come back in this one.
And that's crazy, right? Because normally when we talk about, oh, you're losing a Crimson, it's bad at the start of the game, but then they lost the Azure as well, and you have a Moonblade, there's a Luna. You need that mana regeneration, you need the CDR, cooldown reduction. And yeah, I don't think this is his fault per se, they just had no options. Everyone was shut down from the start of the game.
Okay, if it's not Bai's fault, whose fault would you think it was?
I would think it's... I think it's your fault, because...
Okay, you know me too well. Yes, it probably was my fault in the end, somehow. But I mean, I think that this is a great game for Nova Esports. This is exactly what they wanted, right? They understood that they can be very confident and be able to just completely dominate, as you see. Xuan leading that Nova to secure game 1, but to be honest, it kind of felt like everyone from Nova Esports were there to ensure that they got that win.
I think it's important, right? Nova is showing you exactly how you take an advantage. Not just hold it, but how to build upon it, right? Because normally we take a look at a case where, okay, you get that Crimson buff. What's next? The ideal movement is, okay, the next time it comes up after 80 seconds, I'm going to take it again. But Nova did one up that kind of play. They said, okay, I'm going to take the Crimson, but I'm going to add on more. I'm going to take T1s. I'm going to take your Azure buff as well. And this shows you how to snowball that growth. And look, Kongling, 6-0-3. Everyone knew that he was that major win condition as well.
I mean, the KDA don't lie, right? At this point, I just feel like he's greedy and not sharing the kills, but Kong Lin was just literally running it down, staying alive, had the most net worth in the entire game, and just made a very quick game of this because he was able to farm and he was just efficient across the map. And this is exactly what they're looking for, Nova that is, in terms of that jungler, of being able to just be self-sufficient, but at the same time, take advantage of all of the little advantages that we're giving you across the map.
Right, so let's take a look at the stats here. Well, this is why I like, Nova's mid lane, Wendy. Wendy is always very silent and quiet, especially when, the other members are taking the lead. But Wendy always gets those setups. The amount of damage he dealt, 45,000 here. One of the main reasons was because he was consistently throwing his ultimates down as a deterrent against the multiple members of Team Hawk. And they couldn't get the initiation that they wanted. To be honest, Team Hawk's lineup, they can turn this game around, but it requires Nuo, John, and Man to pull off the trio combination to, maximize the damage from Man, and that never presented itself because of Wendy.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, it was like the poking and prodding, that you see from the Lady Jean. He was constantly up in front, just, always there. The maximum range and it's like understanding the reach of your attacks. He was always at the maximum and he was never really under pressure. So he was able to do that, and which is hard to do, especially against the Gan and Mo who can outrange you. But he was not able to hit, the marks in terms of net worth and have that damage to really return that firepower back.
That's the crazy part, right? As a Lady Chen, as a Cascada, you're kind of like, okay, my range isn't as far as the Smith and Blade, but you know what? I'm gonna have my other team members create that distraction. And Xuan is this guy that I'm talking about, Martial Genius. We were talking about that last fight between Team Hawk and Nova, right? They just needed a initiation coming from either Xuan or their Waypit Lapu Lapu, and both of them did it anyway.
Yeah, they were able to just take control, right? I mean, it just looked like, all of these little lane matchups that we're seeing here, all in favor of Nova Esports, especially in a game that went, again, under 8 minutes. It's going to skew quite a bit, but these are things where when you go back to the locker room and kind of discuss things in terms of what we could do better, you have to start with the lane, right? You cannot be losing that one. I think that there was a huge critical mistake early where Nuo was sticking around and just trying to outfight them when he was outnumbered, and Bai was nowhere to be found. It's like one of those things where, okay, if we're getting invaded, we need to have the team here to defend, right? We have the numbers advantage. We should be able to do this, or we give up on it completely and look to invade their jungle.
Fully agree. I think this is one of the core lessons we have seen the professionals teach us in all of the different gameplays, right? What is the answer? And there never really is just one. There are multiple ways to go about it. And Nova is showing you and showing Team Hawk what are the potential options, right? And I like the fact that you mentioned it. Why fight there if you know that you can't fight the early game? Go for the trade.
Yeah. I mean, just take the space that's given to you, right? You know that they're there. You had that potential vision. Just go invade their boards. Go into their, and take their Crimson away. But of course, the MVP. I mean, when you have a KDA like that and you're able to run it down on people, it's of course going to be Konglin here. 603. The damage taken, he was that absolute beast. And he always stayed alive, even with that, small amount of health. Because sometimes it was close, but he didn't die a single time. Almost a perfect game there by Konglin here.
Yep. I mean, the moment he set foot onto the gorge and the battlefield, it was truly his first skill, right? The path of passing. But this was the passing of the 5 different members on the side of Team Hawk. The moment he came in, boy, it was over.
Yeah, it's definitely over, right? I mean, wherever Konglin went, everyone else from Team Hawk were like, okay, we just can't fight. We just can't be here, right? We're definitely not behind, or we're definitely not able to kind of compete. We're not on the same level as this guy in terms of farm. We have zero chance. So again, got to use that space. We got to find things out, and you'll see most of that in the highlights here.
Yeah, not even first minute, you get potential, first blood, and this was fed into Muchi, by the way. Meanwhile, while Konglin actually saved his smite, he didn't use it for the Tusk Boars, actually used it for the Crimson Golem here. And once they got that started, it was all about, okay, can we bait them in? Does Team Hawk, oblige? Do they take out Invitation and come and fight? And Team Hawk did, which was, not the correct information and choice, hindsight bias, of course.
And look at Schwan, all the way in the back line. There's so much space for the rest of them, and they get the pick up on John because he was isolated. This started with Schwan with that initiation. Wendy was tenderizing them the entire time with just all of his skill usage, and he was just able to pick them off. And Team Hawk right now, it was like once you're down a member, it's like, okay, how do we even deal with Konglin? How do we deal with Muchi, who are always in our face? And that was an easy game win for Nova, a very clean one.
Yes, also just a very small little, thing on the side of Nova, which is the timing of the spriteling usage, right? That's why Xuan didn't take a fall. It was kind of like, hey, he's in the middle of 4, he's taking turret shots from the crystal, how is he still alive? And that was because of the spriteling usage by the team. So they saved it for the last moment. And the freeze coming in from Wendy on the passive, it just made I mean, there was a chance they could have got a 1 takedown, but because of the freeze passive, he couldn't do anything at that point, and they just took the game from there.
Yeah, it just completely took it right there. But I mean, if you were going to be Team Hawk's coach, what are you telling the team? Like, how are they able to kind of respond to that shellacking that they got in game 1?
Santai to Bantai, which is we chill to get the kill, right? So in the next game, we will have a better draft, and we will see what are the available options, right? Right now, I think Team Hawk, the only difference maker for them is about the choice. They're given options, but they haven't picked up the best possible choice when the options are given. So if Team Hawk can make better decisions as a team, I think they can at least make a stand, give some resistance against Team Nova here.
I think it's funny that you say it's like chill to get some kills, because I felt like they were chilling a lot in game 1 and they were getting killed. They were not finding anything. It seemed like Nova completely had their number. For me, I'm of the type where, hey, if things are not working, something needs to change, right? And playing the passive style, for me, doesn't really work. Let's turn it up. Let's change it up. Let's be aggressive. Let's invade the enemy jungle. Let's try to play our play style and put the pressure on Nova Esports. See if it works. If not, I mean, we're still going to lose. I mean, playing passively, we might as well try something new.
Okay, while the point of passiveness is there, I think Team Hawk needs to draft an earlier lineup, right? Give Bai the pay. Bai has been fantastic with the pay. His growth has been insane, right? They need that early game lead. If you know that you can't defend against Nova Esports, and you're taking a very risky mid to late game composition, especially with the Luna, why not just go for the counter invades, or just go straight up for the level 1 team fights?
Yeah. Early game, just like on a timer, pay style. Let's just go early, pay by rent, and just invade, right? And just try to just put the pressure onto see which one. Maybe Xuan, maybe Konglin. We gotta find ways to limit those 2 guys as much as possible, because the space that they provide just let Muchi get going, and then he's able to close out games. So, like Team Hawk right now really need to change things up, especially in game 2, or else we're gonna have a bit of a short series.
It is, and right now I like this ban from Team Hawk, right? You don't give away the Dolia Younggen combination to the side of Nova Esports. Team Hawk, they like to start strong here, and they will take that Parasola for themselves. Beautiful work.
So this is something that was brought up by Sagi, right? In the sense that the Parasola, while it was previously the #1 pick in farm lane, it adds quite a bit of damage, you have mobility, you have everything, but it just seems like most of the teams right now have been able to shift away from it because they're able to counter it. Zhao is one of those targets that has just been on the rise. The Honey Breeze just does so much. They have ways to kind of lock him down, right? So going into this one, it seems like picking the Parasola is a very risky play, especially early.
If you don't have the cover, I fully agree with that. And I like this response by Team Hawk, right? So they're trying to take away the attention from Lola in this early pick. Mighty Conqueror is a great pick, the Fatih coming in. Because it can be flexed, it can go into the clash, it can go into the jungle as well. The favor of this is the ultimate. So ideally what this Mighty Conqueror will be looking to do is to eat one of the CCs coming from Nova, which hopefully comes from the Bond Weaver, the Diadea, right? Once she jumps in, he uses ultimate, cleanses himself, and just run into the lineup of Nova Esports. At least that's what I hope they will.
Yeah, and it's also like another damage dealer, which kind of adds into this one. But now that you have the Refart Datu, you have that frontliner, you have a tanky guy, Nuno should be fine on that. But at the same time, it looks like Nova Esports are like, hey, we let you pick the pay many times. 3 picks, you didn't want it, we're going to pick it up. And now they're going to go fast and furious here. Nova Esports are looking to put even more pressure on in Game 2 here.
Yep. Team Hawk at this point, they need a tank, right? One of the answers to an assassin jungle is if you can survive the initial burst, then you can kind of win the team fight. And now you know that Nova, they're contemplating the same style again. They're going for the potential invade. Tigress, this Pei, he's going to be super fast-paced, he's going to be very mobile. So Team Hawk, there needs to be some answers. Either, 4-man defense in your jungle or counter-invade. Do something.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, this is another one that's been a Nova special, the Ata. Xuan in that clash lane, that ghost ship has just been very detrimental to team fights, splitting it up, of course. But he's like the only guy that's been playing at the KIS4. So this is an interesting pick. It seems like Xuan has kind of gravitated toward this pick after he was previously spamming the Guan Yu in the KIC 2025. So this is an interesting wrinkle in Xuan's lineup because, again, you have to think about like what is Nova going to be picking. And Ata was really never on the board until the KIS4.
I mean, the buff coming into KIS4, Ata was definitely one of the main reasons why a lot of teams like Nova found success, right? Even in your ranked games, I'm sure you've met a white anchor every now and then, and you realize that actually this guy is pretty hard to kill. So right now, Nova Esports, I really like their draft. You talked about this just now, the Breeze Heart, the Xiao Xiao. Definitely a great answer. So for Team Hawk, positioning-wise, I really hope that the Mighty Conqueror, which is going to be in the hands of John, and Lola as the RLE, the both of them, they can't stand together. If they do, Wendy's gonna get the knockup, and it's bye-bye for both of them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a problem here. I mean, they have a decent number of stuns. I mean, you can kind of set up with the ghost ship from Xuan's white anchor as well. But those team fights are going to be interesting. The farm right now is going to appear to be pretty much be funneled into Muji and Konglin on the Nova Esports side. If they're able to kind of just out damage them, they're gonna have a great time. But Team Hawk need to slow this game down. Give yourself a chance to that late game, and then again let John, the Fatih, the Yukio, as well as the Parasol just really kind of accelerate in that late game.
Do they really have a choice though? I don't know. This is looking so scary to me. I have to be honest, because the invade is coming from Konglin, right? And this is added on with the heal potential coming in from the side of Nova Esports, right? And Waypit, we know his proficiency on Diadea. The question now is, your level 1 skill pick, what do you go for, right? Do you go for the hard link, the heals, or do you go for the bitter farewell, the second skill to even add in more aggression if someone from the side of Team Hawk comes for the defense on that invade?
Well, we'll see right away. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? When Nova Esports, if they want to go aggressive, if you have that bitter farewell, you could really set things up. So let's see exactly how they want to play. I mean, they invaded in game one. It was a great call by them, and it really paid off in the end. So if not, if they want to play a little bit more passively, just stay in lane, Heartlink is probably the way to go. So we'll see it right away.
Enemy minions will
I mean,
arrive in
we'll see.
5
I think it's less of a question at this point about whether they're going to invade. The question more is how is Nova going to invade, and which camp do they go for?
You're just already being the Debbie Downer, and you sense that they're going to be aggressive. Yeah, they are going to be aggressive. They're not invading just yet. They're making their way around. But look at Kong Lin. He's sticking around with Waypit. This is going to be a 1-2 combination, which is going to be very annoying. And it looks like Waypit did go with a bitter farewell.
No, it's not. No, please, no, bye. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, Bai's just like, leave my Azure Golem away. I don't really have vision. Nuno will spot it out, but that bitter farewell is starting to make some work. They get the smite, and now Bai's in a bad spot. He gives up first blood, and now Lola is going to get run down, and all the same. No, it's not enough. The fan, the Blasphemy fan, shuts him down, and that's going to be 2 early kills for Nova yet again.
And once again, he gets even more. Kong Ling here, with the help of his teammates' aggression, they will get the Tusk Spores, they get the Azure Golem, they get the first blood onto Bai as well. Kong Ling was the one responsible for that. They even get Lola down. So every single marker of success that was meant to be is now in the hands of Nova. And this 1k goal lead plus, it was achieved even before the 1 minute mark, just to be clear.
And look at how Xuan was actually able to clear the wave so quickly and then just actually go all the way down to take even more away from Bai, who's going to be further slowed down. This is going to be a tough one. I mean, Nova right now firing on all cylinders. And John getting run down, getting pounced, but he's under the tower. And now it looks like it's way too much damage to stun onto Xuan, but it doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a follow-up. But they did zone them away. It looks like the minion wave is going to go in favor of Nova as well.
I think the biggest issue here for the sort of Team Hawk is that massive EXP differential, right? Shen is already at level 4. John just hit level 4. In the mid lane, Man is not even 4 yet. Wendy has already used his ultimate once. So this is a big concern. 2,000 gold at the 2 minute mark. Nova is GPM as a team, 1k a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, they're trying to shift. They did the switch. Man is in the bottom lane, right? So he's kind of dealing with Muchi. It's not the most traditional of the mid lane and getting all that extra farm. So he might be a little bit behind, but it is worrying, especially since Wendy is now level 5. Now they're looking to invade even further. And Team Hawk right now on the run. They get the bitter farewell onto Nuo, who will be chased away.
They already have the timing, right? So now, every 80 seconds, Nova is going to, number 1, approach that Azure Golem from the side of Team Hawk. Once it's done, they will start approaching the Crimson Golem. But for now, they're going to start changing their rotations a little bit. Kong Ling wants to secure his own Crimson first. Meanwhile, Waypit is going to be that vision, right? The walking information piece for the side of Team Nova. And once they know about the timing, they will start to decide, okay, what is this choice available to us here, right? After the next 80 seconds of this Crimson take, what is the next play for Nova?
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, they were scouting it out. They were doing the walking around the block, scoping it out for the potential steal on that Crimson Golem. But Team Hawk were like worried, and Bai's like, hey guys, I need support. They actually fortified the area around him just to ensure that he's getting some of those buffs because they need to let Bai really fly in this game.
Yes, but that is, you know, growth for one singular player on the side of Team Hawk. And that's a huge concern now. So Nova, they've been making sure that everyone on the map gets gold, gets EXP as well. They have a healthy lead. And here we go.
Yeah, it looks like they find John. I mean, the shields are going to be on point. He will survive, but that's going to be very close. Now Lola, here come the reinforcements. The nice two-man stun. Wendy's in a bad spot. Waypit is looking to just run away at this point, but Xuan looking to turn. Nuo knows about half-life. The fan is going to do a little bit of damage. The bitter farewell just slowing him down. Team Hawk, though, have been zoned away, but they weren't able to make them pay for invading the enemy jungle.
They can't. In fact, there's a freebie for Muchi at the bottom as well. Here we go, Lola.
And that's actually the craziest part, is that they're doing this with only 4 members from Nova, right? All of that space, free space for Muchi to take that bottom T1, easily taking that down. In addition, they're going to take the Azure Golem anyways. So this is another rough game for Team Hawk.
Yep. I mean, with 4,000 gold ahead, you know there is a very big difficulty for them to number 1, take a team fight. Number 2, to, you know, secure their own objectives in the jungle. And now, at this point, it's all about getting the damage in.
All about that damage. They're taking the Crimson Golem as well. I mean, they took the Azor one already. I mean, this is a tough situation. It looks like they're growing the lead by 1K every single minute. That's how fast and furious Nova are playing, and they're going to pick up the Tyrant as well. Again, Team Hawk right now on the defensive, but they're reeling at this point.
Yeah, Bai and John, they can't deal with Xuan as well. Xuan is level 7. And here's the scary thing about Xuan. As an Arta, the white anchor, every time you use your skills, if it lands on the opponents, you actually get health back. And he's already tough to deal with. He's the ability to tank against the Nova lineup. And with the healing factors coming from the usage of his skills, essentially now, Xuan is unkillable. So it's what, 5v6 at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to find him, right? And to just lock him down, I mean, he's already got the items as well. And then plus he can kind of divide everything with that ghost ship. So it's going to be a tough ask for Team Hawk to find anything. But this is space, right? Hold the line, right? Take the mid T1. Make sure you defend that. Buy a little bit of space. Now you've taken the bottom T1. Lola is under siege at this point. Needs to be careful from Kong Lin. But here come the reinforcements. The emergence is going to show up on this one. But Kong Lin actually is going to go down. Team Hawk right now with the numbers advantage. That's a great kill for them.
Okay, 5-1, 5-on-1, that's great. Right now, the question is, how do you build upon this, right? Team Hawk, can they go for the split push or they make that defense in the mid lane? Defense in the mid lane not going to work out, but they can try to take the T2 at the bottom. At the same time, Nova understands this. They want to go for more. They have to make an even trade here.
But it looks like, John is in the bottom lane, continuing to push. Their Crimson Golem is looking to go, but Muchi's getting a little bit low, just somehow staying alive. But Bai is not going to be as lucky. They find Lola as well. Nova Esports finding 2. And that's going to be a huge win for Nova Esports as they look to go aggressive. Now Mon is running for his life, being chased by wolves.
He's not going to make it out, right? This is a guaranteed he's going to have a very tough time. Wendy doesn't even need the damage. It's about making sure that he gets him to use his resources.
Oh, here's the emergence, just a sidestep on this one. He gets on out, and he will stay alive, but he did commit the ult on this one. But through that all, Kong Lin was in the bottom lane, taking down John, so you are getting some sort of, kills elsewhere. Again, down about 8K, tough situation for Team Hawk.
Actually, that's kind of cool. I did not know that mechanic. Man uses a flash in the middle of his emergence to actually get the emergence to land at another spot here. So Team Hawk, there's a good play, individual skills from Man, but that's not going to be enough. Nova already knocking on the door at 7.5 minutes here.
They're looking to just take this one down. The top T3 under siege. Team Hawk, all they can do is watch. I mean, they can call the police, but even them, I think they're going to come a little too late. They have the ghost ship. They find him, and they get the pickup on Amon. No emergence on that one, as it was on cooldown. And again, he gets picked off yet again.
Yeah, they called for the ambulance, and they got it, but it was a surgeon that came out, and right now, Nova is just doing surgery on the base of Team Hawk.
It's a pediatrician, not the right one. Anyways, he goes down, but now this mid T3 is under siege. This is going to be a tough hold. Mon is down for another 5 more seconds. But Nova Esports, the way that they're doing, the Raging Sea is going to be committed. The light step on back, and now they decide to go. They find Bai, they get the pick off. Mon is right back up, but Lola has already been killed. And Nova Esports, just like that, in a hurry, making it happen. And they find the Crystal, and Nova Esports take game 2.
Once again, without dropping a single member in this final push. They did give away 1 kill though, which is a blemish on the record, but Nova still a very strong start to the series in our best of 7. 2-0 already. 2 more wins net them the series. Team Hawk needs to find a solution quick.
Yeah, I would say Nova Esports get a grade of an A-. You can't die a single time. I think that's unacceptable at this stage. I mean, if you're playing for perfection, Nova, no, all jokes aside, they were just firing on all cylinders, really tough, right? Team Hawk right now, just absolutely reeling, understanding that this is a titan of a team. This is such a scary lineup. I don't know what Team Hawk can do at this point.
And bear in mind, this is like combinations of which still plenty are available because it's only 2 games in, right? They haven't really burnt out their hero pool, and year on year or event by event, you know that each individual player across all the different teams, they're building their hero pool. So it gets even more difficult now because Team Hawk, Nova is not running out of steam just yet.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, just 2 games in. And even that draft, you're kind of thinking, okay, it's not the strongest of Nova lineups, but the way that they're able to execute, it doesn't really matter what they're able to play. That's how deep their hero pools are as well. They're able to take any hero and just play to the next level. Another really good game by Nova here.
Okay, so let's make some predictions here, right? Okay. What is this next jungle that they're going to pick up on the side of Nova, right? They've already used the Pei, they've used the Ogren. Are we looking at
Fade?
a Yang Jin Dolia combination? Fade?
Like
Fade
Yang Jin also can. Yeah, I think Konglin let the guy just style, right? I think that Konglin is just like one of the best. And I think that that's the biggest thing. If Nova Esports, some of the games are, let's just be very honest, a bit of a easier game for them. They're going to have a much easier time in that sense. So you can probably experiment a bit or kind of let some of your superstars just style, right? And I think Fade is one of the perfect heroes for Konglin. He's done it in the past, so let the man shine even more.
Right, so let's break down how this really came to be. That initial invade, once again, was a huge success for the side of Nova. And knowing the Pei, the Tigress, once a Tiger feasts, he's going to get that protein in, he's going to be stronger, the muscles will be flexed. Konglin didn't really rush in for the kills, it's more about the team setup this time, right? And my personal MVP for this game is Xuan, because Xuan was just the great wall that they could not climb over on the side of Team Hawk.
Yeah, no real answers. I mean, the way Xuan plays is just like, it's quiet, right? He's not like the most boisterous of people as well, but it's also a thing where he's just so solid in that Clash lane, providing so much, and it was so difficult for Team Hawk to find anything. And this is why when you're looking at like creating a team yourself, the Clash laner, yeah, he's going to be on an island, and you're kind of thinking, we can kind of throw away that lead, but look at the value that they bring to these games, right? I mean, the damage isn't the highest, so you have to look elsewhere, but the way that the team played around Xuan's vision is why Nova Esports are so good.
Yes, the theory behind the draft is so smart as well, right? Xuan is already a person that's really hard to take down. Enter Waypit on the idea. Heals galore, and it's already difficult to take down this ghost ship captain, and now you have to deal with him having heals as well. That's insane, right? Team Hawk, they were trying to go for this very aggressive damage-based lineup, but they didn't have the items to do it. They didn't have the EXP to do it as well. And once again, very steady performance by Nova as they really cut down Team Hawk in game number 2.
Yeah, well, you're complimenting Waypit on the heals and everything, but where was the heal on Konglin when he died? Huh? Where was he on that one? So, well, hopefully we'll see that one in the highlights to see, because again, he didn't make the save on that one, so that's going to be a blemish onto Waypit. He needs to ensure that he's always near Konglin. But in this game, this gold graph, everything in favor of them. I mean, this took 8 minutes and 17 seconds. That's another quick game by Nova Esports. But again, they're just looking too strong here.
Okay, I have an answer. It's because you need to keep your jungler humble, right? You can't give him success all the time. This is a parenting lesson, right? If you win too many times, you're kind of like, hey, I'm very good. So this is a humbling experience. Waypit, we know him. He needs to teach his new jungler to keep on pace.
Is this what you do with your rank, your team? Your jungler, you don't compliment him, you don't support him, because you know that if he starts getting good, it gets into his head. He has that ego, and then he might leave you guys as a team, right?
No, stay here. But with that being said, beautiful game once again by Nova, and the stats do really tell you, right? This one, I think, once again, he was left, funnily enough, him stranded on an island because nobody else could really help on the side of Team Hawk, and it takes a bit of time. The composition on the side of Team Hawk needs a lot of gold. You have a Nua, you have a Fatih, you have a Arlie. These are all mid to late game heroes. They need early game heroes to be able to contest against Nova, especially when you know that Nova has a very strong tendency to invade, knowing that you don't have the defense here.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Hawk right now, I mean, their drafts, to your point, kind of late game centric. They need to kind of shift gears a bit and just go early, right? Set the tone, do something so that you're putting Nova on the back foot, because I think they're playing a little bit too scared, and they're trying to play a standard game, which Nova Esports just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, you can't best a team that knows the usual routes. You need to throw those sucker punches, surprise hits, right? The surprise uppercuts. So Team Hawk, I think they need to rework the way that they're drafting. Stop thinking of it, inside the box. Think outside of the box.
Yeah, like bringing a gun to a knife fight, right? Like just change things up. Like give yourself such a huge. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. I think that's a terrible idea. But the MVP of this one will be Wendy. The setups were real from the Breeze Heart, right? 3-0 and 4. The damage taken, I mean, minimal in that sense, but he was doing quite a bit with 45,000, and he was setting things up for the rest of the team to just really knock them down. Just really well played by Wendy.
Yes, and we'll take a look at the highlights here as we look at that initial invade coming in. Bai did try to get that first Azure Golem for the efforts this time, but did not work out. This was also thanks to Wendy, who was helping to get the setups onto the team. And once they have the numbers advantage in terms of not just EXP, but buffs and gold as well, this is where Nova really started to shine. And there were a couple of moments where, you know what, Team Hawk actually did make some very nice plays. They got that 5-on-1 onto Kongling. That's why he was taken down, by the way. Nothing to do with Waypit. And the other thing was the fact that they actually made a decent defense in their mid T2. But unfortunately, they couldn't buy more time because this mid to late game composition was not apparent. The growth was not there.
Look, from what I've seen, Konglin by himself, 1 versus 5, you're going to see him die, right? I think we just saw that as well in these highlights. But with Waypit there, it's a 2v5, and that changes everything. I have full faith in Nova Esports to do much better than what they did here. How dare they let Konglin die?
I like it. I like the fact that you put that situation there that it's not going to happen. And nobody can prove you wrong. So
Exactly.
All right, well played.
No chance on that one. But again, Team Hawk right now, okay, you're down 0-2. I think that you got to think of this in the long game, right? We got to find a game. This is a must-win game, game 3. You cannot be down 0-3 where you're at a match point. Elimination game at that point. So again, this is one where we were talking about it earlier. We got to pick something fast and furious and do it quickly.
Okay, so let's put our minds to test here. Let's take over Amox's position for a little bit. Coach Holler and Coach Kin, what are we thinking about? What's this early game jungle that we want Team Hawk to have?
I think that like the pay by ring. I think that you just need to draft that early. I think that just set the tone, and then try to protect the pay as much as possible. Look for enemy invades. You've been playing too passively. You've been sticking around. But yeah, I think that you need to play different. Got to be aggressive.
Okay, Coach Holler, there's no more Byron. They used it in game 1.
No, I was Amu there. I totally forgot his Amu. I would not have forgotten that as Holler. Duh.
What
I was in
do?
his mind
Oh,
and he
no.
forgot. So, but yeah, okay. Without Byron, I mean, look, I think that you want to just kind of get pay going. Maybe, I'm trying to think who else. Like maybe.
Okay, let me help you out. Let's put the Ambrosa in the clash lane for John, right? Let's play the sustain game. So Ambrosa in the clash for John. And then maybe we give a Liu Bang, dominant ruler for No as well, right? So you can double down on the heals.
Okay. But I just
And
feel
then,
like
I don't know.
that's yeah. Like you're setting it up for like this wombo combo with heals and stuff, and then you're just like, oh, venomous staff, and like we can just counter, we can just, you know what I mean? Like not overcommit, understanding that the Liu Bang's got that battlefield command. Like you have ways around it. I just feel like if you have just more fast, furious guys that are constantly invading and just being super aggressive from level 1, you're going to have a better time because it doesn't really matter about heroes as much. It's about dictating pace. Obviously, if they lose a team fight, they might just crumble, but at least you're trying something new in this game 3.
That's true. I think at this point, right, with your back's against the wall, especially for Team Hawk, I think it's the best time to really try a composition which in theory makes sense, right? I really think they need to go for super sustain, right? And if you are going to go for an assassin jungler, you need to have more tanks on your team, right? I think the game number 2 pick, especially for the side of Team Hawk, it works in theory, right? In the late game, you are unstoppable. You have an Ahri that's jumping all over the place. You have the Fatih who's able to do the same as well. And then you have the Nuwa with the long-range snipes setups by the stuns on the side of Bai on this Swift Strike. And Lapu Lapu knock up with the ultimate as well on the Refat Datu. But you need to reach that point. So right now, Team Hawk's game should be about, can we get the engine started first? You need the key in the ignition.
You know what? I hate it, and it kills me to say it, but you're right.
I know what
I do agree with you. Please don't quote me on this because I rarely say that about what you say, but I think that in this case you are correct. They need to change that up, right? I think that that's going to be the biggest thing. But of course, Riznul gave it a little bit of support right there. it's about the Malaysian teams here. And, again, with this best of 7, the fact that the loser goes home, an MKL team sending another MKL team home is a little unfortunate, and it's definitely going to be saddening for them.
I think at this point it's a valuable experience, right? Who comes into their first ever international tournament and win everything? Now, I know what this is going to set up in the future of potentially MKL, but for now, we talk about the present. And, expecting Team Hawk to come in and with guns blazing, winning every series, I think that there's a very strong goal. And right now, I think for Team Hawk, just learn as much as you can, right? Nova is one of the best out there. In order to be the best, you have to play with the best and learn from the best.
Well, Team Hawk, guns blazing is a bit extreme. I don't think that was really going to happen. But right now, it looks like they've got water guns as they're blazing throughout. Because again, it seems like it's a little weak on that sense. They haven't found their first game win. And that's got to be tough, right? Already losing 9 games already in quick fashion. And then going into Nova here and then potentially getting swept. That is a feels bad, man. And we talk about the learnings and things. But that's got to be rough. So they don't want to be in that situation. And why? Again, there's even more pressure for this team to really win out in Game 3.
So Nova Esports here, they take out what I would feel is a great start to the game itself. An Organ in the hands of Bai would be lovely as well, but that's not going to be possible. Lung as well taken out. Team Hawk respond with the Luna and the Zhang Fei ban, but now Nova Esports, they get their hands on the first Forge Maiden here, which is really scary, and Team Hawk ignore the Yangjian. They go for the Evernight Aspiration with the Dolia. Do you agree?
Ooh, interesting. It has a lot. Okay, look, Mon has to get that farm because if you moonscape somebody, mirage them, and then you're really under-leveled, under net worth, you're gonna have a tough time. You're just gonna get destroyed. You're literally isolating yourself to die. So you have to stay alive. And Nova Esports understand that, hey, even if they took us out, even if they isolate one of us, can they really take us on one-on-one? You have the Lian Po here, the Earthshaker, very tanky, will probably survive, as well as the Trilite, who can duel very well, right? So these are nice counter picks by Nova Esports. I don't know if Mon can really get the farm to be that dangerous Haya, though.
I can see that, but I think maybe Team Hawk is trying to go as simple as possible, one step at a time, which is Haya as the Evernight Aspiration, very strong level 1 wave clear. So let's just win the lane first, and then we start thinking about that. Team Hawk's final pick in the first half of the ban pick phase is the Wild Rider, the Agudo. I think that's a great answer against Trilite and the Earthshaker as well, right? Tank Shredder for sure. So that's a good start. I just want to see what else can they use to add on to the value of what they have in this first half of the picks they've already secured for themselves for Team Hawk.
I think it'd be hilarious if Mon were able to Moonscape Mirage somebody and he just barely survives. And then you see Celestial Melody so that he's like, oh, we could just do another Moonscape Mirage. But yeah, I think that it could be a potential. But isolating 2 people, I think that could be nice there. I think that, the Team Hawk lineup probably needs a little bit more in terms of what to potentially utilize that Celestial Melody.
My arrow will turn the tide of
I think they need a big tank on the side of
For who?
Hawk? They have tankiness as well. Earthshaker. Okay, now they have lockdown in the form of the Dharma, the Martial Monk. So, and Hano as well. Okay, you know what? Nova Esports, thank you so much. This is a very tough lineup to beat.
It is going to be tough. You potentially get into Hano, right? And you can Fate Rewind. You have Dharma, who's with the Lian Po, the Earthshaker. You're going to have a tough time dealing with them and getting that control. So Team Rock right now, this is they have the Agudo. I think that you need a little bit. Okay.
What?
Really? No way. They're just hovering. No way.
What? They actually lock it in. Diao Chan, Lotus Dancer. Okay, I get it. There is a potential of long-drawn fights, but if Nova Esports gets that initiation that they're looking for, you have no fight. Where's this burst? You need burst damage to deal with Nova Esports.
Okay, so I think they took our advice to try new things to heart. And they're trying Diao Chan, the Lotus Dancer. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's been picked in the KIS thus far.
No.
But this
Debut.
is... Yeah, this is the debut for sure. Interesting pick. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It seems like they're kind of squishy, which kind of worries me.
Okay, so I believe it should be an Intimidate Lotus Dancer Diao Chan for the side of John. But this particular lineup, it can work, right? Because John, if he manages to get the attention of the various members on the side of Nova, buy time long enough, then Bai really can shine in the team fights, as well as Man. But the thing now, we don't go to step number 5. Let's talk about step number 1. Can you win your lanes?
Yeah. Can you win your lanes? Can you actually just not get crumble in like the first 5-6 minutes of this game? This is like, if we're talking about like first lane matchups. First minute. I mean, if they decide to invade, like, they're going to really struggle. And Nova Esports have shown time and time again that they're willing to be aggressive, especially early.
I think they can't really afford to invade, not at level 1 at least. That would still be a risk. No matter how strong Nova is, that is still a risk. But the moment you get your second level, I think that is secondary camp of the buffs. Yeah, that is where Nova starts to look to strike. Because once you have level 2 Heino, he's pretty much unstoppable, right? Once he gets his second skill on to melee range, he's probably unkillable at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, Team Hawk right now, like, they need to be aggressive, and they're trying to put the pressure on the Wendy already. But again, like, he's fine. He just stays under the tower, throwing out those scepters, and I mean, John is going to actually teleport in the top lane. You know, just get back in. This Diao Chan for me is throwing me in a bit of a loop here.
It is, but Bai, oh no!
Oh, he's going to get the shield. They flash on forward. Waypit not letting him go. He's going to get first blood. They're going to walk away, and now John is showing up. Mon is there as well, and they get any sort of revenge. Waypit with that dash away. The Crimson Golem has been taken as well. I mean, Nova Esports taking everything, and Wendy continuing to be aggressive, even at level 3. John's in a bad spot. He's only level 2. He dashes over the wall. Waypit thought about it. The secondary burst ramp getting him back to safety, but they're going to disengage after that.
Yeah, but the biggest damage here is not about Wendy taking away the Crimson Golem. It's not about Bai dying. It's the fact that Kongling was left untouched. He has now taken every single thing away from Bai again. And look, first minute and a half, and we already have a 1,000 goal lead. So, yeah, you know what? Team Hawk need to work better on this defense and really understand what is this Nova invasion lineup. Because how do you lose? How do you lose Bai's jungle without Kongling even invading in the first place?
I don't really know.
I'm sorry.
I'm laughing because I really don't have any answers right now, because Team Hawk right now are completely on the defensive. John has really been struggling as well. He's a level behind Xuan. And Bai struggling. 2 levels behind Konglin, who's like, you were addressing the fact that he was by himself just farming, and he's made far use of that time.
Yeah, and look, Team Hawk in the mid lane, Man finally won his lane, and still they lose. So Nova is just putting too much pressure on the Team Hawk at this point. Kongling's already at level 5. He has a 2-level advantage against Bai, right now 1, but he can jump for days. He doesn't even need the reset at this point. No Dolia, no problem.
Yeah, no Dolia, no problem. I mean, look at how they're just invading. They're imparting their will because they know that Team Hawk right now are so far behind. They're sending the house because they know that they need to at least try to defend this Crimson Golem. But it doesn't look like Konglin wants to really just go for that 50-50 smite. They're going to be back.
Yeah, Bai would do well not to use his smite at this point, right? I think he needs to save it for his Azure Golem. And at this point, I think he did use his passive, which is the release as a freebie. And you can see what Waypit is doing. I like this playstyle. You guys should really take a look at what Waypit is doing. He may not be able to steal the buff down here without taking a huge risk. But this information, once again, he gets the timing for the team. And Nova will then be able to make another good, conscious decision on what to do next.
Yeah, and not only is it about the timing and that vision, but now Team Hawk are feeling a little uncomfortable. They have to send 4 people just to ensure that Bai secures it, because you know that if it was just like one-on-one, Weiput would at least try for it with that burst ram and getting him in and out. So it's another situation where you're tracking them into a certain area while that creates space for the rest of the squad elsewhere to just farm.
I think a little is an understatement at this point. This is so difficult. I mean, I've had difficult games, but damn, I've never had this kind of difficulty before.
Yeah, but when they're difficult at the end of the game, you just report your teammates, right? At least you have that. In this one, it's a little bit tougher, right? Because you're like, oh yeah, I just reported you in game, but you're like, you're friends with them and you just constantly queuing with them. But now it looks like the Tyrant is up in about 4 minutes at the 4-minute mark here. But this is looking, I mean, Team Hawk are looking to start this off, but Kong Lin just making his way around. It doesn't look like they really want to defend. Maybe they'll give this up. Wendy still with them scepters on the side. Kong Lin looking for that flank. Here comes Furball. Tries to go on to Wendy, who's actually taking a decent amount, but that bait rewind, he sits on back. He gets back to full. The Tyrant is going to be taken by Bai. That's going to be a great win, but John getting picked up on the top side of that one, near the river that is in the mid lane. He's going to be picked off though, and Mon gets killed as well.
All right, that was a decent effort coming in from the side of Team Hawk here. Man actually getting Weiput out in order to reduce one of the number of tanks available on the side of Nova. Unfortunately for them, they lose that team fight. Oh no, Bai will be taken down. Truth Mantra by Xuan to make sure they secure that. It's now a 2,000 goldie, which is kind of surprising, right? Nova is not overly pressing at this point.
I mean, Bai just wants to be left alone, right? He wants to be that solitary farmer where he's just by himself, just sipping some coffee, just taking his time. But Nova Esports have been aggressive, constantly invading, hounding, contesting, making things very difficult. And Team Hawk right now have not been settled into this series.
They have not. They've been placed in a very uncomfortable position at this point, right? Where the question is, it's not even about team fights, it's about what kind of resources do we have. And Wendy is just poking them down. Every scepter of fate hurts even more and more.
Yeah, like how are you supposed to fight when the team is out, like, you know, growing you in the sense of like 1K per minute? You know, you're so far behind to take any sort of fights, and now you're getting even further behind. It is a tough situation for Team Hawk, and it looks like they're going to go with Heaven and Earth. John had been killed in the top lane as a solo by Xuan, so they're doing everything and winning all of the lanes and putting even more pressure on Team Hawk to do something. Oh, here's the Moonscape Mirage. That's going to be the first one of the day, and it looks like he's going to be locked in. Chicha, though, will get the kill. Muchi, that is, says, how dare you send me to the afterlife?
Yeah, Muchi, you know, at that point of position, it felt a little bit risky because he had already used his ultimate. But then that is where the level advantage comes in and the gold advantage comes in, right? So Muchi definitely was able to sustain a little bit longer, get the lifesteal. And with that huge range of snipe, he got the kill on demand. And right now, T3 is under pressure. Team Hawk, they're going to try their best.
Yeah, try to do their best, but the Fate Rewind zips it on back. You're like, okay, focus on me. Wendy's like the perfect tank. He shrugs off everything, because if you're looking at the roster of Team Hawk, they don't really have a lot of burst. Lola is not online in terms of that damage just yet, so they don't really have enough. So Wendy can play even more aggressive, being that front liner, and again, just staying alive, which is going to be a tough situation for Team Hawk to deal with.
Yeah, Lola needs 6 more levels and about, what, 8,000 more gold at least to be able to make a stand against Nova at this point. But that's just one. Yeah, 8,000 is definitely the number here to hit 12K. Here we go, one-on-one, John.
Okay, John barely surviving on that one. That teleport, that was super close, and I think that he's going to be happy with that. But again, not really much. They haven't taken a tower, so there's really not a lot of space even to teleport. And now Weiput just forcing it down on Nuo, who's just like happily taking this.
Yeah, right now there's too much tankiness on the side of Nova, right? Who realistically are you able to take down? The question to that is no.
Yeah, really. I'm not sure how you're supposed to take them down. I mean, they're so far behind as well, so that Nova Esports, they're tankier, they're doing more damage, and they're just slow sieging you. They have, you know, this Kong Lin, and he just hounds on forward. They have an Earthbow. They find Nuo, not able to get enough to do the damage to kill him, and Nuo will survive, but they turn their attention on this bottom T3, easily taking that out with all of the space that was provided.
And so smart, right? You take a look at that movement by Nova. It's actually to push them back. It's not to get the kills, it's to push them back so that nobody clears the wave of minions coming in, so they get access to the backdoor protection being taken down. And there's a free T3 at the bottom. Team Hawk though, they need more.
Yeah, they definitely need more. Oh, nice Trevor smash! Waypit setting it up. Juan waves the flag. He stays alive. Bai is not going to be as lucky. John is into the fountain. He gets that, but it looks like they're going to take the crystal. And Nova, just like that, will take game number 3.
Beautiful setup to end the game, and this really was spectacular because it shows you how controlled Nova are in this series itself. Right now, they're going to be at series point 3-0 with plenty more options for the draft to explore still.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really diving deep. I mean, they have so many different options. And this is why when you're playing on the international stage and you have the moment and the experience of a best of 7, it's going to make you better in the end because you are constantly going to be tested and you have to dive really deep into that hero pool. And having it just being able to continue on and to know that the draft is going to be key, but you've been there before. This is a well-versed veteran squad that is incredibly scary for any other team right now at the KIS 4.
Yes, and while this definitely is a painful lesson, I think this is a much valued lesson for the side of Team Hawk, right? Now you have to really consider, okay, the draft-wise, what do we start with? We know that the weaknesses of Team Hawk is this initial invasion. They don't have the answer to that yet. Mostly because I think it's just based on the ban picks. They don't really have the heroes that equip to deal with a level 1 invade. At the same time, the secondary part is, how do you play the map as Team Hawk, right? What do you do when you're losing? And I think we've asked some of the pro players this question before, and the answer was always, okay, we try to hold off, we don't really take a fight, and we try to see what value we can have in split pushes or just general wave clear. But, you know, Team Hawk, this really is a tough lesson.
Yeah, very tough lesson. I mean, the biggest thing, but it's a glaring issue and it's a fixable one, right? I think that they're going to go back into it and they're going to be like, hey, actually our early game is absolute not good. I was going to use other words, but let's just say, just go with that in that sense. I don't want to be too harsh on that team because like they need to shore those up, right? They need to figure something out. At least give them a 50-50, give themselves a chance because right now, again, they're so far behind in the early game where the mid and late is non-existent for this team.
Yeah, they need to figure something else out because if you give a try like over to the side of Nova, and they did this without the Dolia combination, by the way, so this is something that's really scary. Nova right now, the question for them is, my view of them in this is they're playing very standard drafts. I'm curious if they want to try something new in this potential last game in the series and explore what other kind of strategies they can pull against the other teams. Because right now, Team Hawk, you know their position. Backs against the wall. This game, Kongling once again taking 3 kills, the most out of the team, because of the insane lead every other lane has.
Yeah, I just had so many different, like, all the lanes they went in their favor. Early game, beginning, just the way that they were able to kind of move across the map and make things very uncomfortable for Team Hawk. Again, just very little answers, very little ways to get back in. And I mean, when you only have a single kill, this is kind of what happens, right? Where you're not able to find the right pickoffs because of the positioning that is far superior by Nova Esports, and they were able to just kind of dictate the pace of this game. And we were talking about how Wendy was that frontliner just with that vision and those fate rewinds to keep him alive. He was 0-0-1. That's very pedestrian, but the damage that he dealt, those scepters were completely on point this game.
Yeah, because they were forced to be together, right? That's the biggest issue that Team Hawk had, which is one of the things you want to do when you're behind is let's play the numbers advantage, right? 1v3, 1v4, that will be ideal for us. But when you're playing against a Hano, a Fate Turner here, that is actually to his strength, because the more targets he gets with his scepters, the more heals he gets, the more damage he gets as well.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do consistently. I mean, him and then the rest of them were just kind of the support that they were providing, even with wave pits like Tremor Smashes, and he had a highlight reel one. But let's talk a little bit about this Diao Chan Lotus Dancer. I mean, we were kind of talking about it for the draft. We had some question marks, and this is kind of why it didn't really have too much of an impact. But I mean, did we learn anything from this Diao Chan Clash Lane pick?
All right, so one of the ways that a Diao Chan actually shines as a Lotus dancer, right, is the fact that once there's no more CC, she's able to really provide value, because in long extended fights where she's not under crowd control, Lotus Dancer really does shine. You can get a lot of damage and lifesteal from this pick. But the issue is, for the side of Nova, they understand this. They're very professional in their sense. They've been veteran players for a long time. And Xuan saved his Truth Mantra for John specifically. And adding on with the difficulty of the difference in the level of farm as well as experience, yeah, John just couldn't last.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, just too squishy, right? I think that the rest of the lineup, I mean, just the really no real way to team fight. I mean, every single like lane matchup that we're seeing, the Haino versus the Haya, like this is like, I think the Haino does just fine, right? It's not too much to worry about from Haya, and every single pick was just kind of in favor of Nova Esports. So it really, again, it just sets your team up for success when you always have that slight edge in all of the different lanes.
Exactly. And this lineup, I think maybe at the start of the game, Lola does have an advantage against Muchi. But when your team plays well in the other lanes, that trickle-down effect is so scary because it's never going to be a 1v1 anymore. You're going to have Waypick coming in. You're going to have Xuan coming in. You're going to have your jungler Kong Ling coming in. So once again, it becomes an unfair advantage for the side of Nova. And when a team like Nova has a lead, they don't let go of it. They want to build upon it.
Looks like the MVP, the #1 guy. He knows it. He knows it. And of course, it will be Wendy here as he's just play on that fake turner, the Haino. Just too much. KDA, you're like, oh, 001. What? Like, that doesn't seem very good. But like, check the replay. I mean, the damage, the scepters, 86,000. He was constantly just pouncing on people, just making things very uncomfortable. And of course, not dying, which is key as a Haino.
Yeah, exactly. This also means that he's pulling attention away, right? That's one of the reasons why we had that, picture perfect Tremor Smash from the side of Waypit as well, because everyone was trying to focus on Wendy, everyone was trying to focus on Xuan, and when that attention is taken away from, the important members on the side of Nova, this is where you really get the beautiful setups you're looking for.
I mean, this highlight reel is going to be rough if you're a Team Hawk fan, because the way that, look at how they're just able to push them away. John had already been killed. This is a numbers advantage already. They just clean up scraps, right? Who's left? We'll just take them down. And the prioritization from Nova Esports and their ability to just move around the map and always get the numbers advantage. Take advantage of the fact that Team Hawk are not always together on the same page as a team.
Look at that picture perfect 3-man knockup from the side of Waypit. Doesn't mind giving his life at this point because they were going to end the game anyway. And with that, Nova manages to seal the deal, at least for the second half of this best of 7 here, as they lead the series 3-0. One more does it.
One more. That's it. I mean, they're a chip at a chair for Team Hawk right now, just trying to stay alive in the KIS4. Unfortunately for them, if they lose this, they're going to be out. But again, a bit of a mountain to climb. Nova Esports, they're definitely the favorites. I mean, let's give Team Hawk a little bit of credit in that sense, where this was going to be an uphill battle no matter what. But getting into this opportunity, you were talking about this positively about them. If they're able to take these losses and learn from them and to take those lessons into MKL as they move forward. But right now, if they want to have a chance at the KIS4, they need to learn very, very quickly.
I think quickly is definitely one of the challenges, right? The second part is also about the draft and bans and picks in this particular format. Now, in KIS4, we also practice the global ban pick format, meaning if you use a hero once, you will not have access into it for the rest of the series. But maybe if they unlock the ultimate battle, that would be great. For now, let's take a break. We'll see you when we're back.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Bell spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halang Xara. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepurku deteksi ancaman. Enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong. Musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawannya menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil jasara. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali. Berotasi, ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik. 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa. Siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power. Teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam. Bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli. Saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi. Siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus. Tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king. Akulah raja. Dentuman Xara. Ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata. Seni tempurku sesuatu kau baca. Y'all better run. I've already won. Nowhere to run. Your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi. Berat untuk kau hadapi. Kalau pedangku menari. Kau balik kanan dan lari.
Come give me a good sing sana. Aku sintam the queen feel the aura. Menjajah little yang lain. If you want me profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me ni yang ku sebut api. Yes my melody you can touch me. You ready you jajali.
Welcome back. It is time to go into the potential last game of this series here. Game number 4 between Nova Esports and Team Hawk. These have been your global bans and picks in the first 3 games. Right now, what is available for Nova?
I mean, they still have quite a bit. I mean, it's just 3 games and they've just kind of dominated throughout. They have like the world is their oyster in the sense that they have so many different options, different directions and what they want to go. I think if anything, right now is a good time to experiment a bit, right? Just you can play something a little bit that you're kind of just testing out to see if it really plays out because you have a little bit of room for error. I mean, not to say that Team Hawk really want to be going up against that, but I think that this is a must-win, obviously, for them, or it's elimination. They need to kind of go back strong, but with Nova just playing a little bit, potentially in this draft, a little bit soft, it might give them a chance.
All right, so thank you for your love, Saya Hafiz. Malaysia definitely are able to dominate HOK because Nova Malaysia is there. So let's see if that's going to be, you know, the case. Everyone is very supportive of Nova, definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest contender in Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 4 thus far.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about Nova right now is that they're looking to be a very confident squad. I think that, you know, when we talked about the KIC 2025, when they were going in, this is a team that had some question marks, right? Were they able to deal with HBSC, who got the better of them in MKL Fall, as well as the KIC? So this is a time for them to just be like, hey, we are still top 3 squad in the world. We might be the best one right now in 2026, but we need to kind of continue with that swagger. That's going to help them throughout because we have a long roadmap of esports tournaments ahead of us in terms of the Honor of Kings scene. So this is a great time to build that confidence.
For sure, because like you said, this is just lap number 1. It's going to be a long year for 2026 HOK, and this is going to be one of the most action-packed ones yet. So talking about this action, Team Hawk now in the prio pick. No, it should be the other way around. So Team Hawk with the red side. So Nova gets first pick. What do they ban out here? There is only one more big tank jungle left for them in this draft for the side of Team Hawk. I think they will ban it out for Nova.
If Nova Esports wanted to be BM, they just like don't ban anything. Like, you pick what you want. No, I'm just kidding. They would never do that. But they're going to ban off the Loong. Again, this has been the most picked hero in the KIS4 with 17 picks already. And it hasn't done the greatest. It has like a 40% win rate. But they're basically Nova Esports are onto something, and they want to limit as much as possible, especially Lola here.
Yeah, I think this really gives into attention for Team Hawk, right? Lola, how deep of a hero pool do you have? If you don't have it, now's the time to kind of build it. At the same time, even if you get your so-called preferred pick, your team composition needs to make sense. There needs to be synergy and chemistry inside.
And I think the synergy is going to be the most important. It looks like Nova Esports right now is just completely focusing on Lola. Just like, how deep are you going to go? I mean, the Chicha can be flexed, but it's something that they are going to ban, look to take that away. They're going to go the Yuan, which has been the 2025 hero. It was one of the most popular ones. It has a lot of sustained flexibility as well. Just a great first pick as well.
Okay, Team Hawk are going with the War Saint with the Peacekeeper hovering over it. So I'm expecting, okay, Nova has already used the Mayin, right? The Martial Genius. That would have been a great answer to the War Saint. So, and they've also used the Dharma. So what would be a great answer against the War Saint here?
I mean, with the Mayan gun, it's going to be a little bit tougher. But it looks like they're going to go with the Charlotte. Just kind of bypass him altogether in a way. But they need to be a bit careful about, of course, the War Saint and his Razor Cavalry.
Yep. I said, oh no, because this is Muji's specialties. This is Parasola. Already, we have seen Muji be really godly on this hero. And I think, with the heals coming in from the Yuhuan Tunecaster, this is going to be a very tough challenge for the side of Team Hawk here. And once again, this is not even set in stone. The Yuhuan can go into the mid as well.
Yeah. And definitely a lot of flexibility. So this is going to play with them, right? And this is the brilliance of a draft. And you have to be smart like this, where you're picking heroes that could potentially be flexed. And now it looks like, okay, they don't think that the Tooncaster is going to be in the roam. So they're going to be banning out the Zhang Fei, another potential great roamer there. But again, it's just more flexibility for Nova Esports in terms of the picks.
What do you think about having a Yixing for the side of Team Hawk here?
Yeah, it's one way of kind of dealing with the Tooncaster. Like, it's definitely, I mean, if it's a mid, then it will limit it even more, especially if you're able to block it in, with that board. Arlie can kind of work around it in a way, but Charlotte, you want to just like lock these guys down as much as possible. But it looks like they're going to go with a Breeze Heart instead, another special of the KIS4, which is definitely increased in usage.
Okay, I was kind of thinking differently here. I thought Nova would have gone for the Fade, right? Because the Musashi is definitely a great counter against it. But here we have Kongling with the Broken Mirage, the Jing. How much of a flashy gameplay do we get from this guy? Because Nova Esports now have a long-range poke composition with the Garuda here. The Majestic Guardian has landed into the Gorge. And Team Hawk will take that. It's going to be the Fate for themselves instead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Team Hawk, right? I think the Jing is going to just be flying all over the place. And they have like, they're skill shots, right? With all the stuns. So if they're able to somehow get lucky on Kongling's Jing, I mean, they're going to be able to kill him. But if not, they're just going to be, run over.
I'm a little bit concerned. Once again, tankiness is not really available on the side of Team Hawk. There's quite a bit of burst damage from the side of Nova, right? Specifically Kongling and Xuan on the side of Nova. Team Hawk, though, they have a lot of CC. So I would hope that would be their win condition, right? Get the stuns in, right? Golden Token from Lola. You have to set up the second skill knockup from Man. And then you have the Cannon Blast from Nono as well. Hopefully that's going to be enough to deal with Nova Esports here.
Yeah, but don't you think that both sides are kind of on the squishier side? There's not really frontliners on any side. I mean, yeah, the Charlotte to a degree, but that, unlike you have Yuan with the heals and things, but both of these lineups are kind of on a knife's edge in that sense.
But they have a lot of mobility on the side of Nova, right? Yes, they may be squishy, but they're pretty hard to catch. And this mobility is extended for quite a bit of time, right? Like you have the Arlie able to switch between the parasols every now and then, every couple seconds, and then you also have the Jing, right? Mirror image, able to swap positions, a lot of instant access. That kind of mobility is great and available for Fade, but not at this proficiency.
Yeah. I think that going into this one, that one's going to be the key, right? Just how they're able to kind of compete. Because this game, if they get potentially just run down, right? Nova Esports, this lineup, they're there to just burst you, right? They want to end this series in this game 4. At the same time, Team Hawk right now, if they're able to kind of like weather the storm and get their own stuns in and hit them, like the Cannon Blast, that's going to be key. The Honey Sweet Breeze, also key. If they're able to hit those stuns, they're going to have a good time and they're going to be able to fight back onto Nova.
Agreed. I think at this point, it's all about Team Hawk. Can you land your CC? Because if you can, you already have a soft guarantee with the Featherfoot Fade Ultimate, right? Hardened Jade Seal. You should be able to take those neutral objectives like the Tyrant and the Overlord. Because if you don't, then you're kind of not making full use of the advantage that Bai is giving you as a Featherfoot.
I mean, Bai really needs to have a good game. He's been limited so far. I mean, it's because they've been losing the early game where they haven't really had much space. But Bai is the guy. He needs to ensure that if their team is going to win a single game of the KIS4 and they need to do it now, he's the guy that, again, needs to really step up this one.
I like this rotation. Bai actually gets the initial invade. First Blood?
Oh, Waypit, the flash, he somehow stays alive even at level 1. Team Hawk not able to get the conversion there.
Okay, but this is still nonetheless a great start, right? You get the steal, so Bai is level 2 already, and once he gets the remaining buffs across the map on his side, Team Hawk, for the first time in the series, Bai should have a decent play into this game number 4.
Yeah. Those buffs are definitely going to help. And they were trying to be aggressive. So they've shifted things up and they've opened things up in that sense. But now Nova Esports, they're still up in terms of the overall net worth. It's minuscule at this point, but still something to take note of because Team Hawk right now, again, they're just trying to stay even with Nova Esports.
Yeah, and you know what? They don't want even. They want advantage, and they're gonna start trying to push Muchi away here. Unfortunately, he's playing really safe right now, so Team Hawk unable to find any other openings.
Yeah, there were too many. I mean, there were like 3 members of Team Hawk right there. I mean, Muchi will just stay alive, if anything. Like, you don't want to give up anything. You don't want to give up first blood. But now it looks like they decide to go by, finding them out. They're going to get first blood. And of course, cool people don't look at kills as they walk away, Team Hawk, ensuring that they do get that first blood.
Insert explosion, and there we go. Bai with the first blood. Beautiful move from that set. And this is an important timing as well, because Waypit is not level 4. He does not have the Unending Sorrow, which is the ultimate that gives you invulnerability and it heals. So Team Hawk, I like this way that they're playing. They need to continue doing this, right? And get the invade. Unfortunately, they missed the timing here.
Yeah, missed the timing. Bai, he was actually close by. Might have been able to smite that. It would have been a battle with Kong Lin, but still his positioning wasn't there. So a step behind, and it's all about those inches in terms of just being able to be in the right place at the right time.
Yep, you definitely want to come in at the correct angle for this one, with the correct reach as well. So at this point, Team Hawk, they have a very, very slight lead, but Nova has managed to wrestle them because they're taking away camps from Team Hawk. Team Hawk needs to find value elsewhere. If you can't get the kills, make sure your camps are protected.
Oh no, take that one. But it looks like Nova Esports, 3 members, John with the heroic charge, pushing at least Wendy away, but he's going to go the long way around. He's going to get up on his horse. He's going to be chased, dodge. This is the mini stun, and this is good space. I mean, he might die, which is a bit of a problem, and he's going to look to dive deep on this one. It looks like Waypit ensures that at least he stays by, but it doesn't actually go to a player.
Yes, and this is value created in a way, but he has to trade with the T1 damage on the top. So this is unfortunate for the side of Team Hawk. So what they're looking for now is to really get some damage in onto the T1 at the bottom, which unfortunately is not going to be too much. So Team Hawk, they're still keeping up, but they're slowly losing control of the Gorge here.
But it's a much better game, let's be very honest, than the first 3 ones. So this is a good bounce back game. This is kind of what we wanted to see Team Hawk do earlier, right? But the fact that they're kind of keeping on pace, it's like less than a K, which it speaks volumes compared to the last ones if we're comparing in that sense. But John now just needs to stay alive, but this is going to open things up for the Tyrant here. Oh, it goes in.
Okay.
Come on. Oh, he gets bursted. Just the damage is just unreal from Nova. They make him pay a no. Just one last shot. Oh, he has the shields. He stays alive. Oh. But it doesn't look like Lola is going to be as lucky. He goes down, and now the Tyrant is going to go the way of Nova.
Yep, the win condition completely shut down from the side of Nova. There is no hardened Jade Seal here. Maybe Shen has to give his life for that difference maker. But John, he can't even catch up. Unfortunately, Flash gonna be committed by Shen. And once again, Nova are winning everything across the map. Those little things really matter.
Really matters right there. I mean, the Flash was committed, and now with the Wings of Judgment just zoning, they're not able to go in, and it looks like Bai not able to take that away. It gets stolen under them as Wendy gets the steal.
Yeah, with the last feather, by the way, this one hurts. I mean, feathers are meant to be soft, but this one cut deep for the side of Team Hawk here.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a painful one. Just being able to just steal that one with that last one. And Muchi spotting it out. John, though, he's going to get going on. And they chase after the mirror domain more for zoning and dealing with the minions. He's going to take some tower shots. He needs to be a bit on the careful side. But in the end, it looks like John will help clean up that top wave.
Yep. And this is where you start to see the gold advantage being played perfectly by. He's gone.
Oh, he's totally gone. Completely focused. He was going the wrong way as well, and Team Hawk were there, but they're not able to support when you're running the wrong way. And here comes the Wings of Judgment. Oh, the feathers are on, and it's doing a decent amount, at least on the Mon, but they don't have the minions to continue on with the push.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, look at the way they're playing this. They're distributing their resources. It's never a 4-man, 5-man fight. They're putting 2 members on each lane, pushing and making sure they're getting turrets. Maximum value achieved. They don't even lose too much health, or they don't even lose their lives here. It's a very small kill game. But Nova is showing you exactly what you need to do with an advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like John looks to go for the Razor Cavalry, dodged out by the Unending Sorrow. Xuan has been killed, so that's a huge win for Team Hawk right now, but now they need to run out. They need to be careful, and they do have the control. They find Nuo. Wendy with that damage is enough, and they'll happily trade the Clash laner. No, they won't. They will just take the trade against Nuo here.
I mean, this is what you need to have, right? Which is something that Nova shows us time and time again every game. It doesn't matter whether you lose a member or not. You just need to find the appropriate trades, right? At this point, it felt like this game has been going on for a while, but we're not even at the 10-minute mark. We're still quite far away, 3 minutes in fact.
Have we seen a single game go over the 9-minute mark? I don't think we have. I mean, that's just how good Nova Esports here is. It looks like they run down. Oh, John gets picked off. Konglin with just enough, but he trades his life around. Thank you, Tower. And they ensure that at least he gets the trade.
Okay, that was decent, but they need more.
Yeah, they want to go for more. Nice little box. He's under the tower as well, so that was really well played by Nuo. They make it in pay, and they find at least Xuan as well, and now they're going to continue. Ball, not able to find Muchi. Oh, he does! Oh, but Ball's looking to turn this around. Muchi with the damage. Oh, but the Overlord gets in on the action, and he somehow survives. Nuo is very low as well, and Muchi will limp away as well.
It's meant to be a neutral objective, but somehow it turned against Bai in that particular moment. And I mean, the Shadow, the Overlord actually helping Nova here maintain a decent lead. It's 4,000 in favor to the side of Nova. But the biggest thing here is not about the goal lead, it's about the Gorge. Team Hawk, they have lost every single T2 except for the one in the mid. And right now, Nova can get that flank anytime they want.
Anytime they want. But this is a much better game. I know that Team Hawk is still losing, but they're actually finding kills, right? This is one where they're, again, backs on the wall, elimination game, go all out, right? You have nothing to lose at this point, so you might as well try. And they're playing better because of it. But again, just Nova are just so good, and this is why they have that lead.
I think the difference maker here is if they can find Muchi, right? If Bai is able to get Muchi down, this team fight turns really well.
Yeah, it looks like they're deciding to go the mirror domain. Mon, though, getting so low and somehow alive. And he's actually going to level up on his way on out. Konglin just using the end of it, the Unending Sorrow. But Konglin getting a little bit low. They take the mid T2. And now John is showing up to the party. Gets the heroic charge on the way pit. The power gradation is slowing him down. And it looks like the heroic charge pushing him the wrong way. And John gets sniped out. He thought he could make the play, but he's going to be the only one to fall.
There was a big disconnect, right? John, that was a play, but that was not the time to do it. The team was backing off. And right now, Nova, because of that mistake, they will be able to push into the T3s in the mid.
And those are the kind of mistakes that we've seen from Team Hawk, right? Nuno is sometimes a little bit out of position when he's trying to go. Everybody has already been backing off. And John on this one tried to do that same type. And it seems like Team Hawk right now, not on the same page. And this has been a struggle and a constant weakness that has shown up in KIS4.
I think this is something that maybe the team needs to really work on here, right? There was a moment in the previous fight where Bai attempted to come in and get his hardened Jade seal on Kongling in the middle of the mirror domain. I like the idea of that. It's really difficult to execute, but if you get it, it looks spectacular and it could have definitely changed the team fight. But I don't think this is the time to take that kind of risk.
Yeah, now is definitely not the time. I mean, there's just so much. They're down about 5.2, but it looks like the Jade Seal is going to be used to ensure that they get the buff. The box had been used just to zone, but now they're on the run. The Wings of Judgment not able to hit, but they find Mon instead. The flash away by Lola, just trying to stay alive, but John has been killed, and they will look to dive, and here comes Kong Lin, not scared. He takes down John. He's going to be under the tower, taking some tower shots, but Kong Lin somehow surviving, and Nova with all 5 members looking to end this game and this series.
Yep, this is the final gas here. No defense coming in.
No defense at all, and it looks like Nova Esports, just like that, they'll take the Crystal, they'll take Game 4, they'll take the series, and they will say goodbye to Team Hawk.
Yep, that was a valiant effort from the side of Team Hawk here. This spells the end of their journey in Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 4. Unfortunate for them, but we will get to see them some more down the road in 2026 HOK. For now, let's celebrate Team Nova Esports as they have shown us a masterclass of multiple drafts, multiple win conditions, and the ever-changing ability to adapt to the circumstances. This is what makes a champion team.
Yeah, it's all about that execution from Nova Esports. I mean, they got to be ecstatic and just very confident and proud of how they played, because Team Hawk right now, it looked like they didn't have any sort of answers. They were constantly on the defensive, and why Nova Esports are the top dogs at the KIS 4 and the scariest team and clearly the favorites.
Oh yeah, definitely the favorites for this one. I think all of the votes, most of them were geared towards Team Nova, even in the predictions itself. Now, if you haven't done your predictions, now's the time to do so as well. But it has to be for the second series of the day, because we're done with this one. And with a 4-0 clean sweep, Nova advances into the next round of our knockout stages for day number 2. So let's welcome you back into day number 1 once again. They have continued their winning streak. No blemishes, I would say, overall for Nova.
Yeah, no blemishes whatsoever. I mean, they died once. So I think that one time that they died, yeah, I think that like Kong Lin that one time, that's unacceptable. No, but I mean, a flawless game, flawless series. That's exactly how you want to play this one out. And why they chose Team Hawk, right? They wanted to send them home. They thought that Team Hawk were the weakest ones, and they went into that one. But now they move on into the semifinals. They're going to be guaranteed top 4. Really well played by them. And that's kind of how you want to do it. Nova Esports, just too strong in the end.
Yes, it is. And this is the kind of quality that Nova Esports start the year with, which is very scary, because I think we have seen a lot of teams, even if they don't improve, they stay at this foundational level, right, towards the mid of the year. So Nova Esports has already shown the teams that this is our bar. This is the standards we've set at the first lap of 2026 HOK. We are only going to get better from here, which is an important message for everyone in the professional circuit as well.
And that bar right now is pretty low, right? Let's be honest, for Nova Esports, right? They're just basically tempting anybody. Come to our level. Let's see. Because we have 10 others in the back pocket. We're ready to go. And Nova Esports, you're just seeing whenever a team kind of contests anything, they tend to come out much stronger in the end. So this is a scary lineup that's only good. The sky is the ceiling for them.
I mean, it's kind of like life, right? You have to stand up for yourself. So at this point, this is where I'm really curious. I'm very sure the other professional teams all across the globe, they're putting in the notes. They're kind of like, okay, look at that rotation, look at the timing of that. This is the kind of drop we want to try. And the biggest thing for me is, look, Nova look very strong, but that doesn't mean there are no gaps. That doesn't mean they have no weakness. These drafts are beatable, right? But I'm curious who is going to be the first one to do it, if it even happens in KIS 4.
Yeah, and we're going to have to find out. I think that there's really, when you're watching that game, and you were talking about timings and all that, they're all positive, right? But they were chosen by Nova Esports. They were dictating everything in the game. I mean, they hardly died, and they barely made any mistakes because of it. So you're kind of thinking, it's like, okay, where are they weak? We need to find that out. And it doesn't seem like really any team has shown where Nova is vulnerable.
Not in the full series. for sure. But we've seen a couple of punches, right? Like Bigatron by Vitality.
Yep.
We've also seen Nongshim kind of punch Nova in the face once in the series. As we go and continue with this best of sevens, I'm curious to see if anyone. I would definitely be curious to see anyone just put this blood force into Nova here.
Yeah. I think that, like, if the other teams are watching, they need to find just being aggressive, right? Nova dictates the pace. They're great with map control. Didn't give any sort of ways to get back into any sort of series, especially when they had the lead. And you're seeing just like with these stats. I mean, Wendy has always been like top 2 damage dealer. Like, he's always there. He's so reliable and one of the best mid laners because of this, and he stays alive. And 64,000 on the Garuda, always with those Wings of Judgment, getting that steal on that Crimson Golem. He was doing everything right.
Yes, and because of his successes as well, this allowed Muchi to really shine in this game as a farm laner on his early specialty, right? But we give props where props are due. I think this game, Bai really did impress me a lot more. His recovery was much better. The Fade Featherfoot pick looked great. It really was just the chemistry and coordination from the side of Team Hawk. If they can improve on that, I think that there is a healthy chance they can start to put up quite a lot of strong fights against other teams across the globe.
All right, if we have to go with like series predictions with like MKL, I think that like let's assume that there's like 8 teams in the next season of MKL. Is Team Hawk going to be top 4 for you, even in the MKL? Just knowing what we know right now of the teams. Obviously, some teams are out like HBSC and things like that, so that's shaking things up. But do you think Team Hawk can really jump into the top 4 though?
You will get my answer on the next episode. I don't know. I mean, okay. I wanna know what the odds are. I wanna know what teams are in MKLs first before I give you a random answer. But for now, right, the answer is looking like it's Nova domination at this point, 4-0.
Yeah. I think that it's only gonna make all the other teams in the MKL shaking their boots, so to speak, because you just saw how strong Nova is, and they're just able to kind of impart their will on the enemy teams. But going in, like Team Hawk right now, I think the biggest thing for them is it didn't seem like they were 100% ready to play on the big stage yet. And it's not really fair for them, right? Getting thrown into this one with the team that they had and the very little time to prep has been tough, especially since Nova's been around for like quite some time. They have a lot of ideas. The coordination is on point, all of these things, which is good. But Team Hawk, this is something where they need to go back to the drawing board. They need a little bit more time to simmer, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And once again, to be able to learn from Nova Esports in this particular experience itself is definitely very good. I think if Team Hawk manages to get all the clips here, do the proper reviews of not just the bans and picks, but also about the execution of the draft, just find out what the gaps are. Nova Esports do have gaps, right? We've seen that even for last year in other events, in international events, they can be beaten, right? And they can be beaten flawlessly as well. But this guy is the one that was truly flawless today. The MVP, Muchi, first time on the board in this series. MVP with the Parasola, the RD, 3-0-7.
Just really well played by Muchi. I mean, he was able to just kind of out-style on them. And this is why Arlie is still strong, even though it might not be the top of the top in terms of the meta of a farm laner. But he's able to do his damage. He's able to stay alive. And we'll see a lot of that in the highlights here.
Yeah, this one was what really gave me a lot of hope for the side of Team Hawk here, right? By getting that first blood, very nice coordination. But once again, because of the space that both Wendy and Waypit are able to generate for Muchi, he is always left unattended to. And when you leave Muchi alone, that's where he deals the most amount of pressure against you.
Like, if you're looking at some of these fights where Team Hawk was able to fight back, I mean, he gets the jump in, but the rest of the squad was there. There are moments where John went in by himself and the rest of the team was just like already retreating. So, like this is one where it was a little bit ongoing. Oh no, they did well on this one. But there was a moment where John tried to go in, wasn't able to go in, and that was when the overlord, oh, this is the play, right? Where he tries to go in, everyone else from Team Hawk was just running. And so Nova was just running him down.
Yeah, so much better decision making from the side of Nova. And this is where it really shows you, right? The better team wins. And it cannot really come down from a singular effort. It needs to be a team effort here, of which Muchi, free damage in, they get the T3s, and once they get the team wipe here, the ace, that was a freebie for the Crystal itself. So once again, beautiful work for the side of Nova as they clean this series with a clean sweep 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely clean, and it looks like, I mean, they're not even really celebrating, right? Like Nova is, because it's like a business as usual. They are so like experienced, they're veterans of the game. They understand that this is a long tournament ahead of them. I mean, yes, they made the semifinals, and we'll see them here, and they're going to wait to see exactly who their opponent will be, as we have Kagendra and Blacklist. That will be coming up next, and that will be a great series as we have that one coming up.
Yes, I believe everyone is waiting for that particular series itself. I think they were talking about it even in the comments. We do see them as well. Everyone, I think I like this a lot because there are two camps. There is the Kagendra camp, there is the Blacklist camp, and you can't say anyone is wrong because both teams, they have shown up in this particular competition itself. Maybe one more than the other at certain points of the game, but individual players, synergy, chemistry, they're all there right now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I've been very impressed with Kagendra. This is a team that has really shown up, and they're on the home court in that sense, and they've been kind of one of the best, right? Which is not something that we say all the time of Kagendra on the international stage, but they've completely shown up. But Blacklist, on the other hand, they've taken down Nongshim, which is the only team, and they were kind of on the bottom, and they are going to look to prove people wrong.
Yes, so Blacklist definitely has a lot more to prove at this point because I think Kagendra's performance has been a lot more consistent throughout this event. Okay, maybe not as consistent. They did lose me a couple of prediction points, but you know what? I wish the best for both teams because right now we need to let them prepare as we take to the stage. Mara and Rookie, please take the stage.
Nova proves that they are the biggest threat this KIS for. Congratulations, Weipit. Congratulations, Sean. Now, that was so phenomenal. You want to know why? You finished the game so fast. Game number 1, over 7 minutes. Game 2 and 3, over 8 minutes. And game 4, 10 minutes. So the entire thing was about 35 minutes, which is equivalent to one long game for somebody else. It looks like you know your opponent, Team Hawk, so well. What did you guys do to prepare? Because so flawless. Wait a minute.
We watched their game and we know their weakness, and we all know how to play lah.
So you know how to counter based on the weakness that you've studied. So effective.
Yes, and Swan, with Team Hawk's elimination, your brothers from Malaysia, what advice do you have for them, for the Malaysian brothers, to further improve their skills in the next tournament?
Jangan putus asa. See you in MKL Spring.
Okay, he said, don't give up. They'll see them in MKL Spring.
Oh, that's nice. There's always another chance for everybody. Now, up next, it's going to be Kagendra versus Blacklist International. Whoever wins that will face you in the semifinals. Who do you think it is?
Blacklist.
Blacklist, why?
Because I'm Blacklist's biggest fan.
Oh, you're Blacklist's biggest fan? Wow, okay. Since you're the biggest fan of Blacklist, which player, pick one player who you think will really perform well out of all of them?
Chaz.
Chaz. I know you love them, but take a look at the camera right there. In case you face them, what would you like to say to Chaz? What would you like to say to him?
We will beat you again. Good luck.
You will beat them again. Good luck. In this tournament, it doesn't matter who you love. You have to take them down to get to the top. Once again, congratulations. You are so phenomenal. We hope that you guys will continue showing that strength of Nova Esports.
Of course, and Swan, Weipit, you're one match away from the grand finals. Don't forget, there's a lot of fans that are supporting you in Malaysia and at home today. What are some words you would say to all the Nova fans around the world?
Percaya pada kami, Nova boleh.
Wow, trust them because Nova can and they will take the first spot. I believe in them, so don't go anywhere because tomorrow and after this, we still have more to come. We have Kagendra's matchup against Blacklist, so see you after the break.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
I'll do this. Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow. You guys hear it?
Yeah. That is gamelan song, you know?
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color 2 wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Galengka. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang
Nggak kayak
terbaik.
tim sebelah tuh.
We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller bra, but we also did it already. Our hair and our face, apparently all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Four minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Just color everything what just she said. Speeding up.
The ice is
compare with the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut
1
Dalang
sampai
gimana?
10. 8. 8. We got 8.
Let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three Nation combined together, we try to do something creative. Got Nongshim, Blacklist, and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya dulu?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you Dalang. Now Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest. Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
We were coloring Three Nations, one table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan kiri.
It's good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia.
Indonesia wayang kulit, ada very much.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas. Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halang Yara. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman Xara, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Welcome back. It is time for our second series of the day. It's another best of 7. This time it's Kagendra going up against Blacklist. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, it's Blam the Man again. How do you feel about this series?
I mean, I'm very excited for this series because obviously Kagendra, last time we saw them, they were able to obviously knock and dethrone Boom Esports from the second place, right? So now have Kagendra earned the right to become the PH gatekeepers in Season 4 Invitational. Obviously, the results of this series will tell us the title.
I like it a lot, right? Because now this really sets in stone that storyline of the IKL versus PKL. It was pretty tight last year, but I feel like, you know, PKL definitely got that one up last year. Now going into 2026 of HOK, it feels like the IKL teams have stepped up quite a bit. And this series might be an inkling into the future between the two regions battling it out once again.
It does seem that way, right? Obviously, we do have Season 4 Invitational that is kind of already sort of like underlying this kind of rivalry that we're seeing between these two regions, which we said obviously last year. Personally, I think the gap was definitely much bigger between PKL and IKL last year, whereas from what we've seen so far within the Season 4 Invitational, it's definitely closing in. And let's hope that PKL actually progress a little bit further this time around. But I'm under the hope that Blacklist was just limit testing in the group stage, right? Because they were monstrous in KIC 2025, and I feel like they need to bring that same flavor into the knockout stage.
All right. I mean, it looks like we're standing on opposing camps today, right? So my hope actually is with Kagendra. Now, they have been my kryptonite so far in this event. Every single prediction I've made on them has been the complete opposite. But I have gone with Kagendra today. And this one really is a breakthrough, because whoever breaks through will definitely be on the path for ascension here. This once again is a quarterfinal match. It's a best of 7. Will we enter the ultimate battle today, or do we just get a full slam?
I mean, it'd be lovely to get a full best of 7, right? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, for the women's series, we got a 2-0. For obviously the first series of the day, we got a 4-0. And now I feel like this one has to either go the distance, or at least every game be so, like, nail-biting that we're not too sure who is going to win.
That's true. Look, I really love the asset that we were shown on screen just now, because the battle is really between the 4 players over here. But we'll talk about the team head-to-head first. So far, kill participation has been a little bit higher for the side of Kagendra. And average kills, they're pretty much tied up. Average gold as well, close by, but Blacklist edges out in this one. Did take a couple more deaths in their groups, but once again, Blacklist's group was pretty tough.
Oh, very tough. I mean, they chose the opponents though, right? So it's like, no sympathy for me. Like, no sympathy for me that they obviously only got second place there. But it's kind of just like, okay, Blacklist, yes, obviously they did have a tougher group, but they were the reason why they had the tougher group. I mean, it all works out in the end, because obviously they're now facing Kagendra, and they probably feel like that maybe now that they're actually falling into their knockout stage performance, they may actually see a much better head-to-head going into the next few days. But right now, if we're looking at FaZe Shirt going against Just Chi, it's definitely looking to favor FaZe Shirt at this moment, because Kagendra, yes, we can obviously say they have an easy group, quotations, because obviously it's a very loose term, but definitely having a solid performance into the Season 4 Invitational, bar day number 1, I have to say.
Okay, I think this is where it's kind of like they're on opposing or opposite sides, right? FaZe Shirt didn't have the greatest start to the competition itself. Slowly, he's been improving. On the other hand, Joshi, we know him as a very strong player, but every single team has been able to shut him down quite a bit. And so hopefully we get to see this kind of matchup 1v1 and really who is the better team. But before we go into that, of course, we need to take a look at the stage as we bring them to the event itself. So Mara and Rookie will be your hosts for this event. Let's take a look at them. Guys and girls, please bring us forward.
The classic rivalry between Philippines and Indonesia. Let's witness their bout in a knockout stage.
Gonna start the last match of the day. It's Kagendra against Blacklist International. The El Manuk soaring high, try to reach new heights with flag as wings to carry the national pride. Here comes Kagendra!
The strongest of PKL. The agents have always been respected and feared. They rise once more for the title. Here is Blacklist International.
Alright, so we start the ball rolling here with Kagendra, Feishu in the jungle, Zan in the farm lane, Senko in the mid, Saole in the clash, and Lu in that roam. Now these 5 members, they have been steadily improving throughout the entirety of KIS4, but the challenge is going to be huge here because we're talking about Blacklist International here, Blam.
Exactly. It's not an easy team to kind of look over or at least overestimate, right? Because obviously Blacklist International was one of the top 4 teams from the KIC 2025, but obviously Kagendra, they only lost to their countrymen into the group stage of Season 4 Invitational. But Blacklist International, they are represented by none other than Chami1 into the Clash lane, Chaz as their support, Just Chi into the jungle, Dragon into the mid lane, and then Golden Kite into the farm lane. The twins need to be twinning to get this victory.
Yeah, so let's explore this little 1v1s in their roles, because I feel like this is actually one of the most apt teams to really explore this, right? Feishu against Jashi, we've already seen the breakdown in that, but the most interesting lineup that I want to explore in this game, and we'll get to see for sure, is the Clash lane. Chami1 against Saole. Saole has been phenomenal. He's been a gem so far, but Chami1 is known as one of the best, if not the best, Clash laners in the globe. Let's see, Mr. or Miss Go Lai? Yep. Atin Nato. This is ours. Show them what you're made of.
That's it. Some support for the boys on Blacklist at home here on the social media. So if you do want to see your comment go onto the screen, make sure you are commenting on all social medias, and maybe you'll get picked to support your favorite team, whether it be Kagendra, Blacklist, or any of the teams that are still remaining in this competition. But like you were saying there, Kin, Chami1 going up against Saole into the Clash lane is definitely a matchup that I am very much excited for. I mean, Saole, he's been a player that's been benched for the entire of last year. So Lord only knows like how much information he has actually received just by witnessing opposing Clash laners within Honor of Kings.
All right, so before we dive into the points here, Kagendra has taken up the blue side, so they will get prior pick. Blacklist International will be on the red side. But that's the thing, right? I feel like Saole has this vengeance in him, right? To be subbed. Right now, he gets his chance to show his worth, and he is not backing down. Chami1 though has already had his worth seen, and really prior by TG as the coach. Reflect does the same for Saole here. So I want to see what the coaches equip these Clash laners with, because if the Clash lane gets a victory and they make that initial rotation into the team fights, it normally spells a victory in the exchanges.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely going to be down to the draft, obviously down to generally how they're both going to play. Obviously, they both know how to play the macro. They both know how to play the 1v1 up into the Clash lane as well. So it all depends on who's going to be more reactive to the other, right? Like I feel like that's what it boils down to really, because they are both playing at such a level that it all comes down to, do they have help from their jungle? Top side of the map is the mid lane. Whoever's going to be drafted going to be rotating to their lane to just try and get that 1v2 advantage. We've been seeing quite a lot within Season 4 Invitational, right? Like I feel like a lot of the first bloods have been taking priority into these side lanes, whether it just be 3-4 minutes for the farm lane or very early up into the Clash lane.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that is the next lane we're going to look at, right? This Zan versus Golden Kite in the farm lane. This is another one. Both farm laners know how to play in a safe position, and they know how to take advantage of any lapse in concentration in the 1v1s and even in team fights. So this then brings us to, their duo partner in the roam position here for the side of Lu on Kagendra, and then we have Chaz. Now, I don't know about you, but my view, Lu's #1 best roam is Shangfei. And then for Chaz, we know Chaz's is the Peacekeeper. So I wonder if that's going to be the game changer here.
I mean, I feel like Chaz is always evolving, right? Like, obviously, right now it's a Peacekeeper Motsu, but we've had previous times in tournaments where Liam Poe, right? Obviously, the Earthshaker, being able to kind of just always phase check. And that's the one thing I always think of when I think of Chaz is intel is the wintel. He always is there gathering the correct intel for his team and setting up all the support that they need. And speaking of support, you can see here, countrymen alike supporting both of their teams, waving their flags, very proud.
I like this a lot, right? Okay, for those of you that don't know about the Balagendras, they are the fans for Kagendra. And Mr. Romel, I'll give you a shout out here. One of the number one, if not the number one fan of Kagendra, as a look to pit the best against Blacklist International. I mean, the support has been phenomenal. You have seen Otto lose there, who is also one of our talents here, along with Casey Bay. Kagendra, like we mentioned, they are going to be prior picked. What do you think they want to take out first?
I mean, they're already looking to take out the Lung, right? So maybe just putting that pressure down to the bot side of the map there. I mean, Golden Kite is not generally... When I think of Golden Kite, I don't think Lung. I think of Chano. So whether they're going to go for the Chano for themselves, for Kagendra in game number 1, but the Chicha being banned out here is pretty much kind of like written in the stars, right? Because if you don't ban it out in the first phase, and you're a blue side, you're generally going to pick that because of just the flexibility of that hero.
Yeah, I agree. And with that being said, that is going to be a window closed here. Kagendra going to go with the higher band, the Evernight Aspirations taken out of the picture. So we're going to get a honest, stock standard kind of start to the build here in terms of the team composition. And okay, this is just my gut feel. Now we already have our first pentakill in the tournament by CC from Dominator. I think there is a potential pentakill from either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Golden Kite was the only one to get a pentakill within the KIC 2025, right? With the Chano, as I was just talking about. So they have the potential. They've shown it before. The Mai Shunui, the Fire Ninja coming through here for Kagendra's Senko is a pretty stock standard first pick here onto the blue side. But a good little bit of a counter here. Obviously, getting that Tigress comes through here for Just G means that he's going to be predominantly looking at farming up very quickly, pretty much all the time, so that he's able to kind of give over the advantage into the early to mid game. But the Zhangfei here for Chaz is definitely one of his key ones.
Salamat. Okay, I like this. And the instant reply from Kagendra, right? Taking up Lu for that Lapu Lapu here, the Reef Heart Datu, which is a great answer against the Beast, because it's not about making sure that you get the catches, it's about delaying the exchange, right? So when Zhangfei uses his Unbridled Outburst, the Lapu Lapu ultimate also gives that same amount of stun duration. So it's an even trade. Now Blacklist, they want to wrestle that advantage, and Dharma is definitely one of those big answers. Very nice combination as well, Unbridled Outburst into the Truth Mantra, and then Blacklist just cleans house.
I mean, with this locket of the Dharma as well as the Beast here, Martial Monk Dharma here, do you reckon the mid lane we're looking towards potentially the I Ching here? Because obviously we've been seeing such great combos with not only the Zhangfei and the I Ching, the Boardmaster, but also the fact with the Martial Monk, because creating those walls, creating your own walls rather than relying on those already placed into the Gorge, means that you can take that Truth Mantra and make it land wherever you are, no matter the lane.
I like it. I like the idea. I mean, we've seen it so many times. And Blacklist International, I think they've also kind of planned out, okay, Kagendra, they're going for something crazy here because they take out a Shi, which is, it tells you that they want to dive, right? Because Shi is a great answer for divers. No Jing, do they go for the Luna here? Kagendra, take out the I Ching. That was a perfect answer. I think they know exactly what we're talking about here.
Exactly. So into the mid lane here, obviously go up against the Fire Ninja. I can imagine that maybe potentially we see something with a little bit more CC, or maybe even a little bit more poke, right? Maybe go for something like the Xiao Xiao, try and get the knockups from the second skill potentially there. I mean, we have seen quite a lot of Hino as well, but for the last few days, not really come through the Fate Turner. But we're going to get the Laurel Princess coming through, Erin into the bot side of the map here to go up against Zan's pack leader.
I think that's a great answer. And also Kagendra, they kind of shut down the potential here. I mean, it's already locked in for the Martial Monk, but the Spark Maze, the Byron's a great answer against the line of Blacklist International and Kagendra. So they go for the best of both worlds here, potentially the Swordmaster Musashi, who not only does a lot of damage, but also has high tank ability. So I like the defensive structure of Kagendra's lineup. Now the question is, for Blacklist International, this mid laner, I don't think the Xiao Xiao would be great. I would rather you save it for the RLE. I think they need maybe more like a Lady Zhen or maybe even someone that is able to poke from far. Yep, and there we go. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as Masashi got locked in there, I was really thinking towards the Princess Frost, because obviously, yes, the fact is you do have the duel to the death, but if you are Dragon, you're going to be waiting for that ultimate to be procced, and then you drop the Winter is here, and then that's it. It's a lot harder to use extreme speed at a slower tempo to get out of that situation you find yourself in, thanks to your ultimate. But really here as well, it's going to be interesting to see if he uses the Illuminating Slash to kind of cancel out some of those first skill abilities from the Laurel Princess here. So there's no slow, there's no kind of like AoE damage building up within these team fights.
That's true. I think at this point, the first skill, which is the Illuminating Slash from the side of Phase is going to be great against Golden Kite. But the duel to the death, I think it definitely has to be safe for Jashi, right? Either Jashi or at this point, I don't think it's going to be used on chairs here. But yeah, we'll see. There's many opportunities for Kagendra to take the one-up. But as we have already seen in the first series of today, this early game, do we get that invasion coming from Blacklist?
Oh yeah, I mean, the early game from the last series, I don't know if it's just like maybe just a one-off there, because obviously the difference between the teams, let's say between Nova Esports and Hack, they knew that they had pretty much like an easy way in, easy way out in the early game, especially when they got that triple kill, you know? Whereas I feel like Kagendra, they can't underestimate Blacklist that same level, because if they do, they may get punished, and if you get punished in the early game, you then got to try and regather that momentum, the resources that you've just lost just by taking that really risky ballsy move.
Yes, and I think both teams already understand how clinical they are, right? Kagendra of New is a bit more, no, not a bit, a lot more disciplined. They know now not to push themselves over the edge. Once they have a slight goal lead, even 1,000, they start to really work around the macro game. And I hope Blacklist is able to take a page out of their book and really take a look at just holding on the lead and waiting for Kagendra to make the mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the pickup of the common skill here for the side of Chaz onto the Zhongfei. Normally we like to see the double smite come through here, but this time around it looks like it's going to go for the bit of a heal just to give the squishier heroes like the Princess Frost and the Laurel Princess a little bit more of a sustainability, maybe just a second lifeline when they feel like they're just about to get picked off by somebody. Drop that heal, they're then back to sort of like a very safe health bar to get out of there. But this is game number one between Kagendra and Blacklist International. It is the knockout stage, so somebody is going to go home.
Yeah, unfortunate, but this is the price of the start of lap number 1 for 2026 HOK. Chaz here has got information for the team on the side of Blacklist that, hey, they've started on the Crimson buff for Phase 2. So this is going to be useful. I want to see what Blacklist does with this particular piece of information and how the rotations will go from here.
I mean, there seems to be a bit of contention into their own jungle here, into the Blacklist, right? You can see the rotation up from Senko is going to go try and meet Dragon and Chami into the top side of the map here, and still at the same time just trying to procure their own resources here. That does go over to Golden Kite, so they're not going to be at the behest of Kagendra stealing away these small minor victories into the early game, because that's really what matters, right? Is if they're able to get enough of these small camps, it all surmises into a bigger victory for Kagendra.
Especially when you're playing at high level, right? Because people know what the extent of the risk-taking is, and every minor win, like you said, accumulates in total, and suddenly you're ahead by 1,000 gold, 5,000 gold, and maybe even 10. So right now, Blacklist, this 4-man rotation at the top, they want to wrestle a little bit more control here, and make sure to get the space for the teleportation portal to ramp up.
Oh, nicely engaged there, but the duel to the depth was also the knockup from the first ability of the Spark Mace here, but nobody falls, and there it is. Like we were saying about the common skill, giving that burst heal there from Chaz really kept Just Chi alive. He was pretty much knocking on death's doors. I mean, the boots were definitely looking a bit battered within that one, but I feel like that was a good, honest rotation with the 4-man up at the top side of the map. But once again, it's going to be the knockup there. The Kachusan's come through. Winter is here, having to force the flash. Means that Lu misses out on that first blood there. So a little bit of a mistake from Kagendra, I feel, or at least maybe an overstep.
Just a small gap, right? But Kagendra definitely has the lead at this point. That first initiation at the top side, that was definitely in Kagendra's favor. It was a 4v3. They still got the better of the exchange. Right now, you can see the threat.
Oi! Uh-oh. The threat is real. The first blood going through there for the side of Kagendra. Denko on this Fire Ninja, he's really setting up this huge plays. I mean, we saw it already into the mid lane. It wasn't quite as successful. I mean, it did force back a few members of Blacklist to the base, but no kill. But then repeat down to the bot side, he was successful.
I think the most impressive thing about that is it's not about the Senko play. It's just Kagendra. They're operating like a well-oiled machine, right? It's never, okay, Senko is going to throw this move and hopefully he gets the finish. Kagendra using... Oh, hang on.
Oh, okay. So Blacklist do come back there a little bit there. I feel like a lot of resources are kind of already impended there just to get that kill onto Zan. I mean, is that a good trade? The fact that you use the Winters here as well as the Unbridled Outburst 3-4 minutes just to get the kill onto the marksman.
I really think it's fine, right? Because it's Zan, the farm laner. He needs time, right? We know that both Golden Kite and Zan, they are very farm reliant. So if you're able to drag that time for a little bit, it's going to be beneficial for you. Right now, if Dragon gets the freeze of his life, this is over.
Oh, just try to put it down onto the Masashi there. So I think that's like good play, right? Obviously not put it onto Lu, because if they put it onto Lu, Fascia comes through, potentially gets a pick up there onto the side of Blacklist. So really trying to get that Frigid Prison onto the Masashi. I feel like it was a really good call there and a bit of a deterrent that kept Blacklist into that nosedive.
This will be the most honest fight at this 4-minute mark, right? Because everyone has their ulties, and common spells are all up with the exception of Senko here.
Yeah, this could be a brutal or at least a good steal here. Obviously, no double smite come through. It is actually going to be taken by Blacklist. So Chaz doesn't even have the smite. He gets the neutral objective, but may pay with his life here. He does have the Unbridled Outburst up, so he's able to phase check these bushes and stay alive. Can't say the same here for Dragon. He has to get a bit safer.
Yep, nerve showing from the side of Fascia here. Unfortunately, the math was not mathing at this point, so Blacklist gets that first 4-minute tyrant.
Yeah, a little bit of a premature smite there for the side of Kagendra, but hey, lessons will be learned. The Winter is here. He's actually going to freeze Fascia into place just a little bit sooner, but nobody there to actually find that fast rotation onto the side of Blacklist. And right now, I feel like they don't need to gun for the kills right now. I feel like their main eye on the prize should be looking at trying to neutralize that gold lead between the two teams.
Yes, because for every win that Blacklist is getting across the map, they haven't translated into a big win. It's going to be a 2v2 pillow fight at this point.
Yeah, a little bit tip of that top side of the map there. It's going to be the Truth Mantra into the wall there. Masashi looking pretty low. Fascia, oh, okay, flash fused by Chami. Gets to pick up onto the kill here, but it's going to be Sule looking for a kill onto Chami there, but the Winters is going to keep him alive potentially, but no, that's not going to deter. Senko, oh, the dash away keeps him alive, and now it's going to be Sule paying for his life.
Big plays from the side of Blacklist here. This is great for the PKL side. Exactly pushing, dragging Kagendra out of space here. And this is a potential big damage onto the T1 at the top. They're going to stop their aggression because there's no more value in trying to overdive here. And Blacklist start working on that Overlord. This is looking like a Blacklist start here. They found a way to recover the gold, but Senko unable to get the steal, which means Blacklist recover. They tie that gold lead.
Recover the gold. I mean, the fact is they got the T1 down to the bottom side of the map there, so I feel like Kagendra is still playing a bit more better version of the macro here, and obviously you can see that the damage has already been dealt to the T1 into the mid lane, which is obviously irreparable, right? That's not going to come back. So the pressure being created here for Kagendra into the lanes is something that I feel like Blacklist might need to check.
The macro game, right? We talked about this. This new Kagendra knows how to play a better macro game than before. Right now, Saule meeting the first 4 members of Blacklist here because Chami1 is far away. They don't know this, but they know that he's not on the map. So they need to be really careful for Kagendra.
Yeah, got to watch out for that Truth Mantra. A good setup of that, at least connecting onto 2 of the side of Kagendra could be huge here. The Unbridled Outburst does catch onto Fascia. Beautiful display there. Stampede does come through, locks him into place with the Winter is here. It's going to really stop that team fight taking place into the favor of Kagendra. So again, another good use of these ultimates here. Good control into these team fights. Blacklist is showing.
Oh, they get the catch though.
Yeah, they do get the catch. Unfortunately for the side of Golden Kite, he does get taken down, but he's able to get that T1. Like we were saying, we need to start neutralizing that priority that Kagendra created down to the bot side. Blacklist is just creating on the opposite side of the map here. So at least they're doing their bits, but it may be completely neutralized here as we have just Chi and Chaz just trying to defend this T1 into the top side of the map where Sule just keeping them away from these minions, and they are going to lose that T1.
Yeah, they can't do it. Every single time, it feels like Blacklist is, edging it out. Kagendra just come back with another macro play, and Blacklist, they cannot handle it, right? We talked about the best of both worlds for Fascia. He's tanky, he's able to deal damage, and that initial jump of the Dragon, this is something that will make Dragon really scared to show his face in teamfights because they can go on him anytime.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Princess Frost, right? Like, especially if you don't have like the big, strong front line. I mean, yes, you got the Beast, Zhang Fei. I mean, yes, you have the Martial Monk, but it's not the kind of like the most sustainable front line that you could be thinking of having here, or at least kind of somewhere you can be situated in the back line and know you're not going to be the target. But like you're saying there, Kid, you know for a fact they're looking at Dragon because already he's kind of controlling the narrative of these team fights.
I think going on to Dragon is a great idea, but they also have to be really careful. Okay, nice attempted catch onto Zan here. Unfortunately, that attempt was nice. The idea was nice. Execution didn't really, match that. And Zan did have to burn the flash though.
Oh, Splendor happened to be used there, so Dragon doesn't get caught out and doesn't have to use his flash just yet. But now we are going to see Zole into the middle of that Wintry here. They're able to claim that Tyrant onto the side of Kagendra, but it's going to be Zole that gets taken out here. Lu looking pretty low as well. They have to use the Pack Leader's ultimate just to keep them away from Zole, keeping them alive, because if they lose the Byron, that's one extra beefy bit of initiation they don't have. Blacklist all formulated around about this T1 right now, trying to put the lockdown on the Fascia so they could just secure this T1 into the mid lane. Blacklist looking to do it, even though they don't have a singular minion. They get the love tap, they get the priority in mid.
Lovely. I like the aggression coming out from Blacklist, right? You have to fight for every single advantage in this game, and you can't allow just backdoor protection to stop you from getting the advantages here. Blacklist really pushing up the ante and making sure that they extract maximum value, because if they did not take the T1 there, the trade for the Tyrant would not have been worth it at all.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. Losing a neutral objective, not getting the T1 into the mid lane, definitely would have caused disaster here for the side of Blacklist International. But I mean, you see the itemization here being built onto the Laurel Princess. Definitely go more for sort of that AP damage,
nice freeze.
right? But once again, nice freeze into the brush. It forces Lu with the flash. They get the takedown. As we just talked about Golden Kite's itemization there, he gets the pick off, and they are looking to try and contest that. Azure Golden weren't able to quite get it, but still able to get the lockdown onto their support. Means that they're going to kind of lose a bit of a backbone here for the side of Kagendra for now.
Yeah, I like this, right? The magic build onto Golden Kite. Hang on, one more. Dragon is going to be forced to use the Splendor at this point. Saole looking for an opening for the team to buy space. But, Blacklist, I like this aggression. This is exactly what they need to do. And they are distracting them from the fact that Joshi is taking the Shadow Tyrant. And this is going to be Blacklist having the advantage for the first time in this game.
Yes, he does have the advantage here. I mean, Justine's had the gold advantage pretty much, I think, for a little while. We saw it on the last itemization there as well. So he's still pretty much doing what he needs to do. Just keep farming up, just keep kind of like trying to get into a healthier situation when you are getting into, well, past this 10-minute mark right now, right? So now it's all down to the execution of Blacklist, maybe trying to potentially get the first T2 onto the map for themselves here.
Yep, that would be lovely, right? Right now, everyone's T2s are still standing. For the concern for Kagendra is this mid T1. They need to get rid of that. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, I think at this point, you really want to make sure that the bottom side of the map, the farm lane, you want to try and get down the T3s as much as possible, because that's the opposing lane compared to where the Shadow Overlord is at. And Blacklist can extract a lot of value if they get an opening at the bottom side of the base of Kagendra.
Yeah, I feel like if nothing goes monstrously wrong here for either Blacklist or Kagendra, I feel like this game could totally go the distance here. But speaking of distance, we're going to get a bit of a pause here from either one of the boys right now. But currently looking at the current stature of the game, it's looking very close, man. Like, it's pretty much bottleneck between these two teams. Gold, kills, resources, neutral objectives. Teams are all being sort of like, none of them are being taken for granted, right?
Absolutely. At this point, it's so important because there are only two different markers here that they're looking at to change the game, right? For either of these teams, if one of them takes a T3, that's going to be the first marker of change because now you have to deal with super minions. The other one is when they take a fight, right? If you get aced here at this part of the game where things are so neck and neck, I think you can kind of soft guarantee that a T3 is going to be on the menu for either of these teams.
Yeah, I feel like if Blacklist just keeps putting that pressure down to the bot side of the map, it could potentially spell for that T3 to fall as well. But I mean, at this, what you got to think for Kagendra as well is obviously late game assurance. You're looking towards the Chana, right? So Zhan, he's really got to put in the legwork if they are able to kind of stave off Blacklist into that late game scenario. I mean, we're already around about 10, 11 minutes right now into the match, but as you start to so slowly formulate to around about that 15-minute mark, get a little bit more, a few more minutes to get those little bit of resources onto your teams, we're going to start to see some fully slotted, itemized heroes on either Blacklist and Kagendra, and that's where the problem could spell disaster for Blacklist if they don't shut down John into the early parts of the team fight.
For sure. I think it's really curious to me because we haven't had like a full-fledged team fight 5v5, right? And then the difference maker here is Golden Kite as well as Zhan, right? The two of them have not been kind of pressured yet in team fights, and that will be the difference maker, because if your farm laner cannot do damage, you lose the fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like Golden Kite has been put under a bit more pressure because obviously he did drop a life, or I think it's only one time he dropped in the past the 4-minute mark. But other than that, it's kind of just like, yes, Zhan, I feel like he has lost like 1 health as well. So Marksman not really being the focal point here. But like you said earlier, Kin, is that focusing the Princess Frost really kind of takes the control aspect from the side of Blacklist. Because I mean, if they drop Princess Frost, the control is really going to be heavily reliant onto Chaz and Chami1. And we've already seen once time already that Chaz whiffed that Unbridled Outburst. So the execution needs to be there in case Dragon drops and obviously Princess Frost falls.
Actually, you know what? My thing here is I feel like Blacklist has a better team fight style, right? Because there's many ways you can cover your gaps. Chami1, as you saw earlier in the fights, he was actually able to use his Truth Mantra to kind of turn the fight in favor for Blacklist. And he's got to be able to consistently do that here. So my question here would probably be for Phase 2, like, do you really want to use your ultimate duel to the death onto Dragon? I think it's better to take out one of the game changers, which I feel like Chami1 should be a target.
But do you think a Masashi duel to the death can take down the Chami1? Obviously, especially when we get sort of towards the later game, that's the later part of the game. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, it's going to take a bit of a Hail Mary. It means I feel like Sule would have to be buddied with him, or at least Senko as well. Just get some massive burst damage come from the side of Kagendra, just so they can get the takedown. But speaking of takedowns, takedown of the T2 top side of the map here means that Blacklist are definitely formulating a better macro game than they were in the early parts.
Yeah. I think the responsibility of Golden Kite and Dragon has to fall onto Zhan and Saole. Phase 2 needs to go for someone else, right? Even if he can't get the kill, delay that movement. And on the opposite side, Chami1, it's all about his catch, right? His catch, Dragon's catch, and you go.
Speaking of catches, there's a lot of catching going on, but the burst came through from Phasia. The damage from Golden Kite. What, is he not building magic resistance? Takedown of Sole as well. That is a secure double kill over to the side of Blacklist International. They do lose their T1, but they've started to make a little bit of that T3 into the top side of the map.
Lovely. Now you get to see this Blacklist lineup, the strength of it, right? If you don't delete Golden Kite or Dragon within a second and a half, Blacklist turns completely onto you. And with Chami1's ultimate, a lot of CC, you have chances to follow up as well. That's a good 3 seconds of crowd control, and Kagendra have no answers for that.
Yeah, no answers indeed, right? I mean, this damage coming through from the side of Blacklist. I feel like this double marksman draft here is definitely playing very well now that they got like the itemization online. They're able to take these turrets pretty easy. I mean, you saw the damage Golden Kite was just doing to that T2 into the mid lane there, and then obviously with the same sentiment for Just G. But now that pressure for the Shadow Vanguards plays top side of the map here, you know where Blacklist is looking.
Yeah, Blacklist. I mean, my eyes are on Chami1 right now. He has the flash, he has the Truth Mantra. If they group up carelessly on the side of Kagendra, this could cost them the game. T3 at the top already secured. That's great for the side of Blacklist, but it's not the end yet. There is still a comeback factor.
Oh, yeah. We've seen teams come back from worse situations here in terms of the state of their base. But right now, obviously, it's going to be a little bit harder for Facia to have a little bit of leeway in his own jungle now, right? Obviously, that top side of the map completely eradicated in terms of the turrets. So I feel like his jungle is going to be a bit of a free buffet here for Blacklist if they really need to tap into that. But speaking again, tapped into is Soleil taking a lot of that magic damage from Golden Kite. Down goes the T3 into the bot side of the map.
I like this. I like this Blacklist. The way they have learned and grown in this game, very well done, right? They now play that map advantage. They've taken all the T3s at the top and the bottom. And Blacklist, they're very hard to burst down.
Very hard to burst down here, and they aren't going to be able to be contested there at the Shadow Tyrant as well. So now, we're obviously moments ago talking about the damage from Golden Kite, from Just Chi. That's now only just been amplified for another 78 seconds there, thanks to that Shadow Tyrant. If we're looking at itemization as well, I mean, it's pretty much full slotted here for Just Chi. He hasn't dropped a single life, and he's 2k gold ahead of Facia. This is why they're packing a punch.
Yeah, for sure. I like this a lot, right? This is what you need as a pay. As a Tigress, you need to have the gold advantage. This is what gives you that power spike and that burst attempt that they desperately need against Kagendra.
Yeah, they definitely need something, right? I mean, Zahn's not quite online yet. Just as well, he's like behind by around about 2k gold as well compared to Golden Kite. Golden Kite getting that double kill really amplified his lead there into the bot side of the map. But I feel like if a Blacklist play with their food a little bit too much here, the food being Kagendra, I think that's where problems could start to arise here, especially in terms of the damage that will then be unlocked by Zahn.
To be honest, I think no matter how late game it goes, it just depends on Champion 1, right? If Champion 1 gets a catch, Blacklist wins all day.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if he does get this catch here. Obviously, the Radiance gets fought through. Obviously, the Unbridled Airburst catches on as well with the
nice
True
freeze.
Mantra. Tries to get freeze there, but it's going to be the takedown off to Lu. That's your front line gone. Sule goes down as well. They're looking for the push onto the Crystal, but Zahn's putting the work into the top side of the map here as well. Chaz taking a lot of damage. It's going to be the Devil to the Death that gets Musashi death on row there. And now they have no minions, but Blacklist International, they've opened up the side of Kagendra, and down goes Senko.
Yeah, PKL strike first for this one. It's going to be painful. No way he makes it out. And Zahn will be taken down.
It's a team ace and a base wipe. Blacklist with the 1-0.
Beautiful work from the side of Blacklist. They stayed patient. The early game was definitely very much in favor of Kagendra. But Blacklist took the same script and played the map really well. Took the T3 on the top first, worked their way at the bottom. And once that base was barren, they knew exactly what they had. They had so much tankiness on the side of the support Chaz on the Zhang Fei. And with the help of Chami 1 making the catches along the slow by Dragon, it really was death's door for the side of Kagendra. So they strike first on the side of PKL. What else is to come?
What else? I think it's a Chano buff from the crowd, you know what I mean? Look at him. He is literally emoting all over the gaff. He is happy with that first win for Blacklist International. And I would be so right. Obviously, Countrymen come through, not quite having the greatest of group stages, but now they're looking to pay the revenge for not only themselves, obviously losing into the group stage, but losing their Countrymen, losing to Kagendra as well to Boom Esports. I mean, it is only game number 1. It is a full best of 7, and obviously Global Ban Pick is in play as well. So a great draft from Blacklist that we won't see again unless we get that Ultimate Battle.
Yeah, but even with Ultimate Battle, I don't think this is the lineup they're going to choose, right? There's so many more options. And at this point, this is what I like about teams that are evenly matched in terms of like skill level, drafting, coaching, and stuff like that. Because it really was the most minor of differences based on the draft. If they had secured and maintained that goal lead on the side of Kagendra, this game would have been a little bit more difficult for the side of Blacklist. But I like the itemization, and this really was the difference maker, because now you couldn't use the duel to the death onto Dragon anymore. It doesn't secure you anything because he has Splendor. And at the same time, they have a free combination by Chaz and Chami 1. Chaz gets the Unbridled Outburst. You have the free follow-up on the Winter is Here along the Truth Mantra. And if there's more than 2 members caught, taken away, Kagendra have nothing left. If you take a look at the last fight, or second last fight, they did that combination, didn't lose too much health. They're in a, now what, 3v5 position, and Blacklist wins those fights all day.
Oh yeah, just from the sheer amount of control that they have from the Zhang Fei, from the Princess Frost and the Dharma, right? But my point that I want to kind of like hone in on to for those at home is the fact that, yes, obviously, I feel like every lane for Kagendra was expensive bar the Musashi, right? And what we know about Kagendra so far is the Phase Share is obviously one of the crown jewels of Kagendra. So I feel like the fact that they didn't expend such a expensive jungler in terms of obviously assassin, backline access, damage dealing jungler into this game number 1, I don't feel like it puts Kagendra too much at fault in terms of the draft, whereas the other parts of the lane, I feel like are a bit of a detrimental loss here, especially Senko losing the Fire Ninja as well as Zahn losing the pack leader as well.
I think if this is the type of gameplay that you want, to be honest, I think the Fire Ninja not being in the hands of Senko anymore, it's fine. Because we know the PKL teams. Now that their greatest weakness coming from last year was the macro game, right? Playing the map. Blacklist has shown that they can start playing the map much better now. And Blacklist has already shown that PKL is a region that does team fights so well. So Kagendra needs to shift their mentality here, right? Senko taking a fighting lineup in terms of the Fire Ninja. Let's change it and see whether they can win the macro game instead. If they don't, then I feel like this series is in the bag of Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to get out of that bag. Kagendra, obviously, they've gotten so far within the IKL, within the Season 4 Invitational, already improving on like their last year's performance, always coming like pretty much close to last place. But still, there is work to be done when you're going against the giants that is a Blacklist International. But if you look at this goal graph, like, it doesn't look like it's going to be a huge stomp here for Blacklist. Like, they were holding on to that gold lead for quite some time onto the side of Kagendra, and they knew how to do it. But it was just because of those team fights that you were talking about and Blacklist's potential into team fights and PKL as a whole. It just shows that when it comes to the nitty-gritty, Blacklist aren't afraid to throw punches, whereas Kagendra aren't quite as composed in those team fights.
Yeah, I really feel like Kagendra kind of played their way into this loss, right? Which is they went to try and achieve the win condition for Blacklist. Like against Blacklist, you don't take a team fight, you play the map. And for some reason, Facial was consistently jumping. No fault of his because it looked like a juicy target. Golden Kite was there as bait and they took it.
They took it at all as well. Like Golden Kite was like kind of like a bit of a golden carrot. I mean, that should be his username in that game, right? Just being dangled in front of the team of Kagendra and then just completely being prized away. And then you're into the jaws of the Shark. The Shark is literally numbing you alive, which is Blacklist International. But looking at these head-to-heads here, obviously damage-wise, it's a far superior onto the side of Just Chi here with around about 39k a lead in the damage, and then GPM as well is to be expected when you pick up such a hero like Tigers.
That's why Blacklist from the PKL, they are a very strong region in the team fight department, right? Jashi made a very conscious decision not to show himself in the team fights. He allowed his tanks and game changers to be in the front. So Chance was consistently in the front looking for an opening onwards with the Unbridled Outburst. And Chammy was just waiting for Fei-Shi to get the dive onto anyway. It doesn't matter who he catches on the side of Fei-Shi because Chammy was ready with that truth mantra. And that was how every single fight turned out. Chammy once slams Fei-Shi to the wall, you're out of a tank and damage jungle, and you lose the 4v5.
Yeah, no, it's a scary situation to be in if you are Kagendra, is going into a 4v5 against Blacklist International, especially when they already have, like, if they lose the likes of either Dragon into the mid lane or Golden Kite, it's not kind of like the be all the end all. It's just like the still damage going to come through from the Dragon, from Just Chi, from the jungle. And you can kind of see here participation in kills that Chaz was always very close by, and his vision score being at top of lose, just showing why we was talking about it before, that the intel is the wintel, but winning MVP is going to be Just Chi for game number 1. 505. I mean, that seems like a hotline number to call if you're losing in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, beautiful work by the side of Jashi, right? Showing just a very adept understanding of what is necessary for the team. And it's not, you know, just the kills. He got the reward of the kills because they played together as a team. And the better team wins, always, in Honor of Kings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's very rare the better team loses, right? I mean, that's the reason why the better team. Let's take that sentiment off the table there. But look at these highlights. Obviously, Kagendra had a good early game. They really were putting the pressure on the Blacklist, but I feel like it was just the motion and the steps out of danger that was really kind of clutching these like 3v3s, top side of the maps, or even these team fights. Just knowing how to sidestep certain skills on the enemy team just was enough control for Blacklist to just completely manhandle that engage that was otherwise going to go in the favor of Kagendra.
Yes, and I think you really should take a look at Chammy 1 here. The role of Chammy 1 in this particular team fight, he's not meant to take people down. He's just meant to buy time, right? Because once you buy enough time, the imperiled state will wear out. And, you know, once you're back with a portion of health that you have supposedly lost, you already have the numbers advantage, you have the gold advantage, you have the itemization advantage, the level advantage, everything in your favor. You don't lose these team fights. And PKL being a very strong team fight region already, this was a very nice showing in game number 1.
Yes, a good showing here for Kagendra, but also a better showing for Blacklist after such a shaky group stage, and is kind of already filling the destiny here for me that Blacklist was just limit testing in the group stage because there was no real elimination on the line there. So why try your best if you know you can get into the knockout stage and not be picked up by Nova Esports in the first match, right? Like that seems to me like they played 4G chess all the way from the group stage draw.
Debated. I mean, at this point, it really feels like that was the game plan. So if we'll check with them later, if that really was the game plan from TG or the entire Blacklist international organization, props to you. That was really smart. So as you said, it's just game 1, but that was a convincing game 1 from Blacklist International. The question is, can they stay stable, consistent, and what happens in game number 2? Because Kagendra, I think it makes sense. That was not the most expensive draft. There are definitely much more expensive ones. But Kagendra had to be really careful because if you give them more momentum that is necessary, Blacklist International, we might get another fall today.
I mean, singularly, there is some expensive draft picks within Kagendra's draft, right? Like, obviously, the Byron, I would say, is probably a vocal point there. The Lapu Lapu as well, considering that we know that Lu likes to play the tanks as well. So I feel like those two side lane picks here being taken off of the Gorge for the side of Kagendra, as well as the pack leader. Pack leader seems to be showing true colors within this competition. But a huge priority for them, and obviously performance on this hero as well. To me, I feel like those are probably the 3 most expensive picks for the side of Kagendra.
Yeah, and I think we take a look at what's expended by Blacklist International. They took the Erin, the Pei. Okay, Pei is an expensive pick, that's for sure. Erin, maybe not as much. But the Beast, Zhang Fei, this is one mega tank that is gone from the picks on the side of Blacklist International. So we'll see what they're going to try and supplement this with. They still have the Lianpo, the Earthshaker. They still have the Reef Hard Datu in the form of the Lapu Lapu. So many options to explore. It's not the end of the road yet. And we know Blacklist International, they have much more to offer.
They do have a lot more to offer, but I mean, they also have the likes of the Dolia synergy that we've been seeing quite frequently as well. Obviously, Dolia has been no stranger to the first part of the banning phase as well within Season 4 Invitational. But then they also still have the likes of the Lianpo, like you said. They have the Lapu Lapu, but they could even go for the Lubang, right? Obviously, something that always kind of throws us up is when they go for something like a Lam or a Masashi, pair it with the Lubang. It does very well for of those teams. So let's see what they decide to bring in the latter games, whether they even need to, right? Because I mean, the way that Blacklist played that game number 1, you could easily write this as a 4-0.
Yes, if that's the way they're gonna bring the entire series into like the duration of this entire series, then I think Blacklist International have, number 1, gotten a great start, but this also puts a little bit of shakiness into Kagendra, right? They have performed well in the group stages, but if you break a team's confidence now at the knockout stages where the stakes are so high, I think this might be, you know, the kryptonite for Kagendra.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a good job they got some of the countrymen into the audience there for the side of Blacklist, because you can see just she like looking like, I hope there's no angry IKL fans gonna like jump the stage when we win sort of thing. So maybe just keep your eyes on the phone for now and eyes on the victory if you are Blacklist International. Blacklist does get the blue side this time, so it looks like Kagendra has chosen the red side, looking for a little bit more of that reactive approach to the draft in this game number 2.
Well, it is, they've gotten a bit of time to reflect on their actions. And so, Coach Reflect, let's see what else can he bring to the table for Kagendra, because they will need to tie this series up. We have seen Blacklist International run away with leads, and this is not a time you want to allow them to run away.
Absolutely not. You don't want to allow Blacklist to run away, because obviously we already keep saying it, like they were top 4 in KIC 2025, so they are contenders for the throne of Season 4 Invitational. Banning out the Pei, I feel like is a good shout here, knowing that Fei Shi cannot have that pick now. But do you reckon we're going to see the Forge Mage and Chicha follow through into this ban phase here? Now they're already game one through. Obviously banning out the Byron. They don't want to give over these huge picks to Chami as well.
I think this depends on one ban and one ban only. If we don't get the Dolia, if the Dolia gets banned out, then maybe we can take a look at that, right? Because if the Dolia Yangjin combinations is in play, I don't think the Chicha makes a lot of sense. The sustain of the Yangjin is going to be too much. Unless it becomes a 4v1 situation where you take out the rest of Blacklist and leave Jashi as a lonesome player. Yep, Kagendra, I think they understand, right? No Dolia ban means there is a Yangjin. I don't think you want to give the Chicha over the Blacklist as well.
Ooh, interesting. They're going to go for Golden Kite's first pick here, the attack leader potentially, rather than going to lock in something like a Dolia, which now Kagendra could go and do, right? Like, they get first 2 picks. They could go for Dolia, Yang Jian if they really wanted to. There's the Dolia already. They're just missing the other part of the piece.
Do you really want to go Yangjin here? That's the thing, right? Because with the wolves, souls of the wolves itself, actually, I think Golden Kite is well protected. The Hound catch, not as easy when there's like 8 or 10 wolves in your faces.
My stealthy sword.
I mean, that might not be the price, right? They might be looking to go for something else that's going to be into the back line. I mean, it's not always going to be the farm lane that's looking to be the prize pony of the Yang Xian, but I feel like Kagendra here locking in the Lung is probably just a save face that to make sure they get a good marksman pick into, rather than being at the victim of the second part of the ban phase. But Blacklist International, they give Chaz another tank. It is the national hero, Rifat Datu, Lapu Lapu, as well as the new hero, the Evernight Aspiration.
Well, I like the idea of it. Like, Lung offers you damage. It also offers you a lot of turret pressure, free hits from the Flaming Palms, or Ride the Wind, or Downpour. These are things that can help you melt the towers, especially even when they have backdoor protection. And looks like it does come true. Kagendra will pick up the Trilight, the Yangjin here. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough damage though.
I mean, that's the thing as well. I mean, would you pick the Yang Jian into something like the Evernight Aspiration, knowing that that's there? Because you could just literally take him away if you really want to. Like, if you're scared of your backline being jumped onto, just take him to the Shadow Realm. Just hope that you can survive. Hope that you can chain your CC on the higher long enough to keep yourself alive into that pool. But it does take away that beefy backline access from the side of Kagendra if they really want to work that way.
Yeah, but we've seen it in display in the previous series, right? Nova showing us that if you have enough gold and advantage on the Trilight, yeah, getting caught by the Haya is no problem at all. He's gonna destroy you in the Moonscape Mirage.
He may do, but the key word there, Ken, is having that gold lead. If you don't have the gold lead, then is it going to be the same scenario here for Kagendra as they get taken into the Moonscape Mirage here? But looking at these bans here, obviously the band of the Majestic Guardian, as well as a Tunecaster as well. It's going to be the Hue-1 being banded, so they're trying to get rid of the potential of the Dolia and Hue-1 combo to kind of create that hyper carry. And then over to the side of Kagendra, banning out the Luna, banning out the Masashi, really trying to force the hand of Blacklist here as well. But I mean, the Orgrin's still alive here as well if they really want to go and solidify the more front line. But it looks like it could be the Agudo, just to have that enhanced early game once again for Jashi.
I like it, right? And then we'll explore what this itemization is for the side of Jashi on the Wall Rider Agudo, right? Some junglers like to go for the Sparkforge Dagger first. Some junglers like to go for the Deep Frost Siege first instead. Both offer different benefits. One with the Lightning Strikes, extra magic damage. Deep Frost Siege gives you a different stat in a form where you're more tanky, but you deal more physical damage as well.
Exactly, it depends on what kind of damage they want and how fast they get the itemization, right? But it's going to be Kagendra flashing out their draft with Mighty Conqueror here. So obviously we know great sustain, great backline access as well. So is it necessary if Facia falls that Sule can pick up the mantle and go way into the backline here also? But looking at Kagendra, they are quite late game focused once again.
Yeah, and while they have a 3-angle approach, one from the Lung in terms of damage, one from Trilight and Mighty Conqueror, and then you have the backline, you know, snipes from Senko as a Celestial. I don't know whether it's going to be enough because Blacklist International's initiation prowess is pretty strong. You have the Agudo ultimate, you have the Lapu Lapu ultimate, you also have the dive potential from the Charlotte. So I feel like it's a little bit more advantageous for Blacklist, and it's going to be very clear if they get the goal lead as on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, which from game number 1, we know they can do, even if they're playing behind by a few hundred goals for quite some time. Obviously, Kagendra knows how to formulate the goal lead into the early game, but just kind of fumbled a bag part way through. And no fault of their own, right? Obviously, they just weren't quite expecting that team fight potential from Blacklist International in that game number 1. But in the Season 4 Invitational, you cannot underestimate your opponents, or else you are going to see yourself at that 1-0 scoreline for now. But Kagendra, game number 2, looking to neutralize that lead here, make it a 1-1. But like you were saying, in terms of the team fight potential and the initiation from Blacklist International, they have a lot.
They truly have a lot. So Kagendra's, plan here is very simple. You have to come up with a new encryption code, because in game number 1, they were completely downloaded by the side of Blacklist. They broke that code for sure. Now Blacklist, they are trying to clip the wings off of Kagendra again in game number 2. If they can do it again, this is going to put Kagendra in a very nasty spot. Let's see if they can do it here.
Let's see if they can. Obviously, game number 2 is far under the way here as well. Obviously, we see then bot side of the map, Golden Kite taking that 2v1 potential down there as well. Obviously, using those wolves just to kind of tear away Lung into the early game. You can imagine that the damage is there as well, but Blacklist looking to help themselves to the enemy's camps, not contested as well. So they're actually being a little bit more successful with their access into the enemy team and with the intel, knowing that Feisha is down into the blue side. They're able to take 2 camps away.
I mean, this is to be expected on the side of Blacklist, right? The Evernight Aspirations picked by Dragon, very fast wave clear in level 1, so that rotation was definitely expected. And the touch ball take, look, Senko as a Nuwa Celestial, you don't win the early game wave clear at all, especially when Lu is not helping you in lane as well. So Kagendra, this is nothing new to them. It's now at this point, how do they recover in terms of farm against Blacklist International?
Very true. I mean, you don't want to kind of overstep this 2v1 in top side of the map here as well, but you do see the Blacklist actually rotating up to try and make a priority for this Space Sprite right now. Just tease level 4, you can use the Gorge Mobilization, the Annihilation just comes, not Annihilation Merge just comes through, but Feisha is able to get out thanks to those creation blocks there. Very nice play by Kagendra, but the pressure has been still placed in top side of the map as they secure the Space Sprite.
And that's what we mean by, team play. Senko coming in to save. If he had allowed Feisha to get shut down there, this would have been a horrible game. The Wild Rider for Jashi is one of the fastest jungle clear heroes in the game. And Feisha as the Yangjin does not have that kind of speed. So the fact that he got his life saved by Senko, that was a huge moment for Kagendra because they're still keeping pace.
Yeah, that would have been a huge effect to his GPM onto the side of Kagendra. But we've already seen from the last game, obviously, Just Chi was able to out GPM him, but obviously it is down to the hero selection. You are paying, you're meant to be farming up that quickly. Same with the Aguro as well, right? Obviously, as you say, it's one of the fastest farmed farm lane here, the jungle heroes on Honor of Kings. So you're going to look to try and basically capitalize on that. But speaking of capitalizing, he's getting that last hit on that Firebeak there for the side of Blacklist. So even though they tried to invade the jungle, they weren't able to get the prize.
It's things like this, right? When you take a look at pro play, you're always wondering, okay, how do they actually get the last hit? There's like 4 different members down there making pressure, but still they get the last hit, even though it's not into the hands of Golden Kite. But like Dragon being able to take it away with a basic attack or 1 skill usage, that's really impressive, right? The difference in levels between pros, amateurs, and hopefuls.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's always going to be levels between the skill, right? Obviously, knowing when to just drop that first skill, knowing when to just land that basic attack to claim that last hit is just kind of like makes you the difference between a good player and a great player, right? Top side of the map here, Chami just trying to put pressure on to Soleil. Looking for that teleportation down to the mid lane here because we know it's only around about 30 seconds time when that Tyrant comes up, and Lord only knows that's going to be good into the favor of Blacklist unless Kagendra can steal this one away.
Yeah, I mean, the power spike for Blacklist is definitely in this first, I would figure first 13, 14 minutes of the game. The moment it hits towards the later part of the game where Senko is fully farmed, Xara is fully farmed, Faces is fully farmed, Saule is fully farmed, the late game is definitely much more in favor of Kagendra. It's not a guarantee, but it's going to be a lot more difficult for Blacklist International. So they need to take as many turrets as they can. Any of these neutral objectives will definitely help their cause.
Looks like the Doomsday being built here by Just Chi. He's going to go for looking to take down the health percentage damage here for the side of Kagendra. A little bit of tip attack going on around the Tyrant, but it looks like it's going to be secured here by Blacklist International. Got Chami in the wing here, just trying to keep away Sule into that team fight. And now Just Chi recuperates into the mid lane just to give over a little bit of aid to his Clash lane.
Yeah, but a perfect disengage, right, from inside the Blacklist. Most teams don't really make this kind of smart move, which is they get caught out after they take the objective. But Blacklist was really clear about the direction and the angle in which they wanted to exit the fight. Kagendra had no way to really get the catch, right? Chami won. As mobile as he is on a Charlotte, this was a beautiful move to try and bait out Sally as well.
I mean, we talk about late game, obviously going over to the favor of Kagendra, potentially, as you said there, Kim. But I mean, we're looking at over to Blacklist as well. They do have the Rose Spencer that is a late game hero, as well as Golden Kite. So it's not like Blacklist don't have a late game orientation as well, right?
No, definitely not. But it's, of course, a much stronger chance for Kagendra, right? Because they have many more players that can do a little bit more late game damage, which is why it's so important this early part of the game for Blacklist. You definitely need to get the T2s. If you don't get the T2s here before the 15-minute mark, it's going to come back, and you have to pay some taxes for that.
Gonna come back and bite you in the behind, right? That's what potentially could happen to Blacklist if they aren't able to kind of monopolize on those T2s much earlier in the game than expected. But that Annihilation just there, just kind of wiping the minions, I guess. Maybe just desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, I think that's a misclick right there. His thumb probably slipped because that was not an angle for any of the minions.
I mean, is that your excuse? The thumb slips?
Yeah, my thumb slips all the time, so.
On execute? Is it when you're selecting your common skill? Is that when your thumb slips?
Yeah. I really want to get the heals, I want to get flash, but somehow, it lands on execute.
Oh no.
So.
Yeah. It's like that meme where people are like, oh, they're falling and they're meant to be picking something up, but then it goes all distorted and they end up on bed. That's you picking execute. It's like, I swear I picked heal, but oh no, I've got execute, my finger slipped.
Yeah, tech issues, it's fine. We just make do, right? Yeah. At this point, it's a 1,000 goal lead for the start of Blacklist International, which is healthy, it's great. And of course, knowing this with the pick on Just Chi, if you're new, the Wild Rider, able to take turrets for free even with backdoor protection. So Blacklist is fulfilling that win condition that we're talking about, right? This early game, 7 minutes into the game, they've taken all the T1s across the board from Kagendra's map. And this is a start to a potential great end if Blacklist International can keep this up.
If they can keep the momentum up, then obviously it's really looking hard here for Kagendra to try and bring this one back, right? Like you said, obviously late game, you are looking more towards Kagendra in terms of their firepower, of their potential of damage output there as well. And currently, there's not been a single bloodshed in this game number 2. So that's already kind of showing here that either Kagendra's playing very coy here and playing very sort of like away from Blacklist out of these team fights, or it's just Blacklist are just waiting for that key moment. They want to make the kills count,
I think this is all making sure that they get the turrets first, right? Because the response from Kagendra, it's effort, but it has not netted any result. And Blacklist needs to keep this at this exact juncture, right? They don't have any answers on Kagendra. They can't force that push in the mid lane, right? And until you get that mid T1, there isn't much space for you to roam around the map because your T1s on the side lanes have been taken. If you take a bad team fight with no vision information from Blacklist International, you lose the fights.
I mean, he's looking here, 3 in the bush here, thinking that Senko's just going to poke his head out and be the only one. I don't think Blacklist is going to take that bait right now. Looking to kind of lean out the minions under the T1 here, but it's going to be easily done by Kagendra to neutralize any of those minions crashing through, but just using that to phase check and see if Sule is in that brush, and he was correct to do so, right? Like, he was waiting in the wings, waiting to get the shutdown here, but it looks like it's going to be the Tyrant going up to the side of Kagendra this time around, so sharing that one, but the takedown of the Sule is going to be the first blood going onto the gorge here for the side of Blacklist International. So now their macro place, the macro Maestro is off of the gorge for 20 seconds. Is this where we start to see Blacklist formulate around these sidelines, get those T2s, potentially T1 into the mid lane?
Yeah, the time they're buying low. Both sides, now Kagendra have to choose. What do you choose? Regardless of what you choose, there will be damage done structurally, or at least pressure across the map. And Blacklist, they're not going to be coming here without any other rewards as well. The Azure Golem now going into the hands of Chaz, while Jashi gets a couple of licks in on that T1 in the mid. Not the biggest amount of damage, but this is, as you know, CDK, Shimmer, a glow of hope for the side of Blacklist to be able to break a T3 before that 15-minute mark for Kagendra.
Things are starting to look a bit shaky here for Kagendra, right? Obviously, we were talking about the gold lead moments ago, only being about 1k. We're now looking at a 3k difference here just from that first blood, just from the takedown of the T2 down to the bot side of the map as well. And now we are getting into uncharted territories here for Kagendra. They need to soar high. The El Manok need to come back.
They need to, but it's not going to be easy at all, right? The saving grace is that Senko is on the Celestial, the Nua, right? So she does have quite a bit of wave clear damage, especially if it's just one singular wave. But then this puts a lot of pressure on the rest of your side lanes, right? Kagendra needed that answer. They don't really have the best wave clear in terms of Zan, the single target burst damage. And 10-minute mark, Blacklist already has prior positioning of this 10-minute Tyrant. I don't think they get any access.
Looking for a bit of excess here. Obviously, Kagendra is just trying to kind of like force out into that brush there, but it's going to ultimately go over to the side of Blacklist International Tyrant. The Shadow Tyrant that is Soleil finds himself a little bit close for call, but is able to dash over the wall thanks to the Mighty Conqueror's kit. But obviously, attention needs to be paid into these side lanes here before anything can be done for Kagendra.
Well, this 1v1, Saule does not have his ultimate, Champion 1 does not have it as well. Right now, Blacklist, if they shut this attempt down, it's pretty much over.
Oh, there it is, a knockup onto Zan. He had no way of escaping. Obviously, even the Bastards had been taken up at the Gorge already. Beisha, maybe the next one. And locking in place is going to be Lu into the Moonscape Raj. Blacklist are finally opening up the base of Kagendra here with 3 men down. Senko and Saleh have to formulate some kind of great defense.
It's the Chano buff at this point, right? Chano Squad International, they're helping. And T3s are on the menu here for the side of Blacklist.
There it is. There's a T3 being taken down. Like you were saying earlier, kid, that's exactly what Blacklist needed to do just post 10-minute mark right now is definitely where they need to get this monopoly into the enemy base here. Champion 1 just able to easily take these trades and these blows from Soleil when he's 2 levels ahead.
Yep, this is the ideal situation for Blacklist, right? T3 on the top, pre-15 minutes, that's the first kind of condition you want to fulfill. But the second part is that they have cleared that mid lane all the way to the T3 on the side of Kagendra, which means Kagendra don't really have too much space around the gorge. This is a very dark map for them. And when you don't have information, the jump burst potential for Blacklist, they're going to destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they've got no intel, they've got no control of the top side of the map as well, right? So that means that Blacklist just have ease of access to not only the Shadow Overlord, but also whenever the Crimson Golem gets on here as well. Like, it's going to be so easy for them just to kind of go in, take whatever they want with no repercussions.
Yeah, Lu unable to find any value here because Face is still too far behind. He's level 13. Jashi already hitting max level 15 here. And with the gold lead they have, it's about, what, 6,000 gold ahead? No, 8,000. That's crazy.
8,000, yeah. Yeah, you're taking 2k away from them. What, are you some kind of taxman? Are you the British taxman by any chance? Give me back my 2k gold lead here, thank you very much. But we do see the advance into the T3s, into the bot side of the map. We always knew it's those glasses. And there it is, the T3 takedown.
Yeah, it's not the end though. The Shadow Overlord is flying down. And if Kagendra make one mistake, this could cost them the game here.
Exactly. I don't think one mistake from Blacklist is going to be kind of like detrimental here, considering that Kagendra have no minions coming out of their base just yet. And then we have the Vanguards already just slowly but surely sieging the base. Feisha onto the back line here, trying to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play to get the takedown, but it's Zan that gets taken down to the bot side here as well. The knockup onto Senko stops him getting into there. It's just going to be the Crystal going down in game number 2. Blacklist slowly but surely with a slow siege. They want the takedown onto Soleil as well as Lu, but he gets back into safety. Just attack the Crystal, boys. The game is here in your favor. Chaz knows the deal. He's going for it. The Vanguards take Crystal in game number 2.
You cannot team fight the #1 team fight region, PKL. Blacklist does it again. And this time, this is a much stronger version of Blacklist International, right? First part of the game, very good map control, making sure they take all the resources of the gorge into their favor. And when the fight is ready to be taken, that is when Blacklist International strikes. And once again, they have broken the code.
Have broken the code and broken the fans at the venue. They're doing all kinds of things for the side of PKL. But hey, Blacklist are winning, man, so they have all the right to brag, right? Like they said in the chat, in the viewers saying, hey, Blacklist, it doesn't matter if you lose, just don't lose to Indonesia. And they're stepping up to that mantle and saying, okay, bet, let's not lose to Indonesia. And right now, Blacklist International are up to 0.
Yes, and this really puts into perspective what the Kagendra squad is going through right now, right? Because every single answer they're thinking of completely shut down, right? Every single angle that you think, okay, maybe this is the PKL weakness, this is the Blacklist International weakness, completely cut out. You can't win the map, you can't win in resources, you can't win in team fight. So what do you do here as Kagendra?
Just smile and wave. I mean, I feel like that was the strat from Reflex, you know? The coach was just like, lads, if you don't get any kills in the early game, if you lose your T2s a little bit early, I think it's just smile and wave. The strat is going to be just let's GG, FF15, let's go for game number 3. But now they find themselves in a very sticky situation here on the side of Kagendra, because now they're 2 games into the global ban pick. But now they're obviously very further away from any kind of victory here, whereas Blacklist just need 2 more wins.
Yes, a very scary notion here. And at this point, they're already halfway there. That's the scary part, right? A lot of people think, okay, best of 7s, if we go the distance, it's going to be a long one. But Blacklist are already halfway there. And if they take this next win, that's series point on the line. Not what I had on my cards today. I think a lot of PKL fans will be like, no, that was totally on my cards. Well, congrats to you, because I am not having a great day in terms of predictions here.
I mean, we all know what happens when you bet on Kagendra. They do the opposite, right? So you bet on Kagendra to win. We know your affiliation with Blacklist International, Mr. UK Taxman. You wanted them to lose in this one, but Blacklist International looking at this one. Not a single death in game number 2. That's how correct the code was for Blacklist.
I'm just taking a page out of TG's book. Right? This guy has played the long con, and it's working.
Taking the page of a checkbook.
Yeah, well, this checkbook seems to be working for the side of Blacklist International, right? Keeping the same roster, making sure they put the right investments in the team, it has worked out. These are the same 5 boys that have gone through HOK since 2024 when it was first introduced. Now, in 2026 HOK, KIS 4 is working out great.
It's working out very well for him, man, to be honest. I mean, looking at this, look at Golden Kite's damage, 101k. That's exactly what you see on a Chano, right? Obviously, Zan would play the Chano in game number 1. Didn't quite have that same kind of success story as we see here for Golden Kite, but I feel like it was all kind of just set up because of the great team fight potential that they had on the side of Blacklist, right? So much initiation, and then all Golden Kite really needed to do was just kind of like, whilst the team was running away, up your ultimate, run after them, basic attack, move at the same time. Very impressive.
Very, right? And this actually starts off with the Wild Rider pick, the Aguro for Jashi. One of the things that they managed to achieve this game was the fact that when they dropped the furball down, right, Gulch mobilization, that kind of switched Kagendra's minds. That's the first part of the formula. The second formula, if you'll notice, I'm not sure whether they will show this in the highlights or not, is the fact that there were multiple times that you see Dragon on the higher, the Evernight Aspiration. He actually saved his ultimate for Saule here. And when he procced that Moonscape Mirage, it forced Saule to use all his skills, sometimes even the flash, to get out of the fight. And this means Golden Kite had all the time in the world. This twinning effect that you are asking for in the start of the game from Blacklist International, they did it all.
Exactly. They clearly had their 24-hour sleep like Chano did earlier for the Tri-Nationals clash. They have solidified and set up the link of the twins. They are now pretty much hive-minded, and it's showing onto the Gorge, right? Obviously, 3 kills, 3 assists, not a single death here for the side of Dragon. And obviously, regardless of having the lack of damage, it's the utility like you were talking about, Kim, with the Moonscape Mirage. Just locking Lu in place so he just can't either do anything or give over any heals. Really kind of took a hit to the sustainability of the team fight of Kagendra.
Yes, it's just too many things to deal with, right? And okay, it's a very small thing, But Golden Kite with the Wolves as well, every additional target that is available on the side of Kagendra, if you don't clear that in time, you have to stay at that lane, which was the mid lane, right? Kagendra spent so much time defending that mid wave in mid T1 that Blacklist had the opportunity after they won a small team fight to work the side lanes down, and suddenly you find yourselves, hey, I don't have a T3 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they're just putting the wheels in motion, right? Like, obviously, they were able to get the T1s without any real team fight, but then as soon as they fell, I mean, they even got the T2 into the clash lane. Yeah, which one is it? I believe it is going to be Golden Kite because of the damage. There it is. Golden Kite with the damage to pack leader. It's kind of like, guess who? Is he got long black hair? Like, who is it? But no, it's going to be Golden Kite with a 305 KDA. But more impressively, that 101k damage dealt.
Nah, we're joking. We know the difference. If you haven't noticed, the difference between the twins is the hairstyle, right? That is how you tell apart the identical twins of Golden Kite and Dragon. But this game, Golden Kite, he really had what I would consider as one of the most smooth transitions in this game, right? Never once was there truly a time where he was threatened to be taken down, because everyone was able to stave off the aggression on the side of Kagendra. More importantly, they kept Fei at bay. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, kept him at bay. Didn't really have a good solid start there as well. There was no real use to the Dolier and the Young Jian combo. But I feel like it goes back to the point you made into the draft there, Ken, is the fact is that you're normally using that to get the lockdown onto something like the farm lane, right? But then when you have a pack of wolves around you, if you drop the Hound and he goes onto a wolf, what are you going to do? Dive onto a wolf and just get the cooldown reduction off of the first ability and then hope for the best? You're probably already in too deep at that point.
Yes, and you're wasting your damage. That's the thing. You need to get your damage onto the appropriate members on the side of Blacklist International. So it looks like Kagendra, they need to hire, I don't know, some sort of security protocols here, because Blacklist has decoded them twice in a span of 2 games in this best of 7 series. If they get to decode them one more time, this is series point for the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, looking like a quick series so far, I mean, between these two teams, but everything could turn around in a moment's notice, right? I mean, we've known Blacklist, and this is the problem that kind of like haunts the back of my mind, is they can be at match point and then lose the next 3 games in a row. Like, it does happen, and it's unfortunate for Blacklist, but it is a reality that may still come into play here for them. But the way they played in game number 1 and game number 2, I don't feel like there's many kind of mistakes that I can see that could make this a reality. But other than the global ban picks, because obviously now we're getting further into this ban BO7, right? Like, there is more expensive picks for them through here as well. I mean, Just Chi getting his pay, is Agudo, the Wild Rider as well. These are kind of like some of the more stable picks here for Just Chi, because he gets to have the privilege of the early game advantage.
And to be honest, these picks aren't even like Just Chi's strong picks, right? These are not his special weapons. This is just base level Just Chi. And we know how strong this guy is, right? I mean, both teams from IKL or PKL or whatever teams that come out of these regions, the goal here, yes, sideline, I want to beat my corresponding region, but everyone's goal is to beat Nova, right? They want to make sure that they can conquer MKL, and the first step to do it is to show how strong you are in the laning phase. I feel like Kagendra, they might have suffered a little bit too much confidence from that game number 1, because they used to be so aggressive, get the dive in, but they were punished so heavily by Blacklist. I hope Reflect tells them you can do that again.
Yeah. Speaking of doing it again, we're going to get some support from those at home. Let's go Indo Kings. Give it your all. If you can, go for championship. Don't settle for being local kings. Hashtag Indo Pride. So there it goes. Someone took my advice and posted on social media, and now their words are on the screen, being read by your favorite British person, not King Charles, but Blam. As we get into game number 3's BP very soon here, obviously, we talk about Just Chi, but I feel like the reason why he's on such autopilot heroes into the jungle is because I feel like the focus is elsewhere for Blacklist.
Yeah, there's too many things, right? And of course, we get another supporting comment here. No Cure, KIS4 is absolutely fire here from, I would call it Xara here. But at this point, yeah, not too much fire coming in from the Kagendra side. They need a little bit more gas in the tank. They're gonna go once again on the red side. So Blacklist get the prio pick and ban. And I feel like that there is going to be quite a few picks that will hurt Kagendra at this point.
Do you think they're going to go for the Prio Blue onto Golden Kite again? They're going to go and lock in his pick first and then just hope to see what they react with on Kagendra and then lock in Chaz. And then they know they've got a solid lane down to the bot side and anything else can kind of just fall through that way. But I mean, the way that we've been seeing the ban so far, and I can imagine that Kagendra aren't going to want to give over the Dolia combo to Blacklist. It doesn't have to necessarily be the Yang Jiang combo, but if they lock in Lung Prio first pick, then you can imagine that Dolia could follow through in pick 2 or 3.
To be honest, I feel like if I'm in the shoes of TG, I would give Prio to Jashi, right? Now they have taken away quite a few picks, right? There is no Musashi to deal with the Ogren pick. Agudo is still available, right, for the side of Kagendra?
For Kagendra, yes.
Okay, maybe not the Ogren pick for Jashi, but start with a jungler. You can counterpick that, I mean.
Maybe, but at the same time, they could also maybe try and put more persuasion top side of the map for Golden Kite, right? Obviously had the Dharma in game number 1, had the Rose Fencer in game number 2, so we still have the Storm Mace available, Spark Mace available for Chami, and Lord knows that he knows he loves that pick, and it's a solid front line as well. Can't pair it with the pay, but it's still a solid standalone Clash Lane pick.
I say ban the Agudo, take the Ogren, but here we go. Blacklist gonna start with the higher ban. That's gonna be the FNI Aspirations taken out. Kagendra, what do you want to take out? Do you take out the Dolia here to deny that Dolia Yangjin combination from Blacklist?
Nope, they're going to go for the Spark Mace that I was talking about moments ago. So it could still be the Dolia here as well as their second ban, but I feel like that is probably a just cause ban here because they know how well Chami's been playing into the Clash lane. Obviously, putting a lot of a bigger pause onto Soleil, because obviously this is a player that we bigged up into the group stage, but now he's met with Chami 1. I mean, the overall comment for Chami 1 in KIC 2025 is Chami plays like an import. So they definitely want to be literally don't want to be validating his picks here. But once again, it looks like they're going to give that first pick over the Golden Kite because they do still have the Parasolar available.
Okay. Nice start with the RE. This is gonna... I'm so curious, what does Kagendra go for here, right? They need to give Fei Shi a jungler that is able to snowball really quickly in the early game. Pei would have been a great choice, but Blacklist understands that, hey, these are the usual picks. And if you want to go for aggressive assassin junglers, the risk is a lot higher if it's not Pei.
I mean, the idea makes sense here as well. Obviously, trying to get the catch as well as the Martial Genius, but you've got to try and catch the Parasolar. That's the whole problem. But that's amongst all the other objectives that are going on with an Honor of Kings already. So that's already a lot of resources trying to be placed down here. Try and get the shutdown. Did they try and lock in something like the Xiao like you was talking about in game number 1, right? Knowing that the Ali is going to come out of somewhere, but it looks like Chaz is going to get a big pick into the support role here as well. The Peacekeeper, Motsu, as well as Dragon on the Fire Ninja. They are looking for an aggressive game here.
This is going to be a poke composition coming out from Blacklist, right? I'm just curious to see what Kagendra shows at this point of time. Okay. If they really lock it in, okay, guarantee, soft guarantee, maybe not a full guarantee, soft guarantee, I think the alarm comes into play here.
I was thinking exactly
or maybe
the
the
same
Hano.
thing. Exactly the same thing. Yeah. Lamb comes into play, or Hino into the Clash lane, or do we see the return of the Lubang, right? They go for Lamb, Lubang, last two picks, so they get not only the counter to the Agudo, but they also get the delivery service here as well. And they can kind of see the debating that kind of delivery service with that Masashi ban as well.
Yeah, because it takes a lot of attention away, right? Nice ban as the final one. No Xiao for the side of Kagendra, no Breeze Heart. That would have been a perfect answer for not just the Parasolar pick, but for Peacekeeper as well, right? Once he gets the thing inside the box. Now, let's see if our guesses are correct. But Kagendra here, okay, they're going for a little bit more control. The Silk River, I think it's a great answer against a potential Lam pick. And we'll see if that's going to be the cause here. No, it's going to be the Seafarer in the Clash lane. Interesting.
Ooh, okay. So they're going to go completely the opposite way, right? Obviously, if they want to play control here. Obviously, you're not going to control the Seafarer riding his boat and obviously causing these great initiations. But like you said, like there's a huge potential of poke setup here for the side of Blacklist International. But now they have the sustain of the Orgrin, and now they have even the setup of the plays here of the Seafarer with the set sail. But Kagendra are looking to go and run the Agudo into the farm lane and have Featherfoot into the jungle.
Okay, I like the idea of it, but this puts a lot of pressure on Senko. If he doesn't get the catch, this game is pretty much over. And if you take a look at the composition on the side of Blacklist International, I want you to notice something. The Seafarer in the Clash lane, he actually has decent wave clear as well. And this means Blacklist International still get to play that map control game that they're looking for in the early game. You get the initial wave clear, get the TP down, you have your ultimate to go straight back into your lane if it's necessary, or even start a team fight, of which they have so much control. You have the Ryu Engine from the Fire Ninja, you have the Cannon Blast from Peacekeeper, and then Golden Kite once again is going to be left untouched.
And you're also going to have the physical damage reduction as well from the Seafarer's kit also, so that could be a problem here for these teams. But also, obviously, trying to get the Featherfoot off of the wall here with that hard CC as well. Just trying to get stunned down, locked down as well. I mean, there's a potential of a huge amount of lockdown, but I feel like here, Feisha is probably just looking to be like, okay, yes, I fumbled the Smite in game number 2, but now I have the Hard Jade and Seal. Surely I can't fumble this, right? It's basically like locking down 2 Smites, and 1 is a guarantee.
I think this whole game is all about Senko, in my opinion, for Kagendra. If Senko plays well, I think Kagendra wins this whole thing for this particular match itself, right? Because if you take a look at the initiations, it's quite a huge risk for the side of Kagendra. You need to commit. Sauli needs to put his body on the line if he wants to make the catch as a martial genius on the Mayin. Agudo, you need to throw the ultimate down for Zan to be able to get the lockdown. The only safe way of approach probably is Lu and Senko. These two.
Yeah. They were set up with some huge control here. Obviously, use the pull from the Silk Weaver, and then maybe potentially just try and get the pull, the damage from the likes of the Featherfoot or the Martial Genius. But I do like the Agudo in farm lane. Farm lane Agudo is something I like to play personally. I was in a bit of a rut in ranked until I picked this hero up, and it's very oppressive, right? Like you currently go, like you don't need your support in your lane once you get to level 4, right? It's kind of like having a 2v1 at all times after level 4.
Yeah, it definitely is. And then you also have, you know, the roll and the tumble for a ball, which means you kind of escape out of sticky situations, right? After the rework, you don't really get stopped when you hit someone with your second skill.
Yeah, it's very helpful, especially traversing the map as well. But here, speaking of traversing, it's going to be Blacklist. Look at the traverse and take the Crimson Golem number 1 here from the side of Kagendra. I mean, this could be scary and a bit hairy here for Chaz. He's just trying to use the Cannon Blast, maybe get the lockdown onto Featherfoot here, so Feisha cannot get any damage up onto him because he's looking pretty squishy right now. But overall, a successful family trip into the enemy jungle. Again, Blacklist taking the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, because how do you fight against an Orgrin? Level 1, he has the instant finish here. Looks like they will go for more on the side of Blacklist. He gets his Death's Precipice as well, which means he gets the heal value. He already has taken 1 camp away from Feisha. He has a level advantage, not just yet, but this is just going to snowball into a bigger lead here.
Oh, absolutely. The snowball definitely is a problem here for the side of Kagendra. I feel like maybe the saving grace could be around about the 4-minute mark if they don't get any kills, or maybe multiple kills before that point, because then obviously they can take the Tyrant, trying to neutralize any kind of lead that they did have. Also, the flash of Senko as well. I mean, that's a pretty early use of the flash. We'll still be back in time for the 4-minute mark, though.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a difficult situation here for the side of Kagendra. This was not the ideal start that they wanted, right? Feisha as the Fade. Right now, the reason why it's so difficult is because, yes, he still has his Hardened Jade Seal, but with the risk that he might be taken out in the team fights, that's going to be a huge cause of concern. Because now, even if you land the Hardened Jade Seal, if you take a fall in the team fights, you lose that Hardened Jade Seal. It's not in your favor.
Yeah, not in your favor. I mean, it's not the longest cooldown either, so it's not too bad. But it's like you say, the opportunity that you create with a hardened Jade Seal is something you're gonna be missing for quite a few seconds. But now, actually be able to secure his own Crimson Golem is gonna be a little bit more of a back to basics here for Faysure. But we like it. We like to see it. Zan is actually having a bit of a fun time in his lane here, not really losing too much priority overall. He's only about 100 gold away from Golden Kite's Parasolar.
I want you to take notice of the itemization on Dragon here. This is a very greedy start. He actually abandons the entire just boots and all for the cost of the first item, Insatiable Comb. It's not completed just yet, but I think this is a great idea, right? Over, with massive sustain, they have a slight goal lead. They can start to really play a little bit more aggressive and more risky. And for every risk that you take that is successful, Blacklist takes one more step ahead.
They do take one more step ahead. They're ahead by around about 900. Well, that's 600 gold. Let's not keep making quick maths on the spot here, but definitely in a better position than Kagendra right now. Obviously, this all seems to be snowballing from that moment that they were able to successfully take away that first Crimson Golem, right? But like, we're not really seeing Kagendra answering that call, and that's the problem here for me. Is the fact that Kagendra's not really reacting to the disrespect that Blacklist did in the early game.
Maybe they don't feel the need to, right? I think if you're already behind by a slight amount, you also don't want to jump into the rabbit hole where you slip and slide down into a 1,000, 2,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, out of the frying pan into the fire is definitely maybe the reason why Kagendra hasn't quite been as reactive as I would hope they would be. But a reaction is definitely needed down to the bot side of the map here. You can see that Blacklist are looking to just clear out this minion wave into the mid lane, just to get the priority and the potential drive away of this one. But oh, the damage coming through here from Faysure on the Featherfoot is definitely doing a number onto Justchi.
Not ideal. I mean, it is a pretty short cooldown on the ultimate, but this means Blacklist get prior start onto this 4-minute Tyrant here. Now, Kagendra, the response is absolutely necessary.
Destiny counter being procced here as well, but it's still going to get smited by Justchi. Can they get something for this one, though? The disrespect he brings over. Oh, no, Lou! He used the enhanced basic attack just at the wrong time. He got soul guided into the enemy team. We see the cannon blast come through with the Think inside the box. Perfect execution here from Dragon. We have Kagendra on the run, but Chaz could be a prize pony here, but it could be that T1 in the mid lane that may be the target overall.
It starts with a hairline crack.
Oh, it does indeed. It is the hairline crack that really opens up the side of a Kagendra there. The takedown onto Zan as well. Blacklist coming with 3 kills. Definitely solidifying a big, healthy gold lead here of around about 1.6k.
Yeah, I mean, this hairline crack is starting to look like a fracture for the side of Kagendra, right? And it's a very dangerous notion because we talked about this. Take a look at this team fight. Number one, the movement by Faysure in terms of entering was a little bit too slow, and the overcommitment on Lu. He was hoping that someone would be close by so that he can use his first skill to get back at the safety. But then they're jumping in. They're isolated one by one. And this is where the value of Blacklist's lineup is at, right? They already have the gold advantage. They have the Tyrant buff, by the way. So Kagendra, this is really just out of sync for them and maybe just a chemistry issue at this point. The confidence has been shaken.
Oh yeah, since game 1 victory hasn't been taken, especially that was probably like their most dominant performance as well, right? Like that was kind of like the clear kind of like immovable object meets the unstoppable force that seemed to be the state of play for game number 1. It was very equal. We weren't too sure. It was pretty much a toss of a coin at one point, but then every round since then, it's slowly but surely you can see the fumes of Kagendra are not flying the Garuda at this point in time. And the Blacklist, they're looking to just completely keep the script in this code.
Blue team has
They're not getting the height that they want, right? And at this point, even if they're getting the height, maybe they're flying too close to the sun. Because the main concern I had was, where is this initiation coming in from Kagendra, right? You need Saule in the fights to get something, or you need Senko to get the catch. But even when they do, right now they're behind on farm, close to 3,000 behind, by the way. You don't really get the kills and get out for free. Even if you get the trade, Blacklist will find more value.
They will. I mean, it seems to be like the fact is when they try and commit into the team fight, you've got Dragon there with the re-engine, just like basically getting the knock-up. So what should be a knock-up into the favor of Kagendra and kind of like an access into the back line, they kind of stuck there, especially if they get hit by then the Cannon Blast and then the Think inside the box. It's basically a one-way ticket with no return out of Blacklist Town.
Yes, and it's AoE setups, by the way. And here we go. They will try to secure this. This should be on the head. No, they didn't even get it.
Yeah, the Harlem Jade Seal is looking more like a soft toffee at this point, right? It's not actually connecting or even smiting anything here. Obviously, we did see the sunset, the boat sail for the side of Blacklist come through there, but then if they shut into the back line, this could be the shutdown that they're looking for. First kill goes over to Kagendra. They're looking for a little bit more. Lu goes in with a bit of a swing there, but still not much more to be claimed here by the side of Kagendra. But 2 kills is better than nothing here. They're looking for a little bit more. They get the shutdown on Sule. Could this be a potential comeback of Kagendra in the mid lane?
It definitely can, right? And this shows you the reason why Facial didn't use his ultimate here. Chami1, can he get the catch?
Uh-oh, they played him with the brush there, but okay. Oh, Jammy, you jammy boy. He gets the double kill onto Zahn, onto Lu. Fantastic play there, but I feel like that's basically the collateral damage here. So damage control for the side of Blacklist, just to make sure that they don't lose any more ground in that mid lane.
There we go. That's the shimmer of hope they were looking for. Kagendra, that was a great fight for them to take at this point. So understanding that they may not be able to take the Overlord away, and at this point it isn't the biggest loss, but to be able to find the angles to get the lives of Blacklist International members, that's going to be really important. Now the trade-off here is that Blacklist International now, they have full prior over this Tyrant. It's not the Shadow Variant just yet, so Kagendra can count their lucky stars at this point. But they need more fights like this for Kagendra.
Did you? Yeah, Kagendra, if they take a few more fights like that, get like 3 kills and only train like maybe like 1 or 2 members, I mean, that could have been completely mitigated if they didn't decide to be greedy. Like, they was like, you can tell that the comms were like, go, 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 and maybe somebody was a little bit hesitant to be like, no, don't. Like, we don't know where the intel of the likes of Chami is. And out of nowhere, he comes out. Like, Johnny just gets the double knockup, gets the takedown. Kagendra could have been in a much healthier situation if it wasn't for that decision.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's also based on the cooldowns, right? I think Senko didn't have his Silk Imprint at that point of time, so that was a little bit unfortunate for the Kagendra side. But now I think they will want to go in. Whoa, what a nice catch.
Yep, they get the pull, they get everything, every bit of CC on there. The Destiny counter as well as the Gorge mobilization. The Hardened Jade Seal is now back and hard for the side of Kagendra. Yeah, we're going to take down onto Chami there, which is a good call, but they still have their jungle alive, right? Just Chi could look to go for the Overlord here, just to counter the acquisition of that Shadow Tyrant, but we can see Facia is traveling up top side of the map here. Golden Kite doesn't get caught out here, but he's able to use the Parasolar. Soleil is playing Olay, but there comes Dragon just to keep his brother alive, but there it is. Think inside the box. He's getting up to lock down Lu. We're seeing Soleil on the run as well. A beautiful play here by Zahn, just getting the pick up onto Just Chi. Nice. They don't have any smite, but now, whoa! The double takedown of Facia as well as Zahn.
That might have just saved the game for the side of Kagendra. Why I say that is because Golden Kite actually took a fall as he took Facial down as well. This means Blacklist cannot take that Shadow Overlord, because if Golden Kite was alive at that point, at this particular point of the game, he does have Frenzy. He can lifesteal his way back up, get the Shadow Overlord, and suddenly Kagendra now has to face with pressure on the T3s. But thankfully for the side of Kagendra, that's not going to be the case. Chami1 finding value with the camps. Blacklist have to reset.
They do have the reset for now. I mean, it's a good point to reset rather than be a little bit overzealous here. I mean, they can't afford to be. They don't really have the minion wave over there in the bot side of the map here as well, but I feel like they don't have the intel that's needed to make a good move forward here. So I feel like maybe just reformulating, getting these buffs over to likes of Golden Kite and Just Chi here as well is probably the right call for Blacklist.
Yeah, at this point, I think Blacklist needs to win the team fight. That's the most important part, because you can't risk the opportunity of the Shadow Overlord being taken away by Facial's ultimate here on the Hardened Jade Seal. So Blacklist, this is the risk they're taking. They cannot be caught, Joshi!
Uh-oh. Oh no, there's too much in that one brush there. I think that was a bit of a mistake. He shouldn't have gone into that brush. Maybe just wait till his teammates came through. A little bit of eagerness there from Just Chi, but they had no intel. Somebody had to make that move in the darkness. And speaking of getting moved into the darkness right now, Feisha gets knocked off the wall, but it's still going to be the same result there. The takedown onto Dragon is going to be fatal.
Okay, they give the life of Saoli in the defense for this attempt onto the Shadow Overlord, and Kagendra, I think this is a worthwhile trade as long as Chammy1 does not get the T3 at the bottom right now. They have to summon it. Yep, he's going to be caught out. The set sail is going to be used to try and traverse back into the defense of Blacklist. Unfortunate for them, the T2 will be traded out on the top side. So Kagendra playing the map a little bit better this time.
Yeah, Kagendra now back in control a little bit here as well. Obviously, they're still behind by around about 2.9k gold, which is still going to be a little bit of an issue for them here into these team fights, but we are going to get a bit of a technical pause here now. Something's not quite going astray, but Blacklist International definitely showing signs of slowing down a little bit here. Maybe just these bad decisions, especially that one earlier from Just Chi going into that brush, could be the nightmare that haunts them, especially if Kagendra takes this round.
They're kind of starting to mess up. The reason for this is because they're not using the appropriate checks that they have. Look, Blacklist International's lineup, the reason why this lineup is very strong is because they have brush checks. Number one, you have the Cannon Blast from the Moors, the Peacekeeper, right? Chaz needs to help the team check. You also have the Kachosans from Dragon in the mid lane. He needs to get those hits in. Check your brushes before you go in, because that is the number one mistake that Joshi made. Thinking that it was safe. Why would you think that the Shadow Overlord area is going to be safe when you have a Fei Shi guaranteed take on the Hardened Jade Seal? You know they're going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense, right? Obviously, like you said, they're not really utilizing the means of checking these bushes themselves, say for Blacklist. I feel like maybe it was just maybe the fact is like, right, if I don't check it, it was a bit of a gamble, if you think so. If you think of it in Just Chi's perspective, because like it's like we don't know where they are. If they're not in this brush, we can go for the Overlord. If they're in this brush, I'm donezo. And that's exactly what happened there. So it was just a gamble that they were willing to take, but is it now going to not pay off and potentially further this series for Blacklist to come back?
I think if you want to take that kind of risk, then the thing here is, I think Blacklist International has already shown you what they want to do, right? Even if Jashi and, let's say, I don't know, Chammy1 gets taken down, you still have the split push potential on the side of Golden Kite, right? He did manage to create a little bit of pressure in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it was Chammy1 who was responsible for getting a little bit of damage on the T3 before the Shadow Overlord was summoned. So if you're going to take the risk of putting Jashi in a position where he might be taken down, get the split push going as well.
Yeah, I mean, they did go for, obviously, a bit of a split push there as well. Obviously, they tried to go for the T3, right? They were able to do a little bit of damage, but it was the fact that they were able to get that Overlord there for the side of Kagendra. Like, it was just pretty much just like a play of desperation, it seemed like, from Blacklist. The fact is that they just tried to do something because they had nothing else to do, you know?
Yeah, look, they cannot repeat this mistake again. If they allow Jashi to be caught like that, can you imagine if it was a Tempest game? This would have swung the tides over, because Kagendra did not lose a single member in that exchange. And if that situation presents itself in a Tempest game format, you instantly get the wave clear. You get the T3s because your turrets don't get to attack anymore. They don't get the defense. So Kagendra now are biding their time. Now they're hoping for Blacklist to make this mistake again. It's balls in their court for Blacklist International.
Yeah, like you said, obviously you can only make that same mistake one too many times, and I feel like Just Chi's already made that mistake at least twice. Like, there's been 2 times where he's been caught out a little bit more premature into these team fights than I would have liked to have seen. So I feel like the third time is definitely going to be the nail in the coffin here for Blacklist if they do falter to that same kind of problem. But now, it's obviously just the technical pause that was waiting through here as well. Obviously, Kagendra have done very well to kind of ride the high that they were, well, ride the low that they were on as they were going into this game number 3, right? Like, we were all commenting saying that they looked pretty low, the morale seemed to be down there, and then now they've got a kind of glimmer of hope, and they're actually holding on to it. So I feel like that's props to Kagendra.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't really surf. In fact, I don't know how to surf, but But there are low tides, there are also going to be high tides. And maybe with this bit on time, this is the point of the game where Kagendra can shift into the high tides and surf on this momentum. Now they're going to start trying to make their way. Golden Kite, he does not want to be caught out here.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's being pretty slippery into these team fights, right? Like, I mean, that whole interaction top side of the map there where we really thought Soleil was going to have his number, but he's able to get out alive, which was a fantastic play here. But now, this is what I'm talking about. Kagendra now have the higher ground. They have taken the T2 down to the bot side of the map, and now they have free reign of those Crimson Golems, which is going to be a problem here for Blacklist International, because they're only ahead by around about 2k gold, which when you're playing from like this position where you have no real privilege in lane, it's going to be a hard one to try and come back from.
That's true, but I think the win condition for the side of Blacklist, as well as Kagendra, it's about Sauli. If Sauli does not show on the map, Blacklist cannot make a safe decision, right? Because if you know that Sauli is not there, then there is no AoE catch, unless you land Zan's ultimate on perfect call. But here we go.
Ooh, baiting out of this Tyrant here. So able to get the pull potentially here onto Chaz. Soleil is just kind of like abusing and just being a little bit of a harasser into the backline here of Blacklist International, but he has been caught there. You can see where he is. The knockup not going to quite come through. He gets out with the whatever's there, but it's going to be the bring through for Lu. But Lu is actually itemized up now that the damage coming from Just Chi is not going to be enough to get the takedown, but now comes Dragon into Lu. It's going to be the Conductor of Souls. Death Precipice gets pulled. The activation, the execution comes through. So sustainability here for the side of Kagendra is going to be a bit of a problem. Also, that minion wave top side of the map is going to be a bit of a problem here for the side of Kagendra as Soleil tries to commit a lot of that ult. He's used it in, gets serious. Is still waiting to be procced here by the side of Soleil.
This is going to be a reset for the side of Blacklist, right? He cannot be caught here. He needs to play a little bit safer. Nice catch.
Oh, very nice catch there. Chaz actually leaves with a bit of his life there. It's going to be the Cannon Blast that really puts the pressure on Soleil as well. But now it gives them room to actually get this Shadow Tyrant, which could be very favorable here for the side of Blacklist International.
All right, based on how we're looking at this game is going, if both teams actually play a little bit less aggressive, I think we will be heading into a Tempest game.
Oh yeah, no doubt heading into Tempest game here if they don't actually get some kind of real leeway for either of these two teams, right? Because obviously if you look at the condition of the Gorge for both of these two teams, it looks a little bit healthier for Blacklist just because they have that T2 into the mid lane, whereas that damage onto that bot T3 is really going to be the weak point, or at least a focal point here potentially for Blacklist.
Yeah, okay, Joshi actually goes for the Blood Rage. We'll see if that's the correct item in terms of the team fight here, right? The extra shield and the extra health percentage damage is definitely going to be important, but this T3 defense needs to happen for Kagendra.
No, it does, but it looks like the minion's going to take it there as well, so they do open up the base of Kagendra, but at the same time, Facier is looking to base run at least that Overlord, but he's like, guys, I need to get out of there, thanks for the intel. If he's stuck around, he's really holding on to the fact that his Hardened Jade Seal is going to hit the way he wants it to.
Yeah, Kagendra was hoping that Blacklist was going to stay a little bit longer, right? That was the whole reason Facial wasn't involved in the defense. He was trying to sneak away that Shadow Overlord. But the attempt, of course, has been thwarted. Now, Blacklist International, they don't have to take this Shadow Overlord. They just need to bait Kagendra into a team fight. That is the whole onus of this here. Taking it is a perk.
Ooh. Yeah, they've got this. That was too quick there for Blacklist International. A little bit too slow for Kagendra to actually make any sense of that one. But they get the Hardened Jade Seal onto the Crimson Gold, and denying that one away from Blacklist is probably just going to be a little bit of a Hail Mary play there by the side of Kagendra. But finding Soleil is the aim of the game, and Chami was able to do that.
This then depends on Kagendra, right? If they can make a defense on this absolutely destruction of a push from Blacklist on the top side, then maybe there is a chance of a comeback. But if they cannot deal with the, number one, staggering of the waves, or just clearing the waves in general, then Blacklist takes this in the next 2 minutes.
I feel like they need to take it the next 2 minutes, right? Because obviously if they don't, then like what we were saying earlier is like there is a potential Tempest Dragon on the cards here for either of these two teams, and it could be a long game, but the pressure into the top side of the map being put here, as well as the Radiance from the side of Blacklist International is really going to zone out the side of Kagendra. That T3 is definitely going to fall. A few Night pose being spammed there onto the side of Blacklist International, but rather than just keep going, they're looking just to keep cracking and chipping away at their base.
a very smart move by the side of Blacklist, right? Now, let me explain to you why this positional turret difference is so advantageous for the side of Blacklist. Because on the side lanes, now there are going to be super minions marching down, right? That's a given. Yes. But if you're talking about wave clear, Blacklist, they don't really have to care about too much. The mid lane is an easy win for them. They have a pressurizing wave on both sides of the map. So Kagendra going to be forced to choose. You have to defend.
Yeah, do you choose the side lanes? Do you choose to defend that T3, the last sole survivor, one on the side of Kagendra here? That's going to be the kind of the golden decision here for the side of Kagendra. But right now, Blacklist International, they're just kind of like making the name here, but maybe just to get caught out here. He just build the Sage's Sanctuary just in time. But is that going to be enough here? The Gorge Mobilization doesn't quite hit at the same time. Blood Rage being connected as well. Lou dives in, but is it going to be enough to keep him locked down? The pull comes through from Senko. That is going to be trouble here for the side of Blacklist International with Chaz on the run there. Lou dives in a little bit too quick, and now Facia is onto the back line. Hardened Shade Seal doesn't quite proc onto anybody, but now Golden Guy gets taken down, and that's a problem for Blacklist. They have 2 members alive, but nobody to answer the call at that Tempest Dragon.
Overzealous. I think Joshi was definitely overthinking there at that point, right? He actually used his Conductor of Souls, thinking that the Kagendra members would dive him at the point of his revival, but they did not. Very smart decision by the entire team. So they are in sync at this point, finally. But here comes the pain point for the side of Kagendra. They have to defend against super minions on the top and the bottom. This movement from the side of Kagendra was really great. And Lu, for the first time, that aggression on the catch for the Bitter Farewell really worked towards their favor. Separating the team, Zan now has advantage against Golden Kite, especially when they have the support of Lu with the redemption for the roam item and the heals coming in. So this is now the prime point for Kagendra to mount their comeback, because if they can't do it here, there's no other way.
No, exactly. Not with 6 seconds left onto the Tempest Dragon here for the side of Blacklist International. I mean, the goal lead at this point means absolutely diddly squat. We're 20 minutes in. Everybody should be pretty much 6 slotted in terms of their itemization. It's all going to be about locking in and interchanging those active items that have now got an increase as well, because that 20-minute mark has now been procced here onto the Gorge. But this is now anyone's game. The worst team fight, whatever happens here, whichever team comes out more battered and bruised, is going to lose this one.
The main thing for me here is both Facial and Joshi, they are only left with 1 Sage's Sanctuary charge. That's it.
Yes.
Both of them are on cooldown right now. So if you're able to take out either one of these junglers, that gives you an immense amount of advantage in terms of the win percentage ratio here.
Exactly. It's all going to be pretty much eyes on the prize here, and I feel like Just Chi is always kind of like out of line here onto the Ogryn. I feel like it seems to be a bit of a staple thing here. Whenever it goes onto the Ogryn, big mistakes happen. So it's never kind of like a big pick that I'm really hoping for here. Obviously, pressure being put down to the bot side of the map here with that minion wave come through. Facia is now away from the team fight, so can really a 4v3 here really take place? And the pressure still somehow is in here as they take a look to try and take away the Azure Golem, not quite getting it there, but they're probably looking for Soleil, right? Like, they're just like, hey guys, he's not anywhere near us, he's more likely going to be near you guys with this Tempest Dragon style. No.
Yeah, Facia, I think if they don't stop in here, this is a guarantee. But the split push coming in.
Oh. Chami down to the bot side of the map as well could be the basically game changer. You can see that he is looking for the run. They do get the Tempest Dragon here, but Chami is going to be able to get the Crystal takedown with the minions. It's going to be this phase to the freeze charge. It's actually going to be enough. And Chami gets the Crystal in game number 3.
This one is a Blacklist International staple. I don't care who does it, whether it's going to be Joshi, whether it's going to be Chami 1. We'll take the team fight for you, but we're going to take your crystal. Beautiful work.
Wow. Like I said, like, it's all down to the activation items at that point, and that frigid charge was enough. And look at that, we see that Auto Loss is very proud of that one, being one of the PKL representatives there, as well as one of the talents. But very well played there. They knew Blacklist that they could not take the team fight, because so many times Just Chi was just getting caught out left, right, and center, just thanks to Senko on that Silk Weaver, as well as just sort of like the Gorge mobilization from the Wild Rider as well. This was all enough to lock him into place and just pull him into the enemy team, and then the damage was just too much at that point.
Yep. This is the risk you're taking when it's a Tempest Dragon attempt, especially when you have 2 broken T3s in your base, right? And the fact that they picked up the Seafarer, one of the strengths of that is when the set sail essentially is a free TP, right? And yeah, look, he even used the Frigid Charge on the side of Sauli to try and freeze the minions, but too bad. You don't care about the minions as long as they stay alive. Chami1 is just going to get those swings on his anchor. And what a play from Chami1, but entirely on the side of Blacklist, Hive Mind. They knew exactly what was going to happen there.
Exactly. I feel like the whole point of this series has been like high risk, high reward plays, just like that one. Because obviously we've seen it time and time again where the high risk, high reward plays haven't quite come through with that game number 3 where Just Chi fell short one too many times to my liking. But then Chami was just like, let me take the high rolling bet. Let me see if I can actually bring the rate of interest back onto Blacklist. And the answer was yes. Like, they lost the Tempest Dragon. They knew that it was either do this and basically take game 3 or do it, fail, we go again. But luckily for Blacklist International and the boys there, they take a 3-0 here. That means they're almost at game point, potentially a 4-0 for the boys of Blacklist.
And to add on to that benefit, it's a Seafarer pick. Now, that is not exactly the most meta pick at this current patch of the tournament at this point. But to be able to net a win of a not so expensive draft, this definitely works in the favor of Blacklist International. And of course, the amount of control that they have, this is what makes this draft so scary. There's so much crowd control. And Kagendra took a huge risk here because if you take a look at their lineup, they're not very tanky.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They're completely opposite of last game. Like, no deaths in last game. And then this time around, it's just like death center. It's like 2 for Chami, 4 for Just Chi, which is obviously the obvious catch out here for the side of Blacklist. And then Chaz, Golden Kite, and Dragon all with 3 deaths there as well. But I mean, it's not like it's a different story onto the side of Kagendra. Other than Senko, really fell under the radar. So showing that he only had 1 death shows that the positioning of this mid lane player is actually like second to none.
Yep, this game to me was a bit of a nail biter because Kagendra at that point, right before the Tempest take, Facial was kind of clearing the lanes, and I'm like, why is Facial showing his face? Is that the bait to tell Blacklist that they should get the Tempest Dragon started so that they can start working down on the Tempest Dragon and Facial can come in for the free steal because they know that he's not going to be there?
Yeah. It seemed that way. It definitely seemed that way towards the end. Like, they're just kind of just making sure that it was just there to be a bit of a scapegoat in a way. Just kind of like, hey guys, look, I am here. I'm close by. Do you fancy trying to go for it and kind of like contest my Heart and Jade Steel? The choice is yours. But if we look at the gold bar here as well, obviously we're seeing that Blacklist for all of that game had a huge lead. And when it mattered the least, that's when he went to the favor of Kagendra, because obviously they started to pick up a few kills here and there. But at that point, everyone was pretty much 6-slotted. But let's look at these head-to-heads, man. Like, there was some fantastic work done by both Clash laners this game.
Very much so, right? And of course, Chami1, the value provided right at the end was just so spectacular because he made it in a point where he was not in a position to be caught by Sauli's skills. He actually stood just out of range. So even if Sauli was trying to get the skill usages, he, number one, couldn't clear the minions in time, and Chami1 is left untouched. Now on the other side of the jungle, I feel like Facial recovered very well in this game. But unfortunately, Blacklist didn't care about the team fights in this game. It was more of, okay, can we buy time for our Clash laner to do some work across the map?
Exactly. It does seem to be like the focal point was pretty much at that point in time for the Clash lane. So anybody that could kind of just try and get any kind of lead elsewhere rather than looking for that team fight, because we saw the last few team fights in this game of 3, they were definitely heavily centered around Kagendra. Like, Kagendra were pulling apart Blacklist in those team fights. As soon as Soleil got the lockdown onto Golden Kites and Chaz was really trying to just do like a 360 no-scope with his cannon blast, hoping that it landed onto somebody. And even Lu, the mistake he made in the early game when he overzealously committed with that enhanced basic attack, wasn't a problem for him when he got into the late game because his damage, I mean, his defense was just too much for Blacklist to take down now.
They just needed Lu, or Lu needed the team to be more in sync with his catches. I think that was just the biggest difference maker for Kagendra in the early game. Like you just said, his catches in the later parts of the game when he was tanky, it was great. And here we go, this is the MVP, the guy that really set the motion going for the team on the side of Blacklist with that set sail into the victory, sunset victory here. Chami1, 2, 2, and 3, the macro plays across the map. on the side of Blacklist International came down to the wire, especially with Tempest Dragon on the bucket list.
Yeah, out of a stale packet of bread, he was a slice in the middle that was the freshest. Because obviously, if it wasn't for Chammy, we'd probably still be in this game number 3, right? Like, let's not kind of like play coy about it. Like, this could have gone on for another Tempest Dragon at least. Just depending on, obviously, looking at the condition of Kagendra's base, but it was Chammy's kind of decision to like, right, guys, let's kind of just, we've created an opportunity for us like moments ago to push that bot side of the map. So I'm going to go and try and take that golden opportunity, and it's paid off here. But if we look at the highlights here, obviously early game was definitely going into Blacklist's favor. Like, Kagendra just weren't having the team fights that they needed, but I feel like it was all down to the fact that they just weren't quite scaled to the point where they could take a team fight from Blacklist. But now you start to formulate around this 8-minute mark, 9-minute mark, where they started to get some higher ground for themselves.
It's already very difficult because, number one, they were playing with a goal lead on the sort of Blacklist International. And the secondary benefit they had was they had a lot of crowd control. So in order to win a team fight, not only do you have to be over level against the likes of Blacklist International, you needed to have the control and the numbers advantage. And that was not really achieved until the later part of the game. You can see here, even though they found very nice team fights towards the end, this is where, look, you have to understand what is the intention of this exchange. And it was very clear, at least from our eyes, right? The moment you see the set sail, Blacklist don't care about this fight, they want the base.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful there by the side of Blacklist as they use their active items to get that little bit of that moment of clarity, that moment of euphoria for the boys. As you can see on stage, very happy with that victory because it was taking a while, and obviously Kagendra here looking quite frustrated with themselves. And I can imagine Soleil there trying to be the staunch defender of that crystal and not actually defended successfully. Probably bears a big weight on him going into this next game.
Definitely, and this is prime now for a full decode, right? They might be able to break the code here with a 4-0. Once again, not on my cards, and I'm sorry to all IKL fans because I voted for Kagendra on this one. Yeah, but not in this fashion, man. I mean, even if they lose, this was not the fashion in which I envisioned Kagendra would have the series taken away from them if they do. So, IKL fans, you know, you have the hope with me. We can turn this around.
Exactly. They got to hope to see if they can turn it around, right? Obviously, that's going to be a devastating 4-0 to be left out of the competition here for Kagendra after a great performance in the group stage. And obviously, Boom being 3-0'd by Kagendra. I mean, this seems to be like a little of a poetry, right, for the side of Blacklist International. But before we conclude this game, we're going to go for a short break, guys. So make sure you grab your snacks, grab some drinks. See you soon.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Bell spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kula deni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halang Xara. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam. Bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli. Saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman Xara, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won. Nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, Kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di singgah sana. Aku cinta, I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali lagi coba.
Welcome back, everybody. After that short break, we are going to be potentially heading into match point here for Blacklist International if Kagendra cannot pull themselves up by their bootstraps. This is obviously the season for Invitational in Jakarta, Indonesia. So if you are local, make sure you are dropping by to check out these amazing games we've had so far today. But joining me now, we've tagged out Kindofu. It's your favorite kind of baller. It's Hauler. And joining me for game number 4.
Yeah, and I'm actually just going in because it seemed like Kin was like, his mojo was really not helping Kagendra, and they're like, okay, we need to make something happen, a little bit of a difference because of the fact that he did predict Kagendra, but I'm here to now hopefully inject a little bit of energy into Kagendra to give themselves a chance after what has been an abysmal series. I mean, that game 3 was definitely theirs to lose, but just too much Blacklist in the end.
Exactly. I mean, I think Abysmal Series is kind of just like maybe a little bit too much of another tone here, but game number 1 was definitely like a head-to-head, right? Like that seemed like it could have gone either way. Game number 2, pretty much wind had been knocked out of the sails of Kagendra. Game number 3, they were given a glimmer of hope and they actually did something with it. But bit of a support here for Kagendra. Show them what's what. Go hard, boss. KIS4 is truly spectacular. So thank you, Riz, for that one. But yes, obviously we now have Riz supporting and we now have Ola being the wind in the wings for Kagendra El Manuk.
Yeah, we need everything to help out Kagendra, right? I think that if anything, we needed like 5 or more of those like messages to kind of cheer them on. Because if you're Kagendra and you lost in that fashion where you kind of lost sight of the true prize and your objective and the weakness and the gaping hole you had in your base, some things like that will happen, right? And it looks like Blacklist International, I mean, that was a one they probably should have lost. But being able to play the macro game and just being able to sneak that one out, that's super smart. It's all about the little wins, and now they're at match point, able to eliminate Kagendra. That would be huge.
It would be absolutely massive here for the side of Blacklist to take that 4-0 victory here as well. But like I was saying to Kin in the beginning part of game number 3, like it's always a common tale for Blacklist to be so up in the series and then lose game number 4, 5, 6, and then go all the way to win all the battles. So I feel like for Kagendra, if they just hold on to that hope, if they've done that much of a homework, on their opponent to know that they sometimes do fumble the bag at this point in the series, that they can still hold on to hope, draft something really good here against Blacklist, because the global ban pick is nobody's friend.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of those moments if you're Kagendra, you're just like, okay, back in the booth, let's use the Men in Black, the red laser, get everybody to just forget what just happened right now. And look at this as just, again, a best of 1. Start from there. You're fundamentally playing well, at least in that game 3. This is a great moment to kind of build off of. But again, since we've removed that from your memory and that the travesty that was that ending, I think that this is a moment where you're kind of thinking, hey, let's just take Blacklist. We can play with these guys. We have a chance, but we, again, need to play our game more than anything else.
Exactly. That's what I tell my ranked teammates. It's just a best of 1, right? It's just a best of 1, guys. Let's reset after this loss. Don't worry about it. But Kagendra is still holding strong to those very big Chami 1 centric bans, man. The Byron does not want to come through into the clash lane here for the side of Blacklist International, and they take the higher from away from Senko, because arguably Senko has been the man in this series, even though there's not been a clear win. But his performance on the Silk Weaver in the last game was definitely the thing that was really bringing Kagendra back into that had to get their horse back in the race.
Yeah, he's giving them a chance. I think that's the biggest thing, where people are like, when things are kind of not looking great, we need somebody to step up. We need that hero. Senku's been that guy, but now it really comes back to the other, the other players on this team to really step up. Sale's made some decent plays as well, but they're going to go with the first pick, Chicha. Your thoughts on that one?
I mean, I think it's great. I always love when Chicha comes through into the blue side, because obviously it can be flexed into 3 different roles. So it could start off to Sole, it could go to Zan, it could go to Feisha. We're not too sure what's going to happen there as well. But we all know that Blacklist love to solidify their farm lane, right? So obviously the past few games onto the blue side, they've been locking in Golden Kite's pick every time. And then their pick number 2 is always going to go for the support here. But they've gone for the same kind of strat onto the red side here.
Yeah, and it looks like Jing, Zhang Fei, both of these very strong. I mean, you definitely have the Zhang Fei, the beast, living up to his name. That Unbridled Outburst can just be game winning at times, especially in those team fights. But now you've got the Jing. Let Fei Shi kind of just fly on this hero. Is he able to kind of outpace Just Shi on the other end?
You can only hope so, right? Obviously, Feisha not quite having the best games of the series, right? Obviously, Zhang Jian performance wasn't quite the greatest. This time around, obviously, the Broken Mirage, Jing definitely needs to be the golden ticket to the chocolate factory, right? Like, he needs to use this to get through and actually try and get a victory for his rest of himself and the boys on Kagendra. But Blacklist are doubling down on this front line. They're going for the Peaceful Fist, the Flowborn tank into the jungle.
Yeah, into the jungle to kind of just deal with the Jing, knowing that he probably can't keep on pace, and just being like just able to survive some of that onslaught, right? And just have enough time to maybe get onto the Chicha if possible. That's generally the idea when you're picking a Flowborn tank, to kind of counter that. You have the D-Ren-J, but I think that you do need another damage dealer on this Blacklist lineup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely something that's strung into the mid lane here, right? Maybe something with a bit more AoE, potentially maybe like the Lady Chen, or even the likes of the Xiao Qiao, Breeze Heart as well. I think that could definitely enhance the range. I mean, speaking of range, there's no one better than the Majestic Guardian, right? Especially with the Feathers of Judgment. That ultimate is going to be a long-range poke that you are going to need, especially when those tanks are pretty much in your face. You want to be laying waste into the back line, and that's going to be Dragon's job.
Yeah, and another good reason for the Garuda, as you rightly pointed out, is also the fact that, like, he doesn't really want to stick hand in hand with everybody else, right? He's going to create a little bit of space so that he's far back as possible. Dragon has great positioning come those team fights, and just, again, spam people with that Wings of Judgment. Let the feathers really do some damage.
The Sanctifier. There's the Divine Enforcer here as well. I think that's going to be a good answer to the likes of the Flowborn tank and even the Lian Po. I mean, the Flowborn tank, the problem with the Peaceful Fist, as soon as it commits into the team fight, it's got a hard job of getting back out, and using that slow from the Divine Enforcer is going to be a problem here for Just Shi.
And it looks like Blacklist International. They're going to go with that damage dealer in the Umbrosa. We've seen Chami 1 shine on this hero prior in other series. But going into this one, it's going to be very difficult in the sense of, like, hey, you got the Chicha. I mean, you've got the potential level up that you're going to get from the Divine Enforcer, the Jia. And then now you've also got the Jing, who's going to be high flying, plus the Charlotte. They have a lot of ways and access to get to that back line. So it's going to be up to Blacklist to ensure that they keep a fortified front and have that vision so they don't get jumped.
Yeah, interesting Nightbloom pick here for the side of Chami 1. Obviously, the Clash Lane picks are sort of slowly dwindling here. I mean, they still had the likes of the Mighty Conqueror if they really wanted to, right? Or, I mean, that we were obviously flirting with the idea of the Lu Bang, but I feel like Lu Bang into this would be too much tank. Like you were saying, Horler, there's just not enough damage there onto the side of Blacklist International without something into the top side of the map here. But I feel like they're going to go for another kind of like macro play, right? That Nightbloom is going to be able to kind of emulate the same kind of turret takedowns as we saw in the previous games.
Yeah, and also the Umbrosa, I mean, is able to kind of out-sustain. I mean, if he gets bursted on, you have that secondary life, and it kind of is a little deceptive at times, especially when you think, oh, I jump on him, I'm just going to kill him and just move on to the other ones, but then he comes back with that secondary life, and you're like, oh, crap, I didn't expect the zombie to get back on top of me, so it becomes a little bit of a problem come those team fights.
A bit of a flash of Step Bros film where it's just Will Ferrell screaming, "Zombie! Zombie!" That would be the whole case of Kagendra to go in, trying to get the takedown onto the Umbrosa. But we'll wait and see here. It's going to be Zan going for the Chicha down to the bot side of the map here as well. So the Marksman Chicha's probably not been the most successful here within Season 4 Invitational. Definitely a little bit more flavor into the Clash lane. But going up against something like the Umbrosa here, that's obviously have to kind of like dive in towards you and then use those barrages of attack to just kind of whittle down your health. I don't think it would be a good matchup here for the Chicha.
But actually, it kind of synergizes well. I mean, the Charlotte and the Jing, you know that they're going to be flying into you. So Blacklist are going to be like panicking because these guys are already on the back line. And then Chicha kind of, you know, melds in with the crowd a little bit. And it's a little bit harder to kind of point her out. If we're looking at a more traditional Clash laner, it's a little bit different. Maybe you have the melee, you're not as fast, but the tanky, and the Chicha kind of gets caught out a little bit because of the fact that she needs to be a little bit closer. She doesn't really have that range, so it kind of balances it out. I do like the potential madness of this Kagendra lineup of just being in your face.
I mean, definitely in your face is what they need to be, right? Because obviously the other approaches that they've taken so far within this series hasn't quite formulated them to win. But this is game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see if Blacklist take this a solid 4-0 or the Kagendra, the Alma Nook, gets the wings to fly here and get the victory. But Soleil, they got a lot of damage already in the early game because we know that the Rose Fencer Charlotte doesn't quite have the best early game so far.
Yeah, it will struggle, especially early. But, I mean, when you have Dragon there as well, it makes it way tougher to even get into your lane. So he will suffer, but at some point, Soleil will be online. The key is, of course, getting to that point. It's not going to be the easiest in. I mean, if we're looking at just the lanes themselves, I mean, it's not a huge advantage one way or the other, but definitely in that top lane, he definitely has a little bit of a deficit to overcome.
Yeah, speaking of deficit here, we do see that Jing rotates topside here as well.
Yeah, Dragon at about half. He's going to give up first blood. Easy for Feishi. He's going to easily pick that one up, and the rest of Kagendra are there to help clean house just to ensure that Chamie 1 didn't have any shenanigans to follow up.
Yeah, I think the first blood here for Kagendra is probably the better part of the start of the game, right? Like, obviously, they've not really had the first bloods come through just so far within the series, so it's kind of already starting to show a little bit of a different color here for Kagendra. A big buddying system going on as well with the likes of Lu and Feisher.
And they definitely have that potential. Like this clearing, the way that they're sharing everything and ensuring that Feishi is keeping, like, he's so fast, right? In terms of his levels, he's just doing very well in that sense. Joshi is falling a little bit behind, but it's hard to keep up with the Jing, especially with that mobility that they have. And now it looks like they take a little bit of damage here, and Joshi's in a bad spot. He's going to be focused in, but he's barely turns it around. He has the shield, and he says, Feishi, where you going? Takes him down. Blacklist International coming out on top on that one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful use of that second skill of the Flowborn tank, right? Getting that knock-up, but then also, obviously, with the third hit or the second hit, having that shield come through as well is pretty much a saving grace there, and was so for Just Chi. But I feel like it's also thanks to Chaz there, obviously using those burst rams just to kind of like slow the momentum and slow the pace of a Jing there. Very nice turnaround for Blacklist International, but now looking for priority down to the bottom side of the map as we're sort of edging towards that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and actually, it's just all about that bait. I mean, there's a reason why they wanted that Flowborn tank into the Jing. And, I mean, Feishi kind of fell into that one. I mean, also, at the same time, you have the Umbrosa from Chamie 1, also potential bait. So they know what the strengths of Kagendra are, which is looking to burst you down as quickly as possible. And Blacklist, they're looking to play the long, sustaining team fight. If they're able to out-survive you, they can deal with you because you're on the squishier end.
Yeah, that's the problem as well, right? Like, even though Kagendra has all this firepower, if they can't, like, surmise any kind of lead here, that firepower is not going to be very good against somebody that's already kind of, like, itemized, like, 3 items as a tank. Like, you're going to have to throw everything and the kitchen sink at, like, the likes of Just Chi or Chaz just to try and get a kill.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Those two are incredibly tanky, annoying to deal with, but Kagendra have that potential. I mean, they need to go for Golden Kite and Dragon. Those are going to be the #1 targets. So Joshi, I mean, if he stays alive, fine, but he doesn't really have as much damage as, per se, the Dragon and Golden Kite. So those are the guys that are probably going to be left for last.
Yeah, they don't want to kind of be caught out too soon into these team fights as well, right? Especially with the D-Ranger, the Magistrate, being on that on-hit build, right? Like, he's definitely going to do a lot of damage towards the latter part of the game. And he has the green light, which is obviously that solid front line from the Floorborn tank and from the Earthshaker as well. That is able to kind of have a leeway and free roam into these team fights just by spamming that basic attack button. But Kagendra actually able to get the Tyrant here, may be able to turn the tides at a such stalemate with the gold lead.
Yeah, Blacklist International didn't want any of that. They didn't even try to contest. They understood that, hey, I mean, if everyone's going to be grouping around the Tyrant, we have space elsewhere. Let Chami1 just kind of do his thing. We don't have to sacrifice everything, you know, and sell the farm, try to go for that Tyrant to go all in. This is not that moment. We need to stay consistent. We're able to out-farm them even with that Tyrant buff.
Yeah, Blacklist is kind of like tending the crops, right? Like, they just don't want to kind of like bite the face off to spite the nose, you know? Like, they just want to kind of make sure they're able to gain these resources to make sure that they have a good kind of like mid to late game. Because I think that's what they're kind of like building up for here. Because I don't feel like at the early game that either of these two teams has any real potential here. But Lu using the Unbridled Outburst, actually not
the Tremor
really
Smash.
doing
Chaz
much
has
here
to
for
flash
first.
away. It's going to take a couple shots on this one. The Universal Law is going to do a little bit of damage. They find Golden Kite, and now they're going to turn it into a bottom T1. Kagendra with the play, but Blacklist are trading for the Overlord here.
Yeah, trade for the Overlord, potential go for the T1 into the top side of the map there. Chami still working away at that one like a roll well worker. But at the same time, it's going to be those Wings of Judgment that just really drive away Senko into any kind of means of trying to come back here. But the T2 takedown as well. Kagendra really trying to open up the bot side of the map here of Blacklist.
Oh, they learned from Blacklist in last game, right? That bottom T, you know, that alleyway is open come, you know, Tempest Dragons or, you know, that late game. But just opening it up, taking down that bottom T3 would be a gaping wound for Blacklist to have to fill up and to always ensure that whenever they make any sort of movement, the bottom lane is fixed before they do anything else. So it will be key, especially as we get into the mid game here.
Yeah, that pressure that's already been created here by Kagendra is going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, it'd be more so of a problem if we saw Kagendra having actually a more sizable lead here, but it's still looking at on a rate about like a few hundred gold, which when you're a Jing, when you're only about like 700 gold ahead of a Floorborn tank, it's probably, you need to make sure it's a bit more of a lead than that to actually formulate that win.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the problem, right? You want to obviously be much faster, and you want to be putting the pressure on and all those things. But you also have Senku, right? The Xia will also bring in the Sanctify so that you can potentially get more levels. I would think that you would probably want to, you know, expand on Zan's Chicha instead, but it's a potential, right? In case Feishi is starting to fall behind, or you want to go a little bit faster to put a little bit more pressure on, he's definitely an option.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's definitely got those two ball pits to actually put his hands into, right? Depending on where that centrification is going to go. And either option would be fantastic here for Kagendra as they're playing the game and definitely having a bit of a lead here so far. And definitely looking like it's Blacklist game to lose here.
The Wings of Judgment just looking to zone Joshi. He's going to actually plant down the flag to stay alive, just deal with the minions. Chaz is still there as well. Kagendra tried to go for the ambush, thought they had a potential kill, weren't able to catch anything. Because again, Blacklist International, they're pretty tanky and kind of annoying to deal with.
They are tanky, but I mean, it's not stopping Kagendra actually getting any of these kind of macro plays, right? Like, they're still putting in the work, they're still putting the pressure on the Blacklist, and you can see that Chami's just always constantly out of these team fights with the Night Bloom. So really, the zombie we were alluding to into the draft here being a problem for Kagendra hasn't really come out of the grave yet.
Yeah, and this is why Chami1 just has to stay in that bottom lane, right? Ensure that that is always being showed up. I mean, he just can stick to that lane while the rest of Blacklist can kind of be moving from the top and the mid lane so that they've got that much farm and to kind of contest as much as possible. But the focus for Chami1 protecting that bottom lane, of course.
Yeah, look at us. Keep protecting the bot side of the map here. It's going to be Sule just keeping any kind of real advantage that Kagendra have down to the bot side, especially on
they
the
decide to go in fishy, just going for that mirror domain, finding Golden Kite, doing a decent amount. He's at half-life. He's going to be dashing out, and Soleil's going to be taking out a lot of that damage from the front line, and he gets gone on. The Tremor Smash is potentially looking to go. They find Zon in a bad spot. He's going to be picked off. Golden Kite just barely staying alive, and they find Soleil as well, and Chammy won. This is why he's an absolute monster on the Umbrosa, as the damage that he's got, taking them all down from the back.
Yeah, Zan slowly falling here as well, potentially the mid lane falling as well, but more action going on. Justy just being a bit of a bait here.
Yeah, well, Justy baited himself, I think, a little too close to the sun as that tower was taking him down. Plus, they had Senku and Feishi there. They take him down very easily. So, Justy, a little bit of a misplay. His positioning was just off on that one.
I don't know. I think it's method to the madness, you know? Like, hey, I'm going to lose my life, but you still get the T1 into the mid lane, so they can't really push that. That would be my justification to my ranked teammates anyway.
Well, unfortunately, I would report you, okay? Let's be honest. Like, you could have just taken the T1 and stayed alive. You had no reason to suicide and continue on with that approach. But nonetheless, we're still fine. Blacklist International still in the driver's seat, but they could have had a much bigger lead, again, if Justy were just able to survive.
But it looked cool, okay? Like, you don't look back at your teammates. You look like you just go in, you die, you're like Bruce Willis in Armageddon, right? Like, that's the whole point that he was going for onto the side of Blacklist International. But still, we are in this game. Kagendra, it's not going to stop them anyway, because, I mean, T2 top side is definitely being pushed by the minions, so Blacklist needs to start tending that farm a little bit more better here.
I think they're going to sacrifice this one. I mean, the Tyrant is already in half. The Wings of Judgment looking to zone. He's not really hitting the mark. The Tyrant actually gets leashed back in. The reset is going to happen. The top is still continuing. It's been kind of dealt with by their own minions, but here's the Universal Law doing a little bit of work. But the steal from Lou! He takes it away. Justy trying to get the revenge. They actually find Soleil, the nice two-man knockup. And it looks like Chaz will sacrifice his own life as he goes for that first frame. But they find Zon. The Wings of Judgment now will continue to zone, but they got, I think, what they wanted. It's going to be at least 2 members down from Kagendra.
I mean, that was crazy. The damage coming from the side of Blacklist International there. I mean, it looked like Chammy was kind of lost in the sauce, but he was just like, nah, let's just commit. I'm going to get the takedown onto Soleil as well as Zan again, and then we'll just go, again, we'll just defend the mid lane, defend that top side of the map, and maybe potentially try and go for the Overlord at some point, because right now, obviously, with them having the Primal Bond onto the side of Kagendra, it's not going to be the easiest go for here.
It's definitely not going to be easy, especially against Chammy ones on Brosa. This is a guy that has actually just, you could tell, he's going to level up, he's going to bring in the next hero. He's obviously constantly evolving, right? Obviously, he's known for like a Byron, Dharma style player, but now he's added the Umbrosa, and it's actually adding quite a new wrinkle to this lineup. And Blacklist, I mean, they can't get bursted down. They have that sustain, so it's adding quite a bit in terms of team composition here.
Hey, they're all young boys. Let's not talk about wrinkles, okay? It might throw them off their gameplay. Like, they don't need to be concerned about wrinkles. Just be concerned about this match number 4 here.
Yeah. I mean, for us, okay, it's a little, I'm allowed to say wrinkles, but obviously not for the boys here. But they're going in. Justy, he's going to get back to that mid T1. But this Overlord is potentially going to be the next big target. Kagendra are looking to at least fortify around it for now.
Yeah, look, just kind of formulate around this one. Maybe they get the steal this time around, but it's going to be that double smite from obviously Feishi as well as Lou having the smite as well. So they may as well just like throw 3 smites at the Overlord and just claim the kill, because they've not lost a single neutral objective just yet on the side of Kagendra.
This is also why the Zhang Fei is actually very strong. Like, you don't really need, like, a flash. You don't need heal. I mean, you can, and some players do, but when you have that extra smite, it just adds a little bit of versatility, right? They have to respect it. You have that burst, come those big neutrals, plus you can steal in the early game. It makes a lot of sense to do this on the Zhang Fei. So I really like it. It adds quite a bit, and man, it has been an incredibly strong hero in the KIS4.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a great win rate. Obviously, devastating ultimate, huge utility, and a steal there for the Crimson Golem goes over to Lou. So just in a nuisance as well.
Yeah, and just being able to take that away, right? Like, just like that. And I mean, Golden Kite would have loved it, Joshi as well, and now they've been slowed down. And it's all about the little things. But Kagendra, down about 1K. This is still not in a great spot for them because Blacklist have been farming so efficiently across the map. But now they're going to use the Wings of Judgment. Again, just trying to keep this T1 alive, and they will yet again because their wave clear is pretty real.
Denko's a proper troublemaker for these tanks onto the side of Blacklist, though. Like, you see him drop them circles down, the damage reduction coming through. It's just so crazy, the actual damage reduction and how much it melts down the side of Blacklist International. Like, they've got to make sure they try and get Senko down, because I feel like he's been untouched this entire game.
Yeah, he's so far back, though. His positioning, understanding exactly how Xia should be played. He just needs to cycle his spells. As long as he's staying alive and casting those spells, and they zone quite a bit, it's super annoying for Blacklist to kind of get onto him. They have to find a way to get there, and not really too many of their heroes have that mobility to make the jump onto that backline.
Speaking of jumps, obviously we get the burst ram over the wall here from Chaz, just trying to scare away the Rose Fence's Soleil, but they're looking to contest this Tyrant. They've not really had the biggest break here by Blacklist International, but Feisha.
Right. Yeah, they actually go in. Joshi actually has to use the Blood Rage. He will be kind of just backing off. Sorry, with those shields. I mean, the Tyrant is actually about half. Nice little burst ram. He wants to kind of go, but where's the rest of them? Chaz was all by himself with that Universal Law. He goes down, and the Tyrant was picked up by Feishi. That was a disaster for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, it really looked like he could potentially be in the steal there for the side of Blacklist International, but it's just to the detriment of Kagendra having so much smite potential in this game number 4. I mean, they're really pulling out all the punches, man. Like, they need to make sure that Just Chi is kind of like contested in this jungle, especially after his kind of like game 1, game 2 performance. They know they have to put this brother down.
Yeah, and I mean, Just Chi is the type where sometimes when he gets caught out in some of the games, especially in game 3, he did kind of suffer. He was kind of like too far out, probably sacrificing his life for not really too much, even dying early in this game. So he needs to just kind of like tone it down just a bit. Obviously, you want a jungler who's always aggressive and always, you know, again, being that front liner, but you kind of need to find a little bit of a balance. You need to rein it in just a bit.
Yeah, speaking of balance, I mean, this is definitely going to be the off-balance of Blacklist here, as obviously we see Kagendra's minions pushing bot side and top side of the map here as well. They need to surmount some kind of ultimate defense here from Blacklist, or they're going to lose these T3s.
Yeah, they're trying to go for this one. Nice Tremor Smash on it too, but where's the follow-up? The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used by Lu, and now they turn it around. Chaz is looking a little bit low on this one. He dodges the Universal Law. Joshi's there as well. They're going to be backing off. They weren't able to get any sort of catch.
No catch at all, which is unfortunate for the side of Blacklist, right? I mean, to be honest, you could feel like Chaz maybe was going for the goal of just getting rid of that Unbridled Outburst, right? Expecting that they were going to think, oh, Lu's going to pop this down, everyone's going to run into this little, like, bottleneck into their jungle, and then we're going to get a huge Unbridled Outburst. But unfortunate for the side of Kagendra, didn't quite come through, but they were able to get the Shadow Overlord. So nonetheless, I feel like they come out of this one as champions, you know?
Yeah, definitely coming out as champions, but the net worth says a different story. It is tied, right? I mean, it feels like Kagendra are definitely winning. They're taking all the big neutrals as well, but the way that Blacklist International are just kind of moving around the map, taking resources, it doesn't seem like Kagendra are doing a great job of really choking them out and taking away, again, the resources.
I mean, it just goes to my point here as well. Obviously, I said earlier, is Senko actually being contested? He hasn't. Is 0-0-4. He knows his positioning. I mean, I'm not shocked because of how he played the Silk Weaver in the previous game. He was untouched then, and in this going into this next game, he's not untouched. He's completely untouched here. He's literally like unlovable, but in a good way for Kagendra.
That's exactly how you want to play it. That's what you want on your team. Always ensuring that he stays alive and he's not really at risk. And again, Blacklist, if we're looking at the draft, one weakness is, again, they don't really have a great initiator. Everything, like the Leon Poe from Chaz, is kind of like a secondary one. You don't want to be letting him start things off, especially since you've got that Unbridled Outburst there. Justy's trying to be that guy, but again, he's really not doing too much. And now they decide to go. Senku goes a little bit golden. The Tremor Smash is not really going to connect. Senku gets a little bit low on this one, but it looks like they find Feishi. Senku finally falls in the end. They get the nice little burst ram and the control on his Soleil. They're looking for him. They're trying to chase him down, but they don't have the control. And now Dragon flashing away. Soleil looking to be strong, tries to go for Golden Kite, tries to go, but he actually gets picked off. And now with the Vanguard in the top lane, I think that's going to be it. But Justy falls. They got 3 members from Kagendra.
beautiful play there from Chami. He was waiting in that brush for some time. He was waiting for the prime moment. Obviously, use the spike mail to get that damage reduction, damage reflection onto the mirror mirage here, Jing Feisha, and it was enough to get the takedown. And obviously, Senko finally met his maker as well after using that Splendor as well. This could definitely be what Blacklist needed to get themselves back onto the gorge here, because looking at their base, it's in a dire situation here if they aren't able to get some kind of comeback here.
Looks like with that Rings of Judgment just took his own. The Umbrella Outburst and the steal!
Oh, no!
The push away! Feishi gets it with the smite over the wall. He was just barely there in time. Really well played by Lu.
I mean, that was a masterclass by Kagendra. It was pretty much like Blacklist was given that on a platter, but then out of nowhere, Feisha comes through. Is like, actually, denied. That's mine. No credit for you, Blacklist International. And then completely just took the wind out of their sails here. I mean, this could definitely be the kind of like, let's just like wait till next game. But I feel like this has to be the final frontier for Blacklist International, right? Like, the Tempest Dragon is up again in 50 seconds time. Do they go for a Hail Mary macro play? Does Kagendra outplay them in their own book? Or do they actually contest it this time?
I mean, they can't go for the Hail Mary play. Kagendra have way too many teams up. I mean, they have all three. It's going to be tough to make any sort of play. If anything, they have to contest or get some sort of pickoff that will open up the door so they have a little bit of space. Right now, fighting 5 versus 5 is not easy for Blacklist.
No, not easy at all, right? Especially when they're kind of like fully stacked, right? We're getting 20 minutes in almost, so you can imagine all itemization is pretty much on the board here. And looking, obviously, to see how much like Sage's Sanctuary is actually being procced here from either of these two teams. I suppose that's going to be like the calling card here.
Yeah, and Chami won. I mean, he's got Final Frenzy, he's got Sage's Angel, he's got everything right now. Like, he could die many a times right now. He's going to be definitely a problem. And so Kagendra, the same way, they have their own Sage's Sanctuary. So it's going to come back to the reses as the Tempest Dragon is now up.
Yeah, Chami looking just to focus that top side of the map there. Just try to put some pressure on, try to get Sule away from that one. But to be honest, for the side of Kagendra, they don't need Sule. They just need Feisha, they need Lu to try and get that steal.
They need to protect the top lane. They cannot have the same mistake that they made in Game 3. They cannot be caught off. And now Chami 1 is being chased by Soleil. The Tempest Dragon, look at Chami 1 continuing to go. Soleil has hit that late game, and on this Charlotte, it is a bit scary. He's kind of like a melee farm laner in that sense that he does have the net worth to really do some damage.
Oh, absolutely. The net worth, the gold, the play style as well. Sol has it all. But at the same time, obviously, they're looking for the reset here onto the Tempest Dragon. Chaz actually put a lot of work here onto Feisha.
Yeah, doing a decent amount, but with that Sage's Sanctuary, they know that they're not going to fully commit. Joshi, on the other hand, does need to be careful. And now here's Soleil, finding Chami 1 in the mid lane yet again. Everything on a knife's edge. Who's going to make the first mistake?
We see the Feisha as obviously
they find him! Oh, they find Soleil! Oh, Chami 1 and Golden Kite, they had enough burst, and Soleil thought he was going to be fine with the mobility and the dashes, and now this is a huge opening for Blacklist International. Chami 1 goes right to the top lane. Again, it's all about that pressure, opening up an avenue of attack. The Tempest Dragon isn't the end-all, be-all, but Golden Kite now being focused. It looks like he's going to be falling down. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary, but the turnaround, Zod is somehow still alive. Nice Tremor Smash. Sage's Sanctuary used the return, but they've already gotten Golden Kite. The double kill by Feishi. Chami 1 in the top lane doing Chami 1 things by continuing his split push, playing the macro game. Here's the Sage's Sanctuary for Joshi. That one's been popped, and it looks like he's going to be picked off as well. And now with 3 members down, Chaz is still somehow alive. He's going to be back in the fountain, but now Chami 1 was only able to take the top P3. The Tempest Dragon is open for Kagendra.
But look how beautiful that was, though. Like, obviously, they had no minion wave in the mid, bot side, or even top side to actually make a big capital on that big team fight. I mean, yes, they now get the Tempest Dragon here, and it's going to be a heck of a defense here for the side of Blacklist International. But Chami really running down that top side of the map here is going to create... It's going to be a slim opportunity for them now as we get into pretty much the end game of this Honor of Kings game, but it could spell still some kind of hope for Blacklist.
I mean, they still have a chance. You can never say never with this squad. If there's anything that we've learned, right? Just finding an opportunity, that's all they need is a chip in a chair, just being able to stay alive, but now they need to somehow hold. This is going to be very difficult. The Tempest Vanguard doing a little bit of work. That top T3 is already under siege. They've taken the mid one, and Blacklist International, again, being pushed back. It looks like that top T3 will fall in the end. Kagendra right now are looking to just close this one out.
It's got to be not overzealous, right? Obviously, Kagendra of old will literally just take a fight and like literally whiff it here, but at the same time, Blacklist are going to hold on for another 30 seconds. That's a lifetime.
It is definitely a lifetime, but now the Universal Law used in return with the Wings of Judgment to kind of go, but now Joshi, he's in a bad spot. He was being focused, but he's tanking enough. They have a nice little bit of control. Chammy1 needs to be a bit careful. Soleil is looking to go for this one. Golden Cut needs to stay alive. His positioning needs to be key, and it looks like Kagendra are not really willing to overcommit. They're gonna slow siege. They're gonna poke and prod. And now Blacklist International, they need to make them pay. Again, another Wings of Judgment. They're not able to find the right targets. They deal with the Vanguard. The Crystal is taking a little bit of shots. And now the final frenzy. Chammy1 Bill still staying alive. Jushi's there. Oh, nice little Trevor smash on the 2. They're gonna look to turn with that first time, but they go for the Crystal. And it looks like Kagendra will take game number 4. And they say, not just yet, Blacklist.
Oh my gosh, what a game number 4 that was. Literally, I was on the edge of my stool here, completely uncomfortable, but loving the action. Like, honestly, like, after we saw the takedown of that last wave of the Tempest, I was thought, oh, this is it. Like, the boys and Blacklist, that got a bit of breathing room, but then you just see another wave come through. It's just like, all right, guys. Yeah, I think it's pretty much like, let's just go for game number 5 and let's see what happens. But it's definitely becoming a bit of a reality here where Blacklist love to be in the leading stride at 3-0 and then drop the ball like they did in that game number 4 there, which is unfortunate, but I feel like it's all down to Kagendra's draft. It went very well. Like, if you're going to draft a very tank-orientated team comp, you want to get that damage reduction, you want to get that burst damage, and just melt them down.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, obviously hindsight is 20/20, right? But I think towards the end, when you saw that Chammy1, instead of being in that fight with a Tempest Dragon, he was trying to split push, kind of repeat what happened in game 3. I felt like if he was there with the Tempest Dragon, it would have been much tougher because they needed his damage to get to those backlines and to get those kills and to just kind of stay alive, right? To contest the Tempest Dragon. Once, again, the rest of the squad was dead and they took down the Tempest Dragon, it was pretty much all she wrote because those Tempest Vanguards too strong in the end.
Exactly. I mean, I think from Chammy's point of view, it was either do that and fail or not do it and then think, what could have come of it, you know? So I feel like that's what he did in game number 3. Obviously, it worked. Game number 4, they were trailing behind by so much that it just wasn't the case there. And obviously, I feel like that just due to the fact that Senko played very well in that one, as well as Facia, it was, I mean, I don't think there was actually a bad member on the side of Kagendra. They all performed very well.
They all perform well. I mean, they had to, right? I mean, it's an elimination game. And you're like, hey, if we lose this, we're out, right? This is going to be a problem, right? We're on the home, so we're in Indonesia right now. We have to step up for our home crowd. We need to get on that win column, and they started. Again, we were talking about the fact that this is a best of 1. They won that game. Now they have to do it yet again. Not the easiest thing to do, especially against Blacklist, but now they have momentum.
They do have the momentum, exactly. This is the momentum they were looking for probably from since game 1, and it was very hard for them to come back. But look at that, like Soleil, even though he has not like the most desired KDA, it's the utility he gave to his team, and it's a setup for Facia that really showed that performance. But more impressively as well is not only Senko with the 1 death, knowing how much utility and so much impact he had on this game before, is also the fact that Lou only died, like Lou didn't die a single time, and he was always into the pit of these tyrants, into the overlords, stealing them with Facia, but still didn't die once.
Yeah, I mean, those steals were huge by Lou, right? And the unbridled outburst right when Facia was able to take that tyrant, right? Those were moments. Those are minor moments in the game that really shifted, right? Everything changed in their favor when those things happened because Blacklist gets those steals, gets those big takes, and now they've got a lot more of a snowball coming at you, much more difficult to deal with. And Kagendra were able to just barely hang on, win the small fights, and then give themselves a chance, and they got a well-deserved win here.
They did get a well-deserved win here, so Kagendra actually going forward into this best of 7, and it's obviously now at the behest of Blacklist, they have to bring themselves back up to where they were, right? Like, they were confident going into this one. Maybe not as confident after game number 1 and number 2, but game number 3, they definitely, obviously, confidence took a little bit of a shock there because, obviously, Kagendra almost won that one, and they played very well. But just look at this goal graph. I feel like this is completely different to every other game we've had in the series. The goal graph kind of looks like, I don't know, a Richter scale. Like, there seems like an earthquake going on like the upside of the world and the downside of the world. It looks crazy. But looking at this, it just shows you what kind of match we just witnessed.
Yeah, there's an earthquake in the upside down, right? Like, I think that this is kind of what things are at. It was so crazy just how back and forth both of these teams. Obviously, Blacklist looking to just end it. Kagendra says, not just yet. We're going to continue on, finding ways to get back into this game. And yes, they had a lot of map control. Blacklist was fighting back, but in the end, just Kagendra, just enough to take this one.
Just enough to take this one is definitely going to be enough to get them back on the horse as well, right? I mean, yes, it's still like a country mile for them to go to actually win this series, but taking that 1 point from Blacklist shows that it can be done, right? Like, they are no longer just a zero scoring team against Blacklist International. I mean, it's a much harder fight than Boom, but it's still a good progress here for Kagendra as you see these head-to-heads as well.
Yeah, and it's looking like, I mean, they were very close. I mean, everything that we're talking about. Senku, for me, look at that, 240,000 damage potentially. I mean, he was just doing so much work. Again, you kept pointing him out. It's like, he's not dying. He's not dying. It's because he's so far back, and he was able to just stay alive. And that was the biggest thing. And him, also with Zahn, able to do just enough. He was able to stay alive at moments, to key moments, finding the right targets. He, too, was doing a lot of damage as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what, like 146k damage on the cheat show was absolutely insane, but it's kind of like the unhit duo going at each other, right? Obviously, you got the Magistrate as well as the Forge Maiden just kind of battering each other with all that on-hit effects, and then the ones who's taken the most of that battering is going to be these guys, right? I mean, 169k to 179k. Both of these supports putting in the work, taking the hits and licking at those injuries and just trying to do the best here. But it's going to be MVP, Mr. Fascia, double thumbs up, saying, look, guys, we lost the first 3 games, but don't worry, we got game number 4. That's all that matters.
All that matters here. I mean, he's 5-2-3, took a lot of damage, 116,000, but he dealt 179,000, so he was always there. His impact to just being able to jump in. And Blacklist International, again, when you see a Jing flying at you, they struggled because they had no way to really catch him and to slow him down.
Oh, exactly. I mean, even if they have 2 tanks, right? I mean, even if you go in with a burst round, which normally kind of like a bit of a pace slower here for the side of Blacklist International, from the Earthshaker, Liampo, it's generally a good thing. But when you're trying to like aim it at something that can switch places with its Mirage, it's kind of like, well, I tried, lads, but it moved.
Yeah, it happens, unfortunately. But here are the moments. These are big ones right around that Tyrant where Kagendra got the better of Blacklist. I mean, they took a good number of big neutrals away and made it very difficult for really Blacklist to kind of take any sort of fight. Their team fight was far superior and why they were able to kind of stay around in this game. But in the end, it was just about those small wins. These Tyrant, this steal the Umbrella out first with Feishi. Boom! What a beautiful steal by Feishi.
I mean, this is the utility of the Zhangfei, right? We was talking about it in the draft that this is one of the most high-priced ponies and picks into the support role. But nonetheless, just overall, the impact that this hero has in terms of tank ability, also utility with the ultimate, is absolutely insane. And it's a reason why some of these teams literally either drafted pretty early within the best of 7 or look to go for it a bit later on in the series. And that's exactly what Kagendra did here. But still, there is a plenty of wins to be had here if Kagendra are looking to win this series, whereas Blacklist, they just need to get one more singular point.
Yeah, one more. But that's the thing, right? This is why Kin was like, okay, Holler, get in there, cast, because I don't feel like him, himself being on the desk is going to give him enough mojo, Kagendra that is, to really help out, because he did predict Kagendra on the win. But I'm here now, and you can see I injected a little bit of energy into Kagendra. It seems like they're playing the way that we had seen them in the groups, which was far superior and just kind of a dominating style. They're back to it. They played very well in that one.
He just shows that Kin's a bit of a bad juju, you know? Like, he's just like, hey, guys, I'm on the broadcast. It's currently going 3-0. If I stick around, it's going to be 4-0. And it was just like, yeah, no, get him off. Like, everybody in the GBK arena, they had pitchforks. They were about to fling some PCs onto the stage if Kim was staying for this game number 4. So we got rid of him, we got Hauler, and then we obviously sprinkled a bit of good luck for the guys on Kagendra here. But we are slowly but surely elevated, or at least declining in those heroes as well. I mean, for both teams, we're looking at 20 heroes that cannot be played, and then you add the bans on top of that, you're looking at 25 heroes apiece.
Yeah, and actually going into that one, I kind of looked at the Blacklist lineup and I was like, actually, the draft is pretty decent. It has, I mean, the team fight is what you're looking for. Obviously, the execution and the things that, you know, some of the mistakes that they made really made them pay in the end. But they had a chance. Yeah. That was one where, again, Chammy 1 could have looked to carry with that Umbrosa and they would have had a great time. But it seemed like they just didn't really utilize their heroes to the maximum and they paid with their lives. But again, they're still in the driver's seat in the series. They're up 3-1.
They're up 3-1, and Kagendra takes the blue side again. We see that Blacklist actually chooses the red after taking that defeat there. So maybe cooking up something for the red side here. Obviously, they do like locking in their farm lane duo historically, but tank-wise right now, obviously, there's not much really left here for Blacklist International in terms of support tanks. They've had the Liempo, they've had the Lapu Lapu, they've had the Zhongfei, and now it's kind of like, well, where do we go from here? Do we go and go for a Diadia draft of some sort? I think it's all down to Blacklist to see what they go for.
Like the moats as well. He's a maestro on that one. The Dolia as well has had a lot of success, but the Dolia is the type where you need a draft around it, right? So it looks like the other a special and like the Yangxian and like kind of comboing it with it. So if they have one, obviously that's something that they can kind of pull out, but it looks like they're going to save it, but now is the perfect time. I mean, it's game 5.
I mean, the Chicha being taken off here is probably the best thing that can get Chami into the clash lane, but did they take away the Byron this time? I mean, if they do take away the Byron, oh no, they're going to take away the Martial Genius. They're taking away the Mayin here. So if they give over the Byron to the side of Black, used it, do they then lock something like the Lu Bang down into the support role and then give over the Lam to Just Chi? Now that we don't obviously have the Agudo, they're looking a little bit less blessed in the counter department for the.
I'm not a huge fan of the Liu Bang. I just think overall it has, I mean, if you have like a high-flying assassin style that needs the secondary jump, makes sense. But I just don't really like it overall. I think that it needs to be like a really specialty in terms of like the draft composition. You to really set things up. This could be annoying, especially if it gets to the back line.
Oh, I mean, speaking of annoying, this is an annoyance in my ranked games. The Mecha Brat, Mr. Lushan. I mean, oh, okay. I mean, we do, obviously this one flies under the radar when you think of tanks into the support role. Is you don't normally think of Lushan being that pick, but his disruption ability with his skills, but also, again, just the split push potential that we've been seeing pretty much for the entire of this series. We do get Golden Kite onto his Lung as well. So once again, Blacklist taking the red side just to lock in that farm lane duo.
So this Liu Shan is all about the Bigatron's Ormson, like back at KIC, where it completely was a tower disruptor in every single lane because they had such a hard time to deal with. It is super annoying, even ranked games, of course. But on the pro level, with these guys piloting it, especially like a player like Chaz, it's going to be annoying to deal with. And Kagendra understanding that, they're going to go with the Ogren of Lady Jeanne to kind of create some of those pillars that will make it very difficult for this Mecha Brat to really get onto those towers.
From the side of, I believe it was maybe even BTR, I think it was just absolutely laying waste to the tanks of one of the teams, right? Like they landed that combo, which is absolutely melted. So seeing this come through, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a problem here for Kagendra, because you know for a fact, if Dragon can find those prime bushes and get that combo through, there is going to be no Ogren. There's going to be no soul guide. There's going to be no soul onto the side of Kagendra.
chat is so static, right? If you see Soleil like rocking around, going for that proper angle from the back, and he's stuck with the blazing brilliant, I mean, he's going to be pretty predictable in terms of where he's going to be, right? But you need to be a bit careful. And that could be the to stand still and just kind of unload on people, but now it looks like they're going to go with the Featherfoot, the Fade, and Joshi, he says, I'm angry, let me carry this game and this series to a victory.
Ooh, the Woodland Ranger coming through to be potentially the counter here for the Lung, obviously using that those protective winds to cancel out any of that physical damage coming through from the Flaming Palms here. Could be potential upset for that 1v1 potential down to the bot side of the map, and obviously thanks to Woodland Ranger's first skill, kind of outranges and pokes the Lung and does a lot of damage in the early game as well. So it'll be interesting to see if Kagendra's Zion can actually pilot this one to perfection. And it looks like Blacklist International are taking a little bit of a leaf out of Nova Esports. But they're going for the white anchor, they're going for Arta into the clash lane. So double tank, they push forward and just soak in a lot of that damage and then just lay waste with the likes of the Scorchet, or even if Just T can be successful with the Featherfoot and steal away these neutral objectives.
I love it how the meta is evolving. I mean, you were talking about the fact that this is, straight out of Nova, but now Chami 1 piloting the Ata, it makes a lot of sense here, especially when you see the War Saint that wants to go for the black line. If you're able to ghost ship him away and then kind of create that barrier or, isolate him from the rest of the team where he wants to raise your cavalry, your entire lineup into the hearts of the Kagendra lineup, I mean, it's going to have a tough time, right? So this is a great counter pick. They were looking for this one for the last pick.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw horses on a boat was on Noah's Ark, right? So maybe this time around, it's not going to be to bring him to safety, but to shipwreck the War Saint on his horse and completely put him in his tracks. But Blacklist actually reaching into the hero pool here to bring out something a little bit more spicier, and obviously like a little bit of a love letter to Nova Esports, like you were saying there, and also a love letter to Omson from the side of BTR and the KIC 2025. So let's see if they can pilot this one to victory, but I feel like there could be potential upset here as well. Because I mean, if you look at Kagendra's draft, it's not like oh, this is a little bit of a weird one. You've got obviously a huge pick into the top side of the map here. Guan Yu looking to kind of get the access onto the back line of Blacklist International. You've got the Soul Guy, you've got Cascada as well. So plenty. More importantly, they'll get a tank into the support role. So there's still an impressive Earthshaker that can come through here for Kagendra.
And if we're looking at these lineups, I mean, the Kagendra one right there, it's looking very strong, right? They're loaded for bear. They want to go. Obviously, they have to win or else they're eliminated. On the other end, I mean, a little unconventional, right? The Ata, we haven't seen Chami 1 on it. The Liu Shan hasn't seen this with the Chaz as well. So these are two heroes that they're kind of playing. Dare I say they might be playing on the weaker end, understanding that the next game is going to be the end-all be-all for the series. But Blacklist can still pull this off with this lineup.
I just thought of a good synergy as well here, obviously with the Lucian and the Scorchet here. So Mecha Brat and Scorchet, obviously you use that first skill to obviously go in with a bit of increased movement speed and obviously get that knock-up. And as soon as you get that knock-up, if you can land that combo from Scorchet, it's going to make it a lot easier for Dragon on the side of Blacklist to actually land that combo successfully and run down these tanks or even some of these squishier heroes.
Yeah, you're going to have a tough time. And then plus you have the Ata with that ghost shift. Where are they going to go? If you're able to just block off Kagendra from retreating, and then you have the Blazing Brilliance with the Chaos Cinder on top of that, that's like an insta-win in terms of this team fight, right?
Yes, a lot of burst damage coming through, and if you don't realize too early, it's a little bit too late, and you're back to the crystal, waiting to respawn and help your teammates, which could be, obviously, it is a massive issue if you are Kagendra, and you're looking to stay in this best of 7, whereas Blacklist, they can kind of almost kick their legs up ever so slightly, knowing that if they play this one well, it's a done deal, you know?
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, going with this draft, the Blacklist one definitely has a lot of play. I mean, you can never really count out Joshi when he's playing like an assassin-style jungler. The Fade is definitely one of those type moments where when they get to that late game, he could go for all of the big steals, could be super annoying to deal with.
Oh, massively. If just she can pilot it like Faye Shirt did, then it's guaranteed kind of like a guaranteed annoyance here for the side of Kagendra, but I feel like Chaz could also be a massive annoyance here as well, having forced a flash out.
Yeah, he actually flashed. He's gonna stay alive though, but that was a pretty big commitment by Kagendra because they were looking, they were fishing. They were waiting patiently in the wings, but it looks like Chaz just too tanky, and the rest of Blacklist were there to kind of just help out and support his brother.
Supporting is exactly what he needs, right? Obviously, you don't want to kind of leave him lay waste, especially as we sort of get into the crucial parts of this early game of Honor of Kings here. Like, they want to make sure that Chaz is alive. That means that Golden Kite can stay alive, but he has the Infinite Bastards as well. So he still has that little bit of a safety net. But oh my goodness, the Oak Bolt from Woodland Ranger, man. It just hurts so much.
It hurts so much. And Lou looking for round 2, and Golden Kite with the push away. Chaz finally joins up. The tower is getting some shots in as well, and he's going to have to plant the flag just to stay alive and keep on being that tanky boy that he is.
I have to give props over to Golden Kite, right? You can see what the pressure was there. Oh my gosh. Oh, run down. First blood. That's what I'm talking about, Scorch. But that combo is huge. Soul Guide is pretty much just like a tour guide at that right.
I mean, but he got it on Feishi of all things. Like, that was like the perfect play by Dragon. And then just slow down Ogren. That's your win condition. And, you know, again, further accelerating Justy's farm. And that was just a big, huge win early for Blacklist already.
Oh, massive. Taking that off of the Gorge for a few seconds, especially as the lead up to the Tyrant and the Overlord in about 20 seconds, is definitely going to be a bit of a blunder here for the side of Kagendra, but you can't imagine that Feishi is going to catch it more than once with that play, right? So got to be careful that they've used it now. And there it is. The Blazing Brilliance just to kind of be used to clear out the minion wave to gain priority back into this mid lane.
Yeah, if anything, you know that Kagendra are going to really not like Hello Kitty by the end of this game. That's going to be super annoying with the Kurumi skin as well. But now it looks like the Tyrant is going to be looking to be taken away. They actually get the pick off, but the Tyrant has been going the way of Kagendra. Nice two-man stun by Lou, and here comes the reinforcements. They want to go for this one, especially with Soleil prowling around on the wings. Nice little burst ram, but here comes Chami1 looking to turn this around onto Soleil. He gets knocked up. The Blazing Brilliance, just not enough damage. Soleil wheelies on his way out.
Man, even with the Hardened Jade Steel, I said it to Kagendra, so it's only fair that I say it's a Blacklist International. That Hardened Jade Steel is looking like soft toffee here for the side of Blacklist International, right? Like, the fact is that you lost that neutral objective when you had that bad boy in your back pocket. That's, you need to work on your time in there.
Yeah. And, I mean, unfortunate. Not really the right play. Obviously, Justy, you should never be giving those things up, ever, right? I think that's the beauty. You smite, you seal, you got to time it properly. And just a little bit of a misplay there. And Kagendra makes him pay, but Feishi does go down yet again. Still one of the tops in terms of net worth with his 3.7, but he's died twice already.
Died twice, but still top of the leaderboard here in terms of gold. I feel like that's a really good kind of like a nod to Feishi and his ability to be a solid jungler here within Honor of Kings. But there it is, Lou getting burst down. But I mean, that's the kind of person you want to kind of take those hits to the face, right? Is Lou on this Liampo. He's going to survive it.
Will survive, and that's the problem, right? I mean, if you're gonna just kind of deal with this. I mean, this lineup from Kagendra, like, Senku is on. Definitely, you have your targets. Definitely the weaker of the bunch. But the other guys kind of annoying because they're very tanky. They're going to be those frontliners. And to just be able to Chaos Center Blazing Brilliance, you really want the squishy one so that you can just rack up those kills early.
Oh, yeah. Get the kills early, get that gold lead going into your favor, because right now, obviously, it's just a neutralized gold lead between these two teams. Getting a bit of that freeze of the minion wave means that T1 down to the bot side of the map may be traded here for that T1 top side for Blacklist International. But I feel like Kagendra is starting this game very strong. They're definitely playing sort of the same kind of game they did in game number 1.
Red team has
And it's close. The net worth is a bit of a wash, but you're seeing just how Kagendra understanding that, hey, we are even, but we can be aggressive. They find Chaz. He flashes away. He's going to try to spin, but Feishi seer states him. Get that execution. Now, what can Chami1 do? He tries to go onto Soleil, gets the little pull back on, and it looks like they're going to be happy with the buff as well as the kill onto Chaz.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for the side of Blacklist. Obviously, Chaz did try and flash out and stay alive, but it's going to be that seared state that just gets that execution, which is very annoying for obviously the players that think they're going to get away out of that one scot-free, and then just that's it. The execution comes free. You're like, oh, gosh, man, like I thought I got away, but no, it's the pesky Ogre executes mechanic there that really came through here for Kagendra.
Yeah, and he's just like, oh man, my body is so big, like I'm in this giant machine, like I'm struggling, like Liu Shan, like maybe if I was a skinnier, smaller roamer, I wouldn't have been able to be picked off. I mean, it's all wishful thinking at this point as he does go down, but Chaz, trying to make some plays, you gotta be aggressive, especially if you're Liu Shan.
You gotta be aggressive. Obviously, you gotta take the hits. You gotta roll with the punches per se. Because obviously, he is the tankiest person as well as obviously Chami1 on the Blacklist team here. But if you get caught out a little bit too early, it just means that there's a lot more pressure onto the back of Chami.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen Chami1 just kind of get the perfect go ship. He's used them very defensively thus far. This hero can be very tanky, the Ata that is, but it just seems like they haven't really been able to find the right angle for that. And so Blacklist, again, playing a more defensive style, Kagendra are, again, being very aggressive, and they're looking to invade this Azure Golem again. And now they decide to go. The Jade Seal, that will secure that one. Chaz is at half, needs to be a bit careful. Blacklist still sticking around. They actually find Chami1, who's a little bit tanky enough, and he will just barely survive. He is very low, but he's going to be fine.
Gonna be fine, and it means that Kagendra is able to kind of just take this Tyrant scot-free as well, completely uncontested, but into the enemy jungle, it's gonna be just Chi. Make sure he doesn't get caught out here. He's able to steal away the Azure Golem away from the Soul Guide that is gonna be Fei Shi. But is that going to be enough to kind of put a stop to the side of Kagendra for now? I mean, they are now slowly starting to surmise about a 1k gold lead for themselves, which is a good position for them to be in.
But the biggest thing is that Joshi, he's only died once, right? He's farming decently. It's all about the late game, but they get the nice little Blazing Brilliance. The flash away will keep Lu alive, and it looks like that will be the end of things. But without Joshi dying countless times, I mean, he's still finding farm in that top lane. Blacklist still have a chance because it's all on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking like this could once again go either way, right? Obviously, Kagendra are playing this one very well in terms of turrets, in terms of neutral objectives as well. They're definitely playing Blacklist at their own game here, but they're not kind of allowing them to have that solid team fight that we saw in game number 1 and game number 2. Like, they are struggling to try and formulate that huge game that they had in those first two.
And this is why Kagendra has really leveled up. I mean, you're seeing most times, I mean, just looking at the history, where Kagendra starts losing, they really falter. They lose a lot of confidence. They lose that swagger. But Kagendra on this one, they're like, hey, we're down 0-3. We have nothing to lose. Let's play to our heart's content. And they're doing such a good job of just, again, taking it to Blacklist. And now you're looking at the series, and you're thinking, oh, wow, Blacklist are actually in the lead, but they might actually lose another one here.
Yeah, but it's the reality I was painting for the guys at home, though, like pretty much like 2 series ago. But now it looks like it's coming into fruition here. But it looks like maybe we try and steal both of these objectives, but there's no smite here onto the Tyrant. So it looks like that the priority is definitely going to be onto the Overlord here for the side of Blacklist International. And I think rightly so, because obviously the way that they are, they have lack of monopoly right now is definitely a scary thing here. Obviously, Kagendra have opened up both of those side lanes, so there's a little bit more room for potential ganks into the own jungle of Blacklist International.
Blacklist International doing a good job. I think the Shadow Overlord on that one is going to really help them out. The map control has been a problem. They're playing basically hiding under their towers. They need to put more pressure on, hopefully opening up the map even more. I mean, yes, Kagendra have a decent amount in terms of that wave clear. These Vanguards are not great, but still, it's going to be a little bit more push, which you need because, again, Kagendra have been just putting so much pressure on.
A lot of pressure onto the side of Blacklist, honestly. Like, they have definitely proved themselves worthy of this one, but the blessing of the Dire is just executed here, but no.
Oh, nice little Razor Cavalry. They actually find Chaz. It looks like they're going to get the kill onto him. The Seer State is going to do some work, and now they will be backing off. Can they get anything else? It looks like Golden Kite, it takes a decent amount, but that's going to be pretty much the end of it. They take down Chaz yet again.
I think out of everybody on the side of Blacklist to fall, Chaz is probably the most expendable one in terms of obviously the pick that they've gone for here with the Mecha Brat, right? Like obviously they don't have they're not walking from a front step, right? They are playing from behind, and when you got a Mecha Brat playing from behind and you don't have any priority in these lanes, it's really hard to navigate and pilot this hero.
It's tough. It's tough. And I mean, Chaz has been caught out like you don't really have the mobility like a burst ram or some sort of leaping savior to kind of get back. You're just kind of running it. Now the Blazing Brilliance, not enough. Lou has to expend the flash though. He will stay alive. Good attempt by Blacklist. You expended some of those common skills, and now what can they turn? Nice little ghost ship. They actually find Senku. He goes golden though, but now the Tremor Smash in return. Lou somehow survives, and he will just be backing off, and they completely dodged everything that Blacklist threw at them, and they stayed alive.
Yeah, man, Lou literally getting there with a miracle, man. Like, he was, like, getting burst down, but I feel like this is probably the potential of Blacklist getting into the latter part of the game, right? Obviously, you saw the damage that Golden Kite was doing in that last team fight. I feel like that's maybe what they're riding on here. Chaz is going to obviously get some intel onto Sule here, making sure that he's not going to sort of be the prime victim for... Just Chi's takedown, but now again we're seeing that team fight sort of formulate. Maybe they're getting a bit of a second wind here for Blacklist.
Yeah, maybe if they're able to just find the right approach, but like with the way Lou is just kind of up in front, he is not the real target. But now Chammy1 deciding to potentially go, they're not able to find any sort of catch. There's just too many guys that are annoying to deal with. Feishi is very tanky as well, so those are really not the target that Blacklist is looking for.
No, I'm not looking for them just yet. Obviously, there's still plenty to be played for here into this team fight. One wrong move, especially when you got something like Lou on the Liam Poe, right? Obviously, you think you could go in. The big disruptor, that's going to be that the ultimate, the Tremor Smash here from the side of Kagendra could really kind of like basically put a blunder here. But speaking of blunder, it's going to be just Chi maybe getting caught out. He is able to parkour over the wall, so he needs to be a little bit more safer.
Yeah, definitely safer. I mean, he's hit that mark. He's at 10.8 right now. This is a guy that's got all the space and time. Blacklist have done everything to ensure that Joshi has a good game. This is the moment he needs to shine. His target prioritization, he needs to find Senku. He needs to find Zan. These are the main targets here. But now they find Lou, who eats a Flaming Palm. He's going to be backing off. Chammy1 needs to be careful. He uses the ghost ship, but he gets focused, and he does end up getting killed. Feishi finding him out. Blacklist International are looking to just walk away. The Blazing Brilliance in return, they're not able to find anything, and here comes Joshi. I think they still want to fight 4 versus 5. This might not be the greatest choice.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, they're doing a lot of damage. It's not only the Zan doing so much damage as well as Senko, it's also Feishi. He's putting on the pain game here from the side of Blacklist International. Like, not only is it the damage, but there's the execute coming through, the seer state. That's just kind of really oppressive here for Blacklist.
Red team.
Yeah, it felt like once Chammy1 went down, there's really no reason to continue fighting. I mean, it's a numbers game.
No.
If you're outnumbered, you really shouldn't be fighting. And Blacklist, they stuck around. I felt like that was the time to kind of go for space, push elsewhere, and just kind of take advantage, because you're really not going to contest. But they, again, stuck around a little too long for me.
Exactly. Too close for comfort there for the side of Blacklist. And there again, we just saw Lou take away the Crimson Golem away from Just Chi. That's not what you want to be seeing. That's a big taunt from the side of Kagendra. So now, I feel like they're just trying to get in the heads of Blacklist International, because they're slowly formulating that gold lead and holding on to it. And they're just always taking away these like minor camps, like the Azure Golem, like the Crimson.
Yeah, it seems like the after effects of just being like, oh, why didn't we close out the game last game, you know? And you're kind of starting to feel the after effects of this, where Blacklist are like, okay, wow, we're in a bad spot. This is when teams truly get tested. Kagendra have done a great job of getting themselves back into the series, and they have a great opportunity in this one.
They do have a great opportunity. They can still obviously come back in this one here as well. But I mean, Kagendra definitely looking like the favorite within this one. It's going to take a huge upset to kind of curtail Kagendra's progress in this game number 5, which you don't mean if you Blacklist.
He's in a bad spot. The Blazing Brilliance is enough with that ghost ship. He's like, where are you going to go? They lock him in. And now Saleh is on the run. Golden Kite tried to infinite fastness. Oh no, it looks like he's just going to continue on
T2
forward.
in the mid lane.
They want to go for the Overlord instead. They get a nice little knockup on the Lou. He's going to use that Magma Slam to kind of just zone them away potentially. But here we go. The nice little win. The whirlwind is on point. They get the pickup on the Senku. And that's going to be a huge opener as 2 members are down. Kagendra, they take the Overlord as well.
To be fair, even though Kagendra was losing that fight, they was able to get the T2 into the mid lane here, but now this is the time for Blacklist to pay back those respects, right? Obviously taking the T1 down into the mid lane, maybe potentially even the T2 top side here as well, but they have the Shadow Overlord, like you said, Hauler. So things are slowly starting to look up here for the side of Blacklist International, and maybe the key into these team fights is getting the takedown of Feisha first.
I hope we get to see a highlight on that one, because Feishi's like path of passing had just run out, and then Chammy one had that ghost ship, and Feishi's like, oh crap, I'm stuck. I'm on the wrong side of this boat. And so he got caught out there because he was up in front, and just really well played by Blacklist. And it's all about those 2 kills. Now they've opened up this game even more. Blacklist in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, looking to be ahead with the Benjamins as well, right? Obviously, Gold Favor is going up for the side of Blacklist International. Feisha as well as Soleil looking to rotate top side here just to make sure that Just Chi doesn't quite get that push that he wants here, and maybe even potential takedown, right? So we could potentially see a takedown of a jungler, and then obviously in 20 seconds time you see the Tyrant come online, which could be scary pickup here for either of these 2 teams.
Yeah, but it looks like the Tyrant in the top lane. That's going to create a little bit of space. Chaz finally hitting some towers, was able to do some work on that bottom T3, and now we're entering, dare I say, the late game as the high ground is now open.
And I like the positioning where they've taken this this bot side T3 as well, right? Because obviously it's on the opposite side of the neutral objective, which would be the Tyrant, if they do get to that point, which they have 2 times in the series. So this could definitely pay dividends here for Blacklist, but Soleil.
Joshi, all the heroic charge. They've got a lot of control on him. He gets on top of the ledge, and here come the reinforcements with Chammy one. Nice ghost ship with the path of passing, negating most of that. And now it looks like they've got Dragon there. The damage is real, and they find Feishi, and that's going to open things up even more. They actually find yet another. They find Zan out, left in no man's land, and Blacklist International looking to close out this game and this series.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left on Feisha as well as Zan here, it's definitely going to be a bit of a brutal blow here to the side of Kagendra. It's now Blacklist's attempt to try and go for these T3s.
Oh, Chammy one actually tried to flash forward, tried to get somebody caught out now, but here's the crystal. It's getting gone on it. They have the damage, and Blacklist International will move on.
There we go. You get your first Filipino representatives going through into the next part of the knockout stage. And obviously, it wasn't the easiest victory for them, especially after taking such a dominant 3-0. They were looking a little bit in murky waters after that game number 4. Game number 5 wasn't quite as good as we expected, but they were just waiting for the prime moment. They were waiting for Feisha to be a little bit too confident with those engages.
Just that one mistake, right? When he got caught out top in the Blacklist jungle there, and then once that happened, they were king, and Blacklist International made them pay. That was just enough to ensure that they got it. Kagendra, I mean, props to them for fighting the good fight. They had a great chance, but just too much Blacklist in the end. Congratulations as they move on into the semifinals.
Exactly, they break the code once more, and for the second season Invitational, they look to punch their ticket further into the competition. Maybe this time, they actually get to go all the way to the grand finals, but it'll be obviously their opponent waiting for them on the other side of the bracket to see if they will let them get through to that point this time around. But they've done it again, and honestly, Kagendra don't get to have the PH Gatekeeper title, unfortunately, in Season 4 Invitational.
Yeah, and it looks like Blacklist International, again, congrats to them. They show why they're SEA's elite here. Despite our early shakiness, Blacklist International showed why they're the SEA's elite against a rejuvenated Kagendra, who really did play well, at least in the KIS. I mean, yes, they only took 1 game off, but this is a team that we've seen largely improve, and I want to see more of them, and we will in the IKL.
Exactly. I mean, the next step, obviously, is for Blacklist. It's going to be the ultimate test, right? It's the team that everybody wants to beat, and the team that's beaten Blacklist already is Nova Esports. So they go through into the semifinals to take on Nova to hopefully try and topple them this time around. Obviously, they didn't face each other in KIC. They faced each other for the first time in Season 4, but that was the group stage. And knockout stage, Blacklist has definitely been better, but can still be even greater.
Yeah, you know Blacklist just won, and they're like, wait, who are we playing next? Nova? Wait, what? Wait, did we do this right? Like, do we want to do this? Like, oh no, this is bad. But they have them in Nova. Obviously, it's anyone's game, and they have that potential. But Nova Esports, another scary lineup, a scary team that they're forced to play with in the semifinals. But again, congratulations to Blacklist for now. Pats on the back. Let's see how they do moving forward, though.
Exactly. I mean, definitely worth it for the PKL fans. Obviously, we saw in the audience as well, right? They did them proud there. Didn't quite win in the Tri-Nationals clash, unfortunately, for the side of the Philippines. Maybe tomorrow they will win their turn within the Tri-Nationals clash showdown. But Blacklist International do secure themselves into the semi-finals. But it was a long drawn 5 games out of a best of 7. Could have easily been that 4th match without having to have that blemish on them. But Kagendra wanted it for their pride. But let's look at those post-game analytics here. Soleil on this Guan Yu was quite a bit of a driving force, but wasn't quite as deadly as he needed to be. He did obviously die lack of deaths here, but there was just no real kind of like oppression from this Guan Yu.
I mean, they only died 6 times, and you're thinking, oh, wow, we actually lost this game. But Feishi, the times that he died twice, it was critical and back-breaking, right? Once Blacklist was able to find him, isolate him, get that ghost ship on with Dragon's blazing brilliance, it was pretty much, you know, burning him to a crisp, and that was a bit of a rough one. So Kagendra, if anything, they're going to watch that game and see the mistakes that they made, but they had an opportunity. They were in the lead. That was their game to lose, and unfortunately for them, they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're shy to the amount of damage dealt as well, right? Like, they had more heroes onto the side of Kagendra that was doing over the 100k damage dealt. Dan, Senko, as well as Feisha, they were really put in the work here. And you can kind of see that they were just using the Lian Po as well as the Guan Yu to try and just feed everything and funnel everything onto the side of Kagendra's 3-man Hydra in terms of the damage here. But over to the side of Blacklist, if you took out Dragon, if you took out Golden Kite, maybe there might have been a different story here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this gold graph, right? Kagendra had their moments. This is a huge, you know, dip. Like, just Blacklist, just finding Feishi in the end, and that's where things just kind of crumbled at that point. But that's how quickly things can turn, right? In the Honor of Kings. Like, you just find your moments. You find who the big baddie bully is on that enemy team. You take him out, and this is what happens. You still have that chance.
They still had the chance, but unfortunately, they fluffed it this time around. And this is the brutal thing of a single elimination bracket as well, is the fact that Kagendra doesn't have the means of climbing back up from the lower brackets. They have literally said, see you later, we're out of the competition. But before they do leave, obviously, we're looking at the head-to-heads here. Chamiwan got up against, obviously, Soleil here. It was kind of like the prize head-to-head. And honestly, Soleil did actually roll with the punches, but actually brought some flavor as well, especially his Rose Fencer match as well. But then obviously looking at another big star highlight is obviously the Just Chi against Feisha head-to-head.
Yeah, Feishi was doing way better, right? Just having a great time on the Augur and thought things were looking to go very rosy and all that, but Just Chi in the end was able to kind of get the better of him. Just enough damage, and especially with Dragon as well, who's going to be seen here, just the ability to do those, to get those kills. There were very few kills in this game, 6 only onto Kagendra's side, but Blacklist was able to just take him down 4 times. Like, that's a guy who was understanding who needed to die, and Dragon had a great game here.
Yeah, this is the utility of the score chat, right? Especially if they build either get Orgrin or any other kind of tank here. As soon as that tank's locked in with that first part of that combo, and then you just use your blazing brilliance, it completely melts them down. And then we saw that time and time again. And it's the thing that scares me the most in rank matches. When I see a score chat locked in, I'm like checking every brush from a very safe distance, that I don't want to get hit by that. But one of the most underwhelming picks, I feel like, towards the first part of the game was definitely the Mecha Brat here. Obviously, it did kind of shine towards the end, especially with that Psycho and that Whirlwind. That last team fight really put the pressure on there. But again, I think it's just Chaz wanting to go on a tank hero, so he can actually get the intel for his team. But MVP is going to be none other than Mr. Dragon here on the score chat.
Yeah, just, I mean, 4-0-1. His ability to find Feishi and burn him down was the main reason why this team was able to win. Overcome that last hurdle, that raid boss to deal with, and he found the right target on the Angela. His Chaos Cinders were on point as well, so he just did just enough, and Dragon, well-deserved MVP here.
Exactly, yeah. 4-0-1, not dropping a single life there, and just absolutely just obliterating, like you said there, Hauler. Just popping down that ultimate and make it, well, that ultimate and that combo to make sure that they were able to secure those points. And even the first blood went over the dragon as well, right? And it was the lockdown of Feisha that really kind of like, really should have hoped to get that Tyrant online for Blacklist, but that really showed here that the resilience of Kagendra is real. Like, they died prior to that 4-minute mark, but it didn't stop Feisha coming back into the fold and just pushing forward and claiming that first neutral objective and just showing them like, hey, you can knock me down once, but I'm going to get back up time and time again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Feishi, he can't get up anymore at this point because the rest of Kagendra are eliminated, and you're seeing exactly why in these highlights here. Just enough. The team fight from Blacklist, this is a squad that wants to brawl, and if you're going to bring it, they're going to find those right moments, and they love it. Once they took down Feishi, it's pretty much all she wrote, and they're looking to just run it down the rest of them because they can't really fight. They had all their eggs in the Ogren basket, and they paid with their lives once Feishi got caught out.
Yeah, I'd say if your egg delivery man looks like a soul guide, you may want to just kind of like shake that few eggs out of that one and put it into another, because if you have a team like Blacklist, they are going to run you down with that Scorch Jet, but making you into an omelet. But there we go. That is obviously the final match of the day, and this is your up-to-date bracket where we see Blacklist go against Nova, and obviously that's not going to be until 2 days' time, because we have that DMT going against Nongshim Red Force, and as well as BTR versus Boom, hopefully to get a second Filipino representative into the semi-finals. But it's no small feat, especially the performance that BTR have shown so far. And there we go. I'm like Nostradamus. Here's tomorrow's matches as well.
Whoa, you predicted the future, man. But I mean, going into this one, Dominator, the #1 team in that group B, they actually selected Nongshim. They feel like Nongshim are reeling, definitely the weakest thus far, at least in that group. So they went directly for them. On the other end, Bigatron versus Boom Esports. Can Boom Esports come back? I mean, the whole IKL, PKL rivalry is real, and we saw it, at least for today, PKL prevails, but how much as we go in the future parts of this bracket here at the KIS?
Exactly. It's going to be a lot harder for Boom Esports. Obviously, they weren't one of the top teams within the KIC 2025. They kind of like fell a little bit short after the first part of the knockout stage. So still a lot to learn, and especially after their last match against Kagendra, and seeing how Kagendra was dominated by none other than Dominator Esports, makes me feel like that even if Boom is successful going up against BTR, who was the top team of their respective group, it's going to be very difficult for them to come out on top of this. Well, actually, no, BTR being the second place of Group A, and then obviously they played like they were the top of their group, but it's going to be difficult nonetheless for Boom.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy. I think every single game from here on out is going to be a bit of a banger, right? I think that there's going to be no easy layups on that sense. All the teams are definitely going to want to be playing it to the very end, because again, it's a single best of 7 that could be just potentially eliminated. You might have a hard time. So again, a lot of good games. We're going to be bringing games into tomorrow. So I'm going to be super excited because we have the next 3 days of just the KIS ahead of us, and there's going to be some amazing games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not just that, we have obviously the Honor of Kings Women's Series. Then we have the next part of the semifinals for that one. So if you're a fan of the Women's Series, I've got against BTR will be first up tomorrow, then the Tri-National Clash. But it's been Blam, it's been Hauler. We're going to throw it over to Mara to finish off the day. So thank you once of all, guys. See you soon.
Chami, you were amazing this run, and you gotta tell me more about that sweep. The game 3, when you got the back door around Kagendra, what was going through the comms? What were you telling your team?
I think that time I was just focusing on how to hit the Nexus or the Crystal.
The Crystal.
I think my teammates is like focusing on calling in the Tempest, so I was just focusing on my own thing. Yeah.
Wow, okay, that was an amazing run.
That made things so exciting. A lot of people were cheering for that. Now, Joshji, we had an observation. During the group stage, both Blacklist International and Boom Esports were not that consistent. It was up and down. What happened coming in here in the knockout stage? Everything seems to have changed. Even your aura has changed. Tell us what happened.
Ayun, madam, parang
nag-ano kasi din kami, siguro dahil din sa jogging namin kagabi. Tapos, ayun, ngayon mas na-refresh yung utak namin, tsaka yung body din namin. Kaya mas nakapaglaro kami na maayos.
So what they did was last night, they went jogging to refresh their mind and release some tension from their body. And today, they were able to focus. So that helps. So I guess you guys have to jog every day now on the way to the semifinals.
Yeah, but it was an amazing run for you guys. But I remember back in the group stage, Nova beat you guys 3-0, and you're gonna go up against them once again. What do you think? Because Waypit said that they are gonna beat you down. Any comments about that?
I think Nova needs to remember what happened in the practice, and we'll try to do our best to bring that practice into the tournament.
What happened? What happened?
Secret.
It's something for the players, and let's see if that gets repeated here on the stage. Now, Joshchi, for sure a lot of Filipino fans are so happy right now because you have made it to the semifinals. What would you like to say to everybody?
Ayun guys, thank you sa pag-support sa amin and hopefully supportahan nyo pa rin kami sa upcoming games namin, especially sa against Nova sa semis. And ayun, gagawin namin yung best namin para manalo.
He thanks everybody for supporting them, and he hopes that you continue to support them against Nova because they'll do everything to win. Once again, congratulations! You're heading to the semis!
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Blacklist Internationals. You guys may now rest for your next match against Nova. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Exciting fights happening here, Rookie. Now, as one story continues, another must begin anew. We've witnessed 2 teams eliminated in the knockout stage for the first tournament of the year.
And everyone, please keep your head up high because we'll still meet again in the future.
Now, the brutal matches will continue tomorrow on the other side of the bracket.
In front of the home crowd, the Philippines will go against Indonesia in another round of their reignited rivalry.
My name is Mara Aquino.
And I'm Rookie Cass, and this is
The Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. This is our game.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.